If you want to access the code used in this video, just go to the comment section. You'll find our WhatsApp link. Just click on the link and just text us that you want the code for this video, and we'll give the code for free. Let's start with the video now. Hi everyone. I hope you guys can hear me properly. So welcome to our Thursday session. So from today onwards, I will be starting with a new broker. Okay, and the new broker is Interactive Broker. So we will be having multiple sessions on this broker itself. First, I'll show you all the basic stuff that you should know about this broker, and then we will implement some strategies by using the same. Okay, so let me take you to their website first. So just go to Google and search for Interactive Broker. Now, if you are in India, if you search for Interactive Broker, the first link will be interactivebroker.co.in. Okay, so I'll just open this link. And if you scroll down, you'll find interactivebroker.com. Okay, so there are two websites. Now, Interactive Broker is a international broker. Okay, so if you go to interactivebroker.com, you are going to their US website. If you are going to interactivebroker.co.in, you are going to their Indian website. So see, if I go to their US website, this is the pop-up you will see. Content on this website is not intended for the consumer in this location. Choose another country. You can just choose the country, or if you choose India, it will take you to interactivebroker.co.in. Okay. Now, some benefits of Interactive Broker, I'll tell you. The first biggest benefit is it's an international broker. If you're someone who is planning to go global, then this is one of the best option available. The trading fees is also nominal compared to other broker. They give a lot of data for free. So not all the data is free, but a lot of data is free, which is quite good for algo trading. And one more reason is their software. So they have this terminal software called Trader Workstation. So this is the terminal software, which is quite famous, and it is quite good. Okay. Uh, so this is what we will be using to do algo trading. And what else is good? Like if you open an account in India, and if you fund your account with 10,000 rupees, then you get option data for free. Okay, Indian real-time data stock. If you want real-time data of Indian stock, that is NSE. They don't have BSE as of now, but if you want NSE data, you just have to fund your account with 10,000 and you can get real-time data of NSE, including the option data also. Okay, so these are some benefits. So if you want to open an Indian account, you have to go to their interactivebroker.co.in, and from the Indian website itself, you can also open the international account. But as an Indian resident, you cannot trade derivative market. But if you're an international student, then you can trade all the market excluding India. Okay, you cannot trade Indian market. But let's say you are someone who has started his company in Dubai or UK, so you can open an account on Interactive Broker and you can trade on any markets you want except for India. India is only for Indian residents. Okay, so now in order to go through all the sessions that I will be creating, you don't really need to create an account, like not the real account, because when you try to create a real account on this broker, the process is quite lengthy. It is not as easy as it is for the other broker. In Interactive Broker, it takes a lot of time. They ask you a lot of questions. They will verify your identity. They will ask your income tax proof. A lot of things they ask. Only then they'll give you a account, demat account. But the good thing is they have a contact number. Like you can just call them if you are stuck anywhere. They will help you out to how you can proceed ahead with opening an account. So if you are interested, you can definitely open an account, but in order to continue with this course, you don't really need a actual account. We just need a paper trading account, and I'm going to show you how to open a paper trading account right now. Okay, now we won't be opening paper trading account in Indian market. We will be opening paper trading account in international market. So I will send you this link. This is the link you have to visit. I'll just open it in incognito mode, in private window, paste. So this is the link you have to go to. Okay, this once you click on this link, something like this will open up. You can see start a free trial account. So they will give you a trial account with $1 million, and we can practice whatever we want with this paper trading account. Just make sure, just make sure that country, don't select country as India. Why? Because if you select country as India, they will give you Indian paper trading account. And in Indian paper trading account, you won't be getting real time data. Okay. So open a US account. So just search for US, United States, and then write all your credentials. I'll repeat. When you click on this link, you can do it right now too. I'll just send this in the chat room. Like, I don't know if you will get the account instantly. I think it takes some time, but I was able to open it. You just need an email address. That's it. And nothing else is required. So just click on the link, write your email ID, password. Just make sure you click on country as United States. Now, why United States? Because once you create a paper trading account on USA, so you will get USD in your account. So see, this is my international paper trading account. How do I know it's a paper trading account? You can see here, this is not a brokerage account. This is a paper trading environment. Now, if I go to account and click on account window, so you can see the USD is written. You can see USD. It means I have USD in my account. But if you open an Indian account, so you will get INR. Now, the problem with INR is I cannot trade a US stock by using INR. Okay, so we need, so whatever examples I will be showing you in the upcoming session will be on the US markets. So I want a USD account. Okay, very simple. It will hardly take 1 day. Like filling the details will hardly take few minutes. Getting the account approval, I think by the next day you'll get the approval and you will be able to uh, do the paper trading part. Now, as an Indian resident, you can also trade international markets. Okay, you can invest in US stock via Interactive Broker. But the problem is that you have to do wire transfer. Like in US, we don't have GPay, right? So the way you fund your account is you have to do wire transfer, as in you have to convert INR to USD. Okay, so that will again cost you some amount, whatever the currency conversion charges is. And yeah, you can definitely open an account. If you're someone who's if you're struggling a lot in opening an account, then do let me know. I have a person's number. He who works in Interactive Broker, he will help you out with opening an account. Okay, opening a real account, not the paper trading account. Paper trading account, it's very easy. Just go to this link, fill up the detail, make sure you click on United States. Just start the free trial. You have to verify your address and you will get the detail. Once you get the detail, what to do now, I'll tell you. Now, if you go to Interactive Broker, if you click on this login button, they have multiple options here. First is portal login. They have download trader workstation. They have download IBKR desktop, IBKR mobile, IB gateway. So these are all the things. So if I click on compare all IBK platform, they have like multiple softwares. I'll just explain you what are all the software and which software is used for which purpose. Okay, I'll just show you how the paper trading environment looks like. So this is trader workstation. So this is my credential. So don't use my credential, just use your. So this is my ID and password for paper trading account. I'll just show you how it looks like when I log in. Maybe I can log in here. I'll go to interactive.com. Let's click on login. I'll other country region continue. Because if you click on India, they will take you to the Indian website. That's the problem. I'll just click on portal login. See, they are again taking me to Indian website, but that's fine. I think I would be able to log in. So I'll just click on paper. Just write my ID. What is my password? This is my password. Copy. Password. Login. So right now I'm doing portal login. So this is the first software called Portal, where you can see all the details and you can also trade. Okay. So you can see this is not a brokerage account. This is a paper trading account. If I go to my setting, if I click on account, I click on account setting. Uh, like I can even reset the account. Like if I reset, just click here and just reset the account. This will reset your account. Okay, like how much amount you want and all. Now let's say I want to trade. That is also easy. Like I can just search for the ticker like Tesla. Now actually I'm already logged in here, right? So maybe I should log out from here. I'll just close this. Should I want to exit? Yes. Now the real account looks slightly different. Okay, the real account will not look this way. But yeah, you can actually trade in paper trading environment also, in real also. You are logged in without trading market data, log in with market data. This will disconnect the other trading session. Okay, log in with market data. Hmm. So I'll just search for Tesla. Let's say I want 100 quantity of Tesla and I want to place, right now the US market are closed, so nothing will go through. Day, I'll just click on buy order. Dismiss, your order has been submitted. Now, as you know, the market is closed, so my order won't be filled. Maybe if I go to trades, orders and trades, I should see this trade somewhere. Like, I don't use their client portal website. I just wanted to show you that this also exists. Okay. I'll just log out and let me go back to their homepage. Yeah. So I was talking about different platform. Okay. So these are all the different platforms they have. One is client portal, which is a web portal. Okay. This is intermediate. Now the most important one is that trader workstation. This is their classical one, and this is what we will be using. So what is this? This is a desktop application which they have created, which is quite good. And we will be, whatever Python code I will be writing, I will be communicating with the workstation software. Okay. Now they also have IBKR desktop, which is similar to TradingView. Okay. This is also a desktop application, but the UI of this application is similar to TradingView, because see, the problem with interactive trader workstation is the UI is very old. See, I'll just show you. This is how the software looks like. But the biggest disadvantage I will say of this software is the entire UI, the entire interface is very ugly. So it's not beginner friendly at all. So if you are installing it for the first time, you'll find everything very difficult to understand because the UI is very ugly. So that's why they launched a new software called IBKR Desktop, where the UI is good, but we won't be using that. Okay. Then they have IBKR Mobile, which is a mobile software. You can even trade by using mobile. They have IBKR API, which we will be discussing in few minutes. Yeah. So these are all the softwares they have. Okay. IBKR Desktop. Then they have Trader Workstation, which we will be using, IBKR Mobile, Client Portal, and IBKR API. Okay. These are all the software. So how to download now? So just click on login and go to download Trader Workstation. So it will take you to this website. I'll just log in till then. So I've already downloaded and installed the software. So that is something you have to do right now. I think I have to type. Available for Mac? Yes, Gaurav. This software is also available for Mac. So I'll just click on continue login. I'll just log this out. Log out. I'll close this. Okay. So when you click on login and when you click on download Trader Workstation, it will take you to this website. So here you have to download the stable version. So you can see they have three things: latest, TWS, TWS beta. So go for the center one. Okay. And now they also have offline TWS. So there are two software. One is TWS, one is offline TWS. Now, when you run your strategy on a cloud, we cannot download this software because this software regularly gets an update. Whereas this offline TWS doesn't get any update. So you don't want, like, when your strategy is running, you don't want to do the updates and all. So it's better to go for the offline TWS. So when we will deploy any strategy on a server, on a Windows server, or not on a Linux server, so at that point, we will be downloading the offline TWS. Either you can download the latest one or the stable one, it's fine. So for you guys, if you are running this in your computer, you have to go for the stable, the center one. So click here. Then it will ask you which software to download. If you have a Mac, download for Mac. If you have Windows, download for Windows. I don't know, my internet is too slow. Okay. So once you log in to your paper, once you download, install, and then log in, this is how the interface will look like. Okay, I'll just give you a brief introduction about the interface. So in this panel, you can see multiple options. First is portfolio option. Let it load properly. So when you go to the desktop, or when you go to this website, once you click on the stable version, you can just click on this download button, and you can download the software. Okay, the same step you have to follow for the Windows computer. So on the On this section, you will see the portfolio. You can see I have Tesla 7 stock. So I bought at this value. This value, current value is this, and the last price is this. So I've made this much of profit. Then if you click on favorite, this is like a watch list where you can add whatever stocks you want. And then you can add something else, like just click on the plus button and you can add whatever you want. They also have a good market scanner, which I'll discuss later. Then on the bottom left side, on the bottom right side, you'll see the news. These are all the news that are being sent into your terminal via broker. This is the chart section. You can see here we have bid ask, and this is the order section. Like when you place any order, let's say I want to place an order on Amazon. So I'll just click on Amazon. Okay, when I click on Amazon, the chart will change for Amazon. You'll see it will load. Right now the Amazon price is 228. And I want to, let's say, buy. So what I'll do, there are multiple ways to buy. The one way is you just do a right click and click on buy. Okay, click on buy. So this will change the order. This is the order section. So you have to click on buy button, specify the quantity, specify what type of order you want, whether you want limit order, bracket order, stop order, whatever, and then the limit price and the order type. Like should it be day, GTC, IOC, whatever, and then click on submit. Now, when I click on submit button, the order will go through, but it will not be filled. See, if I click on transmit, you can see the order is here, but it will not be filled. Why? You can see it is saying some notification, allow IBKR to protect your order by using price management, always use. Okay. You can see the order is there, but the order is not getting filled. Why? Because the market is not open yet. So if I run the same code in few hours, the order will go through. You can just go to their website. You can study about this trader workstation. Like they also have, if you want to learn more about it, if you just click on education and click on IBKR campus, maybe notice your board website affiliate. Okay, go. So they also have a educative section where they have some courses and all. So you can follow some courses to understand the trader workstation. I don't know, you'll find it somewhere here. Trader Academy. Maybe you can just direct Google it. Trader workstation course, TWS for beginner training course. So this is the course that I was talking about. So you can, if you just do this course, you'll come to know all whatever is needed about the terminal. Go to the lessons. So they have different section like intro, order entry, monitor panel, code panel, charts, activity monitor, news panel, mosaic, setting alarm. So everything they have explained in this. So I don't want to waste my time in this. So you can just go through it. Okay, I'll just send you this link also. So two links I have. One is this link where you have to open a brokerage account, like a paper trading account, and one is tutorial. Okay. All right. Now let's start with the API now. Okay. So if I open my trader workstation, you can see this is a software. Okay. Now all the data. Okay, I'll just give you an introduction about how the trading works and all. How this is different from a normal web broker. See, this is, let's take an Indian example. This is NSE. Okay, NSE is a broker. Then this is Interactive Broker, IBK. Right. Now this is Interactive Broker server. Right. Then we have Trader Workstation. Trader Workstation. Okay, and this is what? This is user. Now you as a user, you are interacting with Trader Workstation. Trader Workstation is interacting with IBKR server. So they will be having their server somewhere, and this IBKR server is getting the data from NSE. So these are the different uh, parts in the trading. You are the end user. You are communicating with Trader Workstation. Trader Workstation is getting the data and receiving the data from the IBKR server. Okay. And IBKR server is getting the data from the NSE exchange. The same is true for the US market also. So here you have a user, normal user. You are communicating with Trader Workstation. Uh, so this is called IBK, Interactive Broker, uh, TWS. Short form is IB TWS. TWS means Trader Workstation. IB means Interactive Broker. This is TWS, and this is IB server, and this is exchange. Now in US, now we have multiple exchanges. In not like in India, we only have two exchanges, but in US we have multiple exchanges. So they get the data from all the exchanges. Okay, they get all the data from the exchanges and they show us the best price or the best bid. Okay,
Order
and
filled.
this is sent here, and this is sent here. I don't know how the order got filled. Market got open or what? I don't know, but some reason my order got filled. Hmm. I don't know how. Is market open now? Let me just check. $7.57. I don't know. It just got filled. Let it be. Yeah. So I was talking about how the entire system is working. Okay. You are the end user. Now, whatever code we will write. So we will write the code. Our code will be interacting with the Trader Workstation. Okay. Now, how is this different from a normal broker? So normal broker, let's talk about Alpaca. So this is Alpaca broker. So they have a web UI. Okay. And then we have exchange and we have user. Now in Alpaca, in case of Alpaca or any web broker, we don't have this extra software, desktop software. Okay, they directly have the web portal. On that website itself, they have the server and all. So we directly communicate with the website and the website is communicating with the exchange. Right? So here we have an extra layer of, you can say this is a good thing and the bad thing at the same time. Here the security increases. Here the security can be compromised. Okay. Now let's write the very basic code. Now in order to write the code, we have to understand their API. Now if you just search for interactive broker Python API, you will find the first link, that is this. Not the link. So this is their old version of Python API website, but now they have the new version. So if you just click on IBKR campus, it will take us to their new documentation. This is their new documentation page. Now, as you know, whenever you go for any broker, you have to read the documentation, right? So we won't be reading everything here. We will be reading whatever is necessary. But believe me, uh, you cannot run away from this. Okay. If you're designing a strategy by using any broker, you have to read the documentation. And this is time consuming and it will take time to understand. It's not easy at all. Okay. Even I found it difficult. It's one of the most difficult API. But the good thing is once you understand this API, once you're comfortable with Interactive Broker API, then all the other API seems easy. This is one good thing. So I highly recommend all of you, even if you are not planning to use this broker, still learn this because there is no barrier to entry here. You don't have to open an account and all. Now I've shown you how you can easily open a paper trading account. You just need to spend time and understand the API, design the strategy, and you'll learn a lot. Okay. Now, if I scroll up, let's read about it. Let's try to understand what they are saying. So the TWS API is a TCP socket protocol API based on connectivity to the Trader Workstation. Just skip this TCP protocol and all. Just understand that this entire documentation is used on how we can communicate with the Trader Workstation API. So this software that I've shown you, right? This is Trader Workstation API. Okay. Then the API acts as an interface to retrieve and send data anonymously to Interactive Broker. Interactive Broker provides system in Python, Java, C++, and Visual Basic. Now see, you as a coder, you have the freedom to use any language. right? I can use C++ also, I can use Python also, I can use Java also. So any programming language I can use to communicate with the trader workstation. But since we know Python and this is a Python program, so we will be using Python API. Okay, so they have created a different, uh, you can say, module for different programmers. So for Python, they have created a different module. For Java, they have created a different module. So the TWS API is a message protocol as its core, and the library that implement the TWS API, whether created by IB or someone else, is a tool send and receive messages over TCP socket connection with the IB host platform. As such, the system can be tweaked and modified into any language of interest given the intention to translate the underlying decoder, blah, blah, blah. Library and language, nothing interesting or okay. I'll just skip this. The guide, Java project demonstrate TWS code snippet are extracted from the project, and we suggest all the user new to TWS API to get familiar with them. Okay, that's fine. Notes and limitation. What are the limitation? Our programming interface is designed to automate some of the operation a user normally performs manually within the TWS software, such as placing order, monitoring your account balance and position, viewing an instrument live data. There is no logic within the API other than to ensure the integrity of the exchange of the exchanged messages. Most validation and check occurs in the backend of TWS and our server. Because of its highly convenient to familiarize with the TWS itself in order to gain a better understanding or how the platform works before spending precious development time troubleshooting the API side. It is recommended to first experiment with the TWS directly. So what they are saying, before you do anything else, the first step should be to understand how the things works on manually. Okay, like let's say I want to know, so I have just clicked on this favorite. This is like a watch list thing. Let's say I want the current price of Nvidia. How will I get Nvidia? So I just have to click here. See, I'll just click here and I'll just type the ticker name NVDA and now I'll press enter. So it will show me different options. I think I already have Nvidia maybe. I don't have, right? No, let me just type it again. I'll write NVDA. I'll press enter. So it is showing me different option like do I want stock, do I want option, do I want warrant, do I want structure product, CFD, what I want. So I want stock. So I'll just click on stock. So okay, I have Nvidia here. So it is showing me Nvidia stock. The last price of Nvidia is 130.8 and this is the today's change minus 0.25 and this is in percentage. I think today means yesterday. I don't know what it is. But yeah, this is how you can get the ticker information. And I have shown you how to place an order. Now, if you want to know how much money you have, just go to the portfolio and you will see net liquidity is 250K. Maintenance is this. Excessive liquidity is this. And yeah, this is realized PNL minus unrealized PNL, which is minus 87. Daily PNL is 2. Okay, so here you can just understand what is your current account status. That's what this limitation is saying. Paper trading. If you are a regular trading account has been approved and funded, you can use our account management page to open a paper trading account, blah, blah, blah. What is the requirement? A funded and an open IBKR Pro account, the current stable or the latest, okay. Uh, Unset value, developers may often find supermassive value return from the request like market data, PNL information and elsewhere. These are known as unset values. Unset values, we will come to this later. Download the IBKR gate. Okay. Now, when you are doing API thing, right? When you are using Python and all, so we have two options. One is I can directly use Trader Workstation, or they have another software called IBKR Gateway. Okay, I'll just show you how this looks like. So this is again another software provided by Interactive Broker. Now the stay on US website. Now the reason why they created this IB Gateway is because this Trader Workstation is quite heavy. You know, they have so many features that when you open on this on a normal computer, if your computer is not good enough, it might hang your computer too, because it has lots of features and it's a heavy software altogether. So they created another software called IB Gateway, which is same as Trader Workstation, but all this interface, all these features and all they have removed. Okay, if you're working with API, you just need to open that IB Gateway. Okay, I'll just explain you one more time. So in Interactive Broker, they have two software. You can use any of them. One is Trader Workstation and one is IB Gateway. Now, if you're only planning to do algo trading, you are not planning to do any manual trading, you can go for IB Gateway. If you're planning to do manual trading also and algo based trading also, then you have to go for Trader Workstation. So initially as a beginner, you have to go for this. Once you're very convenient, once your entire strategy is created, once you know that you no longer be doing any manual intervention, then only you have to go for this IB Gateway. But I personally don't use IB Gateway because if I want to know what are my orders, what is the current status of everything, then in IB Gateway I cannot see anything properly. But in Trader Workstation I can easily see, and I can, let's say I want to cancel anything, I want to cancel any order, I want to close any position, that is also not possible in IB Gateway, because in IB Gateway only API through stuff can be done. Manual thing you cannot do. Okay. So that's why we will stick with this. But the downside of this software, Trader Workstation, is it's heavy. So if you see, even in my Mac OS, it is slowing my Mac OS a little bit down. I need even a better system to smoothly use this software. But it's a good software. Okay. This was about IB Gateway, TWS configuration for API usage. So there are something that you need to change. So these are the settings you have to change. First, you have to enable active Accent Socket client. You have to disable API only, enable create API message log file, enable include market data in API log file, and change logging level to detail. So I'll show you what are all these things. So let's start with the API. Now I'll tell you what the problem with this website is. So this is the official API provided by Interactive Broker. Okay, I'll repeat. This is the official API provided by Interactive Broker. Now let's say I want to place an order. So I'll just go down and I'll just go down. I'll just search for the order somewhere. See, if I just go down, 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 this is orders. So if I go to orders, the order object. If I scroll down and if I go to Python, this is the type of code that I have to write. And if I scroll down, this is the type of code that I have to write. Now this code is good, but it's still not that easy. The API provided by Interactive Broker is good, but it's not easy to use for beginners. Okay, so that's why a lot of developers came together and they created a new library. The whole purpose of that library is to use the Python API easily. Okay, so let me just explain you one more time what I am talking about here. So this is int IB API. Okay, this is IB API, let's say Python. This is good, but this is difficult. Okay, so a lot of developers, they came together and they created another library. So this library name, so there are two names. One is IB InSync and one is IB Async. So this library, both the libraries were created so that we can use this Python API more easily. Okay, if you directly try to use it, it's slightly difficult. But if you use this library IB InSync or IB Async, then it is quite easy to use all the features provided by them. Okay. Now, last year, there was only one library. Like there are other libraries too, but the one that we used to learn is IB InSync. But last year, the author of this library died. Okay. So the library still exists, but the library is not getting any update because the owner of the library died. So a lot of people, they came up with a new library. So the same IB InSync library got rebranded as IB Async. Okay, so now we will be using the IB Async library, not IB InSync library. Why? Because IB Async is getting an update, IB InSync is not getting any update. So I don't want to use a library which will not get update. So any new update, if in future if they want to provide, they will provide through IB Async API. Okay, I'll repeat what is IB Async API. It's a library which makes our life easy to deal with Interactive Broker API. So I'll just go to Google and just search for IB Async. You will also do the same search, IB Async documentation, and you will go to the first link. So this is the GitHub page for IB Async. I'll just read what are they talking about. So the goal, you can see the goal of IB Async library is to make working with the Trader Workstation API from Interactive Broker as easy as possible. So you can directly use their API too, but it won't be easy. Okay, it will be little tough. So that's why. So the main features are an easy to use liner style of programming, an IB component that automatically keeps in sync with the TWS or IB gateway application, a full asynchronous framework. Now this is important. Now in algo trading, when you move to more complicated strategies, we need the feature of asynchronicity. Like we need to write asynchronous code. Asynchronous code means I want to run multiple things at the same time. If you use their API, you have to write everything from scratch. If you use this library, it is much easier to implement by using this library. You just have to write few lines of code. Here you have to write like 10, 15 lines of code. Okay. Then interactive operation with the live data in Jupyter Notebook. So there are lots of features that they have in this library. So this is what we will be using. So in order to use this library, we have to install this. To install this, you just have to type pip install IB-nsync. Okay. So let's do this. So I'll go to my VS Code. Let's create a virtual environment first. So I'll go to view, command palette, create environment, V and V. Now for this entire course, I will be using 3.12.8. So if you're someone, if you can use other package, other Python interpreter too, but I am using this. So if you use the same, it would be better. Okay. So I would recommend you to use the same, which is 3.12.8. So I'm creating the virtual environment for this. Let's create a new file. Let's call it basics1.py. Okay, so I've just created a file called basic1.py and I'll just copy the code from here. Okay, or what I can do, let me take you through the documentation. So if you scroll down, scroll more down, and you will see there they have given some sample code. You see this sample code. Let's copy this. So I've copied this code and I will paste it here. Okay, I just copied the sample code that they have given us. I've pasted it here. Now I need to install the library also, right? So let the virtual environment get created, then I'll install the library. Why to use TWS and Python and not use API and Python directly? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Maulik. I hope I have explained everything. Now it's clear. If you're still unclear, you can just type something again, your doubt.
Yeah, actually, I checked. It needs actual account to trade using REST APIs, web-based API. For TWS, you can do that on trading this paper account. You cannot do that in the REST API.
Oh, you're talking about the REST API. I have not used it, so I don't know.
Yeah, I checked.
Okay, okay. So what is your doubt?
It's clear now.
It's
So
clear. Okay.
basically, you can use paper trading account for this TWS,
Yes.
but you need actual account for REST API.
Yeah. Like I have not used REST API, so I'm not sure. It might be the case.
That's what on their website actually.
Okay, okay. All right. So now the virtual environment is created. So let me just install the package. I'll just open the new terminal and I'll just copy the command. The command is pip install IB async. Remember, the library we are using is IB async, not IB insync. Pip3. I'll just show you IB insync also. It's a older library that was used. A lot of people are still using IB insync itself. This is the page. You can see the first line, this repository has been archived by the owner. If you scroll down, they have, unfortunately, our dear brother, this guy, is passed away. So this library was good. This library is the exact copy, but this library, IB async, will be getting update. This no longer will be getting any update. It is installing the package. Let it install. Now just go to your trader workstation. I want you to go to file, go to global configuration. Slowing my computer down. Okay. So go to API, go to API setting. Now these are all the settings that you need to uh, change. First, you have to click on this enable ActiveX and socket client, and then you have to disable this read only API. Okay. And you can see the socket port for paper trading is 7497. You have to remember this number and just click on apply and okay. So I've already done it. If in your computer you see anything else, then you have to change it. Okay. You can take a screenshot of this. Make sure you have the exact same setting in your global configuration API setting in Interactive Broker. So I'll just cancel this. I've already done it, so I'm not doing it again. So the library is done. I've installed the library. I've changed the setting also. Now you can see the same number is written here, 97. So when you are dealing with paper trading account, so the socket port is 7497. When you deal with the real account, you just have to change this single number. Just change this 796 to 9, this 97 to 96, and the same code will run as it is in the live account. I don't have to do any other changes. Everything will remain the same. This is the beauty of this interactive broker. If you take any other broker, like there is a mess, but in the interactive broker, it's very simple. I just have to change a single number, right? Now, I'll just run the code to see if I'm getting the output or not. Just forget about the code. Even if you don't understand, it's fine. I want you to run the code and see if you're getting the output. If you're getting the output, it means it is working fine. Otherwise, it is not working. So you can see it is throwing an error. It is saying no module name pandas. So let's install the pandas library. I'll write pip3 install pandas. This will install the pandas library. It's actually slowing my computer down a bit. Okay, so till then, let me take you to their documentation page, the website which we will be visiting a lot. So there are two links you need to visit a lot. First will be this link, the official API, and the second is not this link. Second is if you scroll down, you'll find the documentation page. See, they have the complete API documentation. Just click on it. So this is the page that we will be visiting a lot. Okay, two links, this link and this link. I'll just provide you both the link. This link. So I have already, okay, I'll just provide it here. This is the first link, which is the official API. I'll just write it here. Okay, and the second link is this, which is IB async documentation. So without these two links, we cannot do anything. Every time we need to keep both the link open. One is the official documentation, one is the IB async documentation. Now, most of the time we will be sticking on this website, IB async, but sometimes we might have to visit here and try to understand more how to do something. Okay, like 90% of the time, our work will be done on this only. So let's try to understand what they have written here. So under the new management, see the original discussion for recent history, create new discussion, blah, blah, blah. New contribution, welcome. This is a small project with user base, widely varying experience and knowledge. If you open an issue which are more, okay, blah, blah, blah. Introduction, let's read the introduction. The goal of IB Insync library is to make working with as easy as possible. Installation is this. You can see they support Python 3.10 or higher. If you're someone who's using 3.10 and lower, then this library will not work. Okay, keep in mind you have to go for something higher. Running IB gateway application, which we already have, stable gateway. Make sure API port is enabled. You may also want to increase the Java memory. Okay, these are some other setting which you might have to change. So if you face any issue, you might have to you have to do this. If you don't face any error, then it's fine. But if you face any error, you might have to do these changes. I'll just run the code again to see if I'm getting the output. So the IB package is not needed. IB Insync implemented full protocol internally. Then how to download? Again, the same example they have provided here. When you run the code, you'll get output like this. I'm still not getting any output. Oh, I've got the output. You can see it is showing me historical data. So this is like 1 hour, 30 days of data for Euro USD. So you can see the starting date is 1/2, last date is 2/13, which is today's date. Last time is 8. And you can see the time zone, it is -5. Remember, -5 means this is Eastern time zone, US time zone. Okay. Like if you try to fetch the data for Indian stock, it will not work. Why it will not work? Because this is not an Indian account. This is an international account. If you open an Indian account and then if you run the code for Indian stock, then you will get the data for Indian stock. I will show you the example. Don't worry. I'll log into my Indian paper trading account and I'll show you how to do the same for Indian stock. But majorly I'll focus on US market because of the timing right now. Right around this time only the US market is open. Okay, so let me just quickly summarize what we have done. First, I told you about Interactive Broker. Then I told you about all the softwares they have. They have 3 to 4 softwares. We are only concerned with Trader Workstation. This is how the Trader Workstation looks like. Now, previously, Trader Workstation used to have a different UI. So you can see they have the classic TWS. If you go to the bottom, you will see a section called Classic TWS. This is their older UI, which is even uglier. Okay. Then few years back, they came up with Mosaic. So this is the new UI. Still, this is ugly. So they created a new software altogether called IBKR Desktop, which has a better UI. But all these API features and all are not available in IBKR Desktop as of now. Okay, so that is why we are going with Trader Workstation. And then I showed you how to search for a ticker. You can just click here and just search for a ticker. You'll get the ticker name here. This is the order section. You can place an order. Once you place an order, you'll see the orders here. You can see I have placed 2 orders. One is Amazon, one is Tesla. Both the orders I can see. If I go to portfolio, I can see all the stocks that I have bought. I can see the PNL, realized, unrealized, liquidity and everything. Then I told you about the API. I told you that there are 2 links. So here I provided you with some link. First is the IB async link. This is where you have to download. You just have to type pip install IB async. Then this is where you can go to open a trial account. This is the link where you can understand more about the Trader Workstation software. This is the official API link. This is the Interactive Broker IB async documentation link. For interpreter, I'm using Python 3.12.8. So you can go to this link and download the interpreter if you want. Now, in case if someone is using Mac OS, so you can just like uninstall all your interpreter. If you go to your dashboard, I have made a video on how to uninstall interpreter in Mac OS. You can watch that video and you can remove the existing interpreter and download Python 3.12.8 and continue with the same if you want. Otherwise, keep it as it is. You can directly deal with this API directly. You don't need to uninstall anything. And then I showed you the sample code, executed the code, and I got the output. You can see it is giving me historical data. So let me just explain you a little bit more about the code. First, we are importing. Now, when you write from IB async import star, star means what? It means I'm importing everything. Okay, I don't have to write IB async dot. That I don't have to do. I can directly use the function name. So I created an IB object. Then I call the connect function. In connect function, first I have to specify, see 3 things I have to specify. If I hover on this, it will show me. First, I have to specify the host. This is the default address. Port is also default and client ID. Now, client ID is interesting. Now, in Interactive Broker, you can run multiple algos, right? So for each algo, you need to give a unique client ID. So this is what that client ID is. You can give any random number. Right now it is 1. If you want to change it to 2. But one important thing you should remember about client ID is if one code is as placed a order, let's say client ID 2 has placed a order on Amazon, and there is another file with the client ID 3. Now client ID 3 won't be able to detect the order placed by client ID 1. Okay, they are completely different. It can still fetch all the orders, but by using a normal function, he won't be able to detect the order placed by the client ID 1. Okay, I'll repeat. When let's say you have 2 different strategy. One strategy you have written client ID 1. In one strategy you have written client ID 2. When strategy 1 runs the code and place an order on Amazon, client ID 2 will not come to know that some order is placed. Okay, so this is how the client ID is being used to run multiple strategies at the same time. Because think about it, if you are running a strategy and 2 strategies have mistakenly placed the same trade, okay, and both of them come to know that this order is being placed, then both the strategy will might stop in between because they'll see that the order is being placed. Anything might happen in that case. So it needs to be isolated from each other. If you're running two strategy, both of them should be isolated. And the biggest thing that should be isolated is orders. If this client ID is placing any order, the other client ID should not know about it. Right? So this is the reason why they have provided client ID. You can give any random number. It will only come into play when you are running multiple strategy. Otherwise, this is like not useful at all. Then I call this request market data type function. I don't know why they have called this. Use free delayed frozen data. Okay, that's fine. Then we created a contract. We'll discuss about this in our next session. What are all the different contracts, how to create a contract. Then we call the request historical data function. Here you can see the duration is 30 days. Bar setting is 1 hour. And I want midpoint. Midpoint as in the bid ask. We'll take the bid, we'll take the ask. And whatever the midpoint is, it is showing me that midpoint. Then I'm converting that raw data into the data frame and I'm printing the data frame. That is what we are doing in this code. Okay. Now in our next session, we will discuss more about the contract. Now, any instrument, if you take in interactive broker, we call that a contract. Like if you take Kotak stock, so that's a contract. If you take Apple stock, it's a contract. If I take a future stock, okay, next month future stock, so I'll call that a future contract. If I take an option, let's say there is at the money option, so I'll call that an option contract. So contract is a general term, generalized term, which we use a lot. So I will show you how to create different contract. Now, when you are dealing with a local broker, domestic broker, in that case, they are not concerned with other things. Like they are not concerned with exchange equal to something else. Because if you use any Indian broker, the exchange would always be NSE or BSE. But since we are using interactive broker, so we need to specify which exchange do we want data for, right? So if you want a stock, if you want to create a contract, the next question you have to ask is which which instrument you want. So first I'll say, okay, I want Google stock. Okay, you want Google stock, but tell me from which exchange, because there are multiple exchanges. There is Nasdaq exchange, there is NYSE exchange. So I also have to specify exchange name, right? Then I also have to specify the currency also, right? Because if you take Infi stock, now Infi stock is listed in India also, you is listed in international also. So if I just write Infi, Infosys, it's not enough. I have to specify the country. I have like not country. I have to specify the currency, and I also have to specify the exchange. So three things I have to specify just to know, just to select a symbol or just to select a instrument, or you can say just to select a single contract. So that's why contract itself becomes a topic in interactive broker. If I use any Indian broker, I will never discuss this because this is something not needed in a local domestic broker. Creating a contract becomes complicated when it's an international market. If you're talking about any instrument, then you need to tell me everything about that instrument. Just by telling the name of the instrument is not enough. If you're domestic, then if you tell me Infi, I know you're talking about Infi listed in NYSE or BSE. But in interactive broker, you have to specify other parameters also. Like, okay, you want Infosys stock, tell me the exchange and tell me the currency. Because the other two parameter also matters. If you don't tell me those parameter, I won't be able to tell you, I won't be able to give you the correct instrument. Right? So these are all the things we will be discussing in our next session. So next session will be all about contract, and then I'll also discuss about historical data, how to fetch historical data by using interact. Okay, now one more thing in interactive broker, if you open a live Indian account, then you can get option real-time data. But even if you open a live international account, you won't be getting free option data in interactive broker. You have to pay some charges. So I think as a US resident, it is quite less. It is $1 or $2. But as an international resident, like if you're a non-US resident, you have to pay like $100 per month to get real-time option data uh, of US market. Something which is not required for our program. So yeah, this is something you should know. Okay, if you're someone who is trading in US market and you want real-time option data of the US market, you have to pay a price. If you're a US resident, it's less. If you are non-US resident, it's quite high. And that's a subscription. Okay, you have to pay monthly to get that data. In India, it's different. In India, if you open an account and if you fund your account with 10,000 rupees, you get all the data for free. If you don't fund your account, you'll not get anything at all. Okay, just by creating an account, not funding it will not get you real-time data. To get real-time data, you have to fund your account. Only then they will give you real-time data access. Okay, and option futures, everything you get. And also in Interactive Broker, a commodity, Indian commodity market is not supported. MCX is not supported. BSE is also not supported. Only NSE is supported as of now. They might get the support in future, but as of now, MCX, BSE is not supported. Only NSE is supported, which is more than enough for us. Okay, so that's it for today. We'll meet again next week, same time. Bye. Hi everyone. Hope you guys can hear me properly. So welcome to our Thursday session. In our last session, I have started with Interactive Broker video, where I have discussed about the Interactive Broker itself, how to create an account, what are the different features provided by the broker, and I've also given you some links like how where to open the account, what are the documentation link. So there was one link where you will find the official Interactive Broker documentation, and another link which is a wrapper library around the documentation called IB Async. Previously, it used to be IB InSync. Now it is IB Async. And yeah, so these are all the links that I've provided you. So I'm assuming that all of you have the paper trading account. In case if you don't have it, watch my previous video and open an account. Once you have an account, then whatever I'm showing you in today's session, you'll be able to follow. So today we will be discussing about contracts. Okay. Now, usually there are multiple terms that we use when we refer to any instrument. Like there is a term instrument, there is a term ticker, there is a term called, you can also call it stock or something, but the more general term is ticker, instrument, and a more uncommon term is contract. Okay, so we also call it contract. All three of them are the same thing. There is no major difference in between them. Okay, now in Interactive Broker, since there are multiple tickers from different exchanges from different countries, so it's difficult to pinpoint a ticker by just the ticker name. Right. Now, if I talk about Infosys stock is listed in India also, it's in US also. So just by saying Infosys stock, I cannot represent the stock. So I need to specify few more information like the exchange and the currency. Right. So this, shortlisting the desired stock, uh, or you can say the instrument itself, we call it a contract. We create a contract, and then we use that contract to do multiple things like maybe fetching real-time data, fetching historical data, getting real-time, placing an order. So these are all the things that we can do once we shortlist the contract, or you can say shortlist the instrument. So the word that I'll use a lot is contract. So remember that contract, instrument, ticker, all of them are the same thing. It's a more general term. We call it a contract. So anything you can call a contract: forex contract, equity contract, like maybe stock contract or option contract. So a contract is like more of a general term. Okay, so today I'm going to show you how to create contract uh, of any instrument. Okay, any instrument that you want to deal with, whether you want to place an order, whether you want to fetch the historical data, the first step is to create a contract. And how to create that, that is something I'm going to show you today. Okay, now if you refer to the official documentation, I'll just create a Jupyter file here. Contracts1.ipynb. Uh, contract. Like when you create a Jupyter notebook for the first time, it will install some extension and all. Let it install. Now, if you go to terminal, that is Interactive Broker Trader Workstation, here you can see I have added some stocks and some currency as a watch list, right? So if I click on anyone, like let's say I click on MSFT. Now this is what? This is a contract. You can call it a contract, you can call it a ticker, you can call it an instrument. All three word are same thing. So when I do a right click, okay, if I do a right click and I click on description, so you have to search here. So there is a section called description, you have to search for it. So I just search description, you can just write description, and you'll find this description option. So just click on the description option and it will give you the basic information about the instrument. You can see this is the underlying stock. Security type is stock. Now there are different types of security, like there is option security, Like security type is option, future, forex, crypto, stock. So stock is its security type. Then there is something called ISIN code, which is not that important for us. Currency is important, and exchange is also important. Now there are two things. See, here there is exchange and there is primary exchange. Now in US, when you talk about US stock, there are multiple exchanges. So when you say you want to trade a stock or trade a contract, you also need to specify which exchange are you talking about, because that stock is listed on multiple exchanges, right? So in Interactive Broker, what they do, instead of, so we have two options, like either you can specify the exchange, like NYSE, Nasdaq, whatever the exchange is, or you can just say smart. So when you write smart as the exchange in Interactive Broker, so it will look for that instrument or that for that contract in all the exchanges. Whichever exchange is giving you the best price, it will take the trade on that exchange. Okay, so if you're not sure which exchange you want to trade, then you go for smart. But if you know which exchange you want to trade for, like you specifically want to trade on Nasdaq exchange, so you have to specify Nasdaq. Okay, the same is true for India. So in India, if I take any Indian instrument, there will be a stock name, underlying, then there will be a sector type. We have multiple sector type in India also, but exchange will be NSE. Now in Interactive Broker, we don't have BSE, so only exchange is NSE is supported. How to download Bhav copy for US market? I've never done it, Chandrakant, so I don't know. Maybe if I ever get time, I'll look into it, how it's done in the US market. I have never done it. So I'll also show you some Indian stock. Now see, the problem is this paper trading account is for the US market. And as a US citizen, I don't get direct access to US stock, Indian stock real time data. So if I just search for, let's say, Kotak Bank. So the color of Kotak Bank will be slightly different. When you search for any instrument, they will ask you, what do you want? Do you want stock, future, option? I want stock, so I'll click on stock. And you see the color of this Kotak Bank is slightly brownish or grayish. What this represent? This represent that you don't have real-time data for this instrument. Okay, even if you make a paper trading account in Indian market, then also you'll not get any real-time data. Real-time data for NSE you will only get if you open a real account. Why? And also you have to fund your account with 10,000 rupees. Once you do this, only then you will get access to the paper trading account where you can access the real-time data of NSE instruments. That includes both option, future, stock. Okay, you can see the color is different. Whenever you see this type of color, it means you don't have access to that data. If you look at the other instrument like Amazon, Microsoft, so there I can see a proper color. Either it is red or green, but here it is slightly grayish. Okay, but I can get the contract information. If I just do a right click and click on description, it will tell me about the contract. So you can see the contract underlying name is Kotak Bank. It's a stock and the currency is INR and the exchange is NSE. Okay, so there is only one exchange in India supported by Interactive Broker, which is NSE. I hope it is clear. Now I'm going to show you how to create this contract. Okay, that is what I'm going to show you. So let's say I want to create Amazon contract. Okay, so how do I do it? Now, when it comes to Python coding, we have two options. One is either we can refer to the official documentation or we can use the IB InSync library. Okay, we have two options. Either we can use the actual not raw, the code that is provided by Interactive Broker, or you can use the IB InSync library. Now, in both the situation, we have different types of function. So the function, or you can say the class provided by the Interactive Broker official API, the class name is contract. Okay, so we have to create a contract object if you want to point to any instrument that you want. So first I'm going to show you the contract class. Then I'll show you some other classes which is provided by IB InSync library. Okay, so whenever you want to create a contract, you have to create a contract object. You have to call the contract class. So that's what I'm going to do. So let's make a contract for Microsoft. So I'll just write here contract. Now this, okay, wait, I have to import first. So let's go to the basic. Let's import this. Copy. I'll paste it here. Now, whenever you're running this code in Jupyter Notebook, you have to uncomment this util.star loop. This will allow me to use this library in Jupyter Notebook. Otherwise, this line is not needed. See, when I'm running it in .py, this line is not needed. When I'm running it in Jupyter Notebook, this line is needed. So first step is we are creating a IB object, that is, it will just connect with the interactive broker. When I run this code, what is happening? It is making a connection with the interactive broker trader workstation. Once it has made the connection, now I can call the classes. So you can see how I'm importing the library. I'm importing the library this way from IB insync import star. So when you import this way, you can directly call the class or the function that you want. So here now I can directly call the contract class. So see, this is the contract class, and if you hover on it, you'll come to know what all argument it takes. So see, these are all the argument it takes. It takes the sector type. It takes the con ID. Now, what is con ID? Contract ID is a unique ID for each contract. Any contract you take, it will have a unique ID, and we can even use that ID to refer to that contract. Then there is a symbol name. Then there is a last traded date or contract month. This is important for options and futures. So now I'm going to make a simple stock. So what all argument I have to send? First step is symbol. So I'll write symbol is equal to, I want to create Microsoft contract. So I'll write MSFT. Then I need to specify currency. Currency is also very important. So I'll write currency is equal to USD. Okay. Then exchange. I'll write exchange. Exchange is equal to. Now we have two options. Either I can specifically write an exchange name, or I can just write smart. So for all the US stocks, you can just write smart. No need to think much about it. Just write smart and it will automatically figure out the exchange for us. Okay, three argument you have to send. First symbol, currency, exchange, and you also have to specify the contract type, or you can say sector type. So sector type is equal to, it is stock. So I'll write STK. How do I know it's a stock? Because see, when I click on, when I do a right click and I click on description, it shows me that the contract type or security type is stock. So whenever the security type is stock, you have to write here security type equal to STK. Now I'll just save it in a variable. Let's name it MSFT. MSFT is equal to this. Now once you create a contract, you also have to check if the contract is valid or not. How do you check this? If I just print MSFT, it will just show me the object as it is. See, if I just run this code, it will show me this contract, but I don't know if this contract is valid or not. Because even if I write here MSFTI, okay, and if I run the code, it will still create a contract. Now, how will I know if this contract is correct or wrong? Right? So whenever you create a contract, the next thing you will do is to check if the contract is correct or not. Okay, so I'll run this code. Now I'll add another piece of code which will check if the contract is correct or not. So in IB, this IB object that we have created, there is a function called contract request contract detail, or there is qualify contract also. So there is a function called qualify contract. What this function will do, this will tell you if the given contract is correct or not. So you can see contract to qualify, fully qualify the given contract in place. This will fill in the missing field in the contract, especially the con ID. Now you see here, when I'm creating this contract object, I don't know the con ID. Con ID means contract ID, which is unique for each instrument. Since you don't know what is the con ID, so this function will automatically figure out the contract ID because I only know the name, currency, and the exchange. Each instrument has a unique contract ID that will be given by this function itself. So I'll just send this MSFT inside. Okay, now I'll run the code. So what this will give me, this will give me a list. It will give me a list of all the contract which is similar to the contract that you have created. And right now it will be a single contract. Okay, see, if I run the code, it is giving me a list and it is saying unknown contract. So I have made some mistake here. Even I don't know what mistake I have done, but I have made some mistake. I think here it will be sector type, not sector ID type. This will be sector type. That is the mistake I have done. So let's run this code again, and I'll run this also again. And you can see it is giving me a list. And in this list, there is a single element. And this element represents the Microsoft contract, or you can say the Microsoft instrument. And you can see in this new contract that I'm getting, I also have the con ID. So by using this con ID also, I can create a contract. But how will I know what is the con ID of any instrument? This is something done by the interactive broker itself. So it just gives a unique ID to each contract to represent that contract. Okay. So how do I get this element? Since it's a list, you can just write square bracket 0 and we will save it in again Microsoft variable. MSFT equal to this, or what I'll do, let's save it in A is equal to this, and in the next line I'll just print A, and I'll write MSFT2 is equal to A square bracket 0. See, if the contract that you're creating, there is only one unique contract in this entire world, then this function will give you a list with a single element. Otherwise, this will give you list of multiple contracts. If it finds other contracts similar to this, similar to the contract that you are creating, it will find the other contract. Like I'll give you an example. Like when I want option chain, so if I just specify Bank Nifty, okay, so it will give me list of all the contracts available in Bank Nifty. So it will also include the futures and the options which are related to SPY or Bank Nifty, whatever. Okay, so now I'll just write MSFT2 now. So this is how you create a simple contract. Okay, so we started with this and now we are here. This is the contract. How do you know the contract is correct? If you see the con ID in your contract, it means it is correct. Let's try something else. Now, if I write here Tesla. Okay, now just by creating a contract object is not enough. It has created a contract object, but how will I know if this is correct or wrong? So I'll call the qualify contract function. Qualify contract function will figure out if it is wrong or right. So if I run the code, it will first give me a list. In that list, there will be a single element, and I'm saving that element in this variable. Let's save it in B maybe. Okay, now this code will not work if the contract is wrong. If I write here Tesla 1, now there is no contract or there is no instrument with the name, with the symbol Tesla 1. So if I run this, this will work. But if I run this, this will not work. You can see it is saying unknown contract. Like this qualify contract function is not able to find that contract. So two steps are involved whenever you want to represent a instrument, or you can say create a contract. First create a contract object and then use the qualify contract function. Okay, so if I correct this, this will work fine. This will also work. Now you can also take a contract from some other country like India. So for India, I'll write Kotak Bank. US, the currency will be INR and exchange will be NSE. So this will create a contract representing Kotak Bank instrument in the NSE exchange. So if I run this, this will show me the contract for NSE. Now this is the con ID for Kotak Bank. But if I make a mistake, if I write banks, it will not find any contract and it will throw an error. See, if I run this, this will work, but this will not work. Okay, so this is how we can use the contract class. Now let's say you want to create a Bank Nifty index or SPY index. Okay, let's take SPY first. So I'll write SPY. Currency will remain the same. So currency will be USD. Exchange will be smart. Now security type will be something else. It is not a stock. SPY is an index. So I have to write IND. Okay, so this is how you create an index. So if I run this, it will create a SPY contract. Now to check if it's correct or wrong, I have to run this. So I have made some mistake. I don't know what is the mistake, but I have made some mistake. It is saying security type is, maybe some mistake is there. Maybe SPY is a stock. Sorry, SPY is a stock, right? STK. Run this. Oh yeah, SPY is actually a stock. It's not an index. My bad. So yeah, this is how the contract looks like. Okay. Now let's say I want to create a Bank Nifty contract, which is an index. It's not a stock, it's an index. So what I'll do, I'll write here Bank Nifty. Currency will be INR. Exchange will be NSE. Now I know that this is a index, so I have to write here IND. Stock will not work. So if I run this, it will create a contract. And now I'm going to qualify the contract. And you can see this is the Bank Nifty index contract. Local symbol is Bank Nifty. So these are all the, so how to know if this is correct or wrong? If you see the con ID, it means it is correct. Otherwise, it is not correct. Now, the best part is if you have the con ID, if you have the con ID saved somewhere, you don't have to specify all this thing. Okay. So see, I'll just add another piece of code and I'll write contract and I'll just write con ID is equal to this. If you have this number, you can easily create the contract. So if I run the code, this will not show me anything, but I can use the ib.qualify function, ib.qualify function, qualify contract. And this will give me the list of contract, which is nothing but this is the Bank Nifty contract. Now it's a list, so I have to make sure I have to write square bracket 0, which will give me the element from that list. So two ways to create a contract. Either you get me these 4 information, or you just get me the con ID. If you can somehow get the con ID information, you can easily create a contract. Okay. Now this contract class is given by Interactive Broker official Python API. Okay. This contract class is given by Interactive Broker official Python API. Now this IB InSync is also providing some classes, or you can say function, which makes our life easier. Okay. So I'll just write here markdown official Python API. Now the code that I'll show you will be the function provided by IB InSync. IB async function. Now, if you go to the documentation, just scroll down to the GitHub page, you will find the documentation page. This is the documentation. I'll open it in a new tab. So this is the official documentation. Now here they have a section called notebooks. So you have to click on notebook, and now they have given us some sample notebook. So first is basic. There is this contract detail notebook. So just open this notebook, and in this notebook, they will give you example of how to create a contract by using IB InSync. So they have provided different methods and classes to create a contract. So first we have to import. Once you have imported, this is how you create a normal stock contract. So you don't have to specify. See, the good thing about the function or the class provided by IB async is I don't have to specify everything. I can just write stock AMD and the library will automatically figure out the contract. Okay, so I'll show you an example. First, I'm going to show you how to create a stock contract. Okay, so I'll just write stock contract. Okay, first I'll show you by using IB InSync function, and then I'll show you how to create the same by using the contract class. So I'll write, let's create Google. Google is equal to, I'll write stock. I'll call a stock class function. This is function or a class? Let me check. This is a class, I think. Yeah, this is not a function. It's actually a class. So we are making a stock class object. And here, even if I just specify Google, this is enough. Okay. I have to qualify also. So I'll write ib dot qualify contract. I'll write Google square bracket 0. So let's run the code. Now this is taking time, maybe because, oh, I have to write all caps. That's the problem, maybe. GOG. Is it the spelling mistake? This is GOG, right? Okay, I think I have to specify the exchange and all also. So I'll write here symbol equal to this. Then I'll write comma exchange is equal to smart. And I'll write currency is equal to INR. Okay, so let's run the code. This should definitely work. This is also not working. Let me try for Tesla. Wait a minute. Am I making some mistake? Oh, I have written INR. This will be USD. Yeah, now you can see I'm getting a proper contract list. If I write square bracket 0, it will give me the contract object of the stock. Okay, so this is how you create. You can see the exchange is smart. Primary exchange is NASDAQ. This is how you create a contract by using the stock class. Now, stock class is provided by IB Async, not official. Officially, Interactive Broker is only providing one class, which is contract class. Other than that, it is not providing any class. Now, notice that when I'm creating a stock contract, I don't have to specify this sector type, because sector type is already coded inside the stock class. In stock class, by default, the sector type is stock. So I don't have to specify the contract type, sector type here. Okay. Now, if I want to create the same by using contract class, then what I'll do? I'll just copy this thing. copy. I'll write paste here, or I'll just copy this, paste here, cut this, and paste it here. So I've written everything in a single line actually. See, I'm just calling ib.qualify contract. I'm sending the contract class inside. I'm specifying the symbol. Okay, let's write here maybe AMD. This will be USD. This will be uh, smart. And this will be what? This will be stock. So if I run this code, this will also give me the same contract, similar type of contract. So whenever you want to create a stock contract, you have two options. Either you use the stock class or you use the contract class. Okay. The same is true for all the contracts. So by using contract class, you can literally create any contract object. But to make our life easier, uh, these type of classes are provided by IB InSync library. Okay. Now let's see how to create a 4x class, 4x object. Okay. So I'll write here 4x. So when you talk about 4x, so we have to talk about the currency pair, right? So I'll just write here uh, euro underscore USD. This is a variable name. So I'll call a 4x class now. So 4x is also a class provided by IB InSync. So when you're creating a 4x class, first you have to specify the 4x symbol. So symbol will be what? Symbol will be, let's say, euro USD. So I'll write EUR USD. So you can write here symbol equal to this. Now this is enough. When you're creating a 4x object, you don't even have to specify anything, right? Because 4x market is decentralized, so there is no exchange. So but there is some exchange that they will give us the name, so we'll figure it out. So I'll write ib.qualify contract. I'll send this euro USD and I'll write square bracket 0. Let's run the code. It is saying unknown contract. Why? I don't know. UR USD 4x. Everything looks good. Let me just remove this symbol. Let's run the code. Huh. Okay. So Euro USD is not a symbol name actually. I think it's a contract name or something. Local symbol is euro.usd. Con ID is this and exchange is Ideal Pro. So you have to write pair equal to. I think I can even write symbol. I think I have to write pair equal to this. Let me try. Pair equal to this. And if I run the code, it will work. So for 4x, you have to write pair equal to, not symbol. Okay. Now, how will you create the same by using contract class? So you can directly write ib.qualify contract. I can actually use the con ID itself. I'll write contract con ID equal to, I'll just specify this con ID. As I told you, when you're creating a contract class, even if you just have the con ID, even that is enough. We can see it is giving me the contract type. Now you can see the sector type for this contract is cash. Con ID is this. Symbol is euro. So it's not euro USD. The symbol is euro and local symbol is euro USD. So if I want to create the same contract without using the con ID, I have to specify all this thing. Like first I have to specify symbol is equal to, I have to write euro. Then if I want exchange, I have to write Ideal Pro. Exchange is equal to Ideal Pro, right? And I have to write currency is equal to USD. So if I run the code, I'll get the same output. Wait, it's not working. I think I also have to specify sector type. What was the sector type? Cash, right? Sector type is equal to cash. I think this should work. You see, I've got the same contract. Now, do you notice that how difficult it is to create a contract by using the contract class compared to the class provided by IB InSync? That is why they have created those classes to make our life easier. So whenever I want to create a contract for Euro USD, I just have to write this much. I don't even have to write pair equal to. It is it is already understood. Even if I just write Euro USD, it's enough. So we have two options. Either you write this entire thing or you just write this much. This will also solve our problem. Now, why am I talking about contract class then if I already have these amazing classes provided by IB InSync? Because in some situation I've noticed that we have no option but to use these contract classes, and that is when the tricky part starts. So I want you to be used to both the classes. You should know how to create a contract by using the contract class and the classes provided by the IB Async API. So two classes we have discussed. One is this stock class, one is this Forex class. Similarly, they have other classes also. So if you go to the documentation, if you go to this link, the Jupyter notebook provided them by them, and if you scroll down, they'll give you list of all the different examples. Like they don't have an example here. I think they have removed the example. I don't know why they have removed. Let me go to basic. So see, these are all the examples they have given. So we have a stock class. We have a Forex class. We have the CFD class. We have a future class. We have an option class. We have a bond class. So these are all the classes provided by IB Async. What Interactive Broker is giving us? Just a simple contract class. When you're using a contract class, you have to specify multiple argument. The extra argument that you have to send is the sector type, right? But the classes provided by IB Async is much easier. So you can directly call this class and create a contract of any sector you want. Okay, so I've shown you for stock, I've shown you for Forex. Let's create a contract for crypto now. So I'll write here crypto. Now, this is the best thing about this broker, that is they support everything. Everything that exists, they support. Okay, so it's a good thing. And it also increases the complexity. That's why I say to a lot of my students that if you learn interactive broker, then all the other broker becomes quite easy, because you'll not find any broker which deals with so many instruments. They literally support all the instrument, and that also of different countries. This is the only broker which is supporting uh, in multiple countries, the maximum number of countries. So how to create a crypto class? Again, we have a crypto class. So I'll write, let me just directly write, I'll write IB dot qualify contract. I'll write crypto. Now, when you're creating a crypto, let's say we want ETH USD. So I'll write ETH USD. Then I have to specify, okay, let me just only write this much. Let's see if it gives me anything. So if I run the code, this saying unknown contract. Maybe I just have to write ETH, ambiguous contract. I think I have to specify currency and this also. So I'll write comma. Currency is equal to USD. And exchange for crypto is Paxos. Exchange is equal to Paxos. Now you will ask me, how do I know the exchange name is Paxos? Here it is Ideal Pro. You have to go to the terminal. If I click on Euro USD, if I do a right click and if I click on description, in the description itself, it will tell me what is the exchange name. So the exchange name for Euro USD, like the currency, is Ideal Pro. And if I click on crypto, here I have Aave Crypto. This is also a coin. If I do a right click and if I click on description, it will show me the exchange is Paxos. PXOS is the exchange name. Okay. So if I run this code, it should give me a list. Yeah, it is giving me a list. This is how you create a crypto contract. Now you can do the same by using the contract class also. Okay, I can show you. Let's just copy this, comment it. So symbol will be ETH. Exchange will be Paxos. Currency will remain USD. Sector type. What will be the sector type? That I don't know. Let's do a right click, click on description. Sector type is crypto. I don't know what to type here. Can I write crypto? I have just written crypto. This might be wrong. So let's run the code. Yeah, it is working. So sector type is actually crypto. How do I know this is working? Because I'm getting the con ID. Whenever you get a con ID, it means you have created a correct contract. Otherwise, you have made some mistake. You have made some mistake in specifying the argument. Okay. So I've shown you for stock, forex, crypto. Two more things are remaining, that is future and option. So let's create an option contract. I'll just copy this code. Now, when you want to create an option contract, they have a class called option. Okay. Here you have to specify when you're calling the option class. See if I hover on it. Another good thing about Interactive Broker is they have good documentation. Okay, you can see this IB async library documentation is also good. So if I scroll down, these are all the argument you have to specify. First, you have to specify the symbol, then the last traded contract month, then there is a strike, there is a write, there is the exchange, currency, and I don't know what is this multiplier. We have to see. Okay, so these are all the things you have to specify. If you go to the documentation also, they have one, they should have one example. You can see they have given me example of SPY. This is how SPY example looks like. You have to specify the contract name, the expiry, the strike, the write, and the exchange. Now, if you want to see option chain in Interactive Broker, how can you do this? Let's say I want to see option chain of SPY. So where is SPY? Here we have SPY. I'll just do a right click and you can just search here option chain. So there is an option to option chain. If you click on option chain, it will show you option chain for SPY. Now I don't have real time data for US options. So everything will be grayish. If you subscribe for the real time data, then you can see the real time data. Otherwise it will show gray. This is like a delayed data. You can see everything is gray. And this is how the option chain looks like. I think maybe because the market is not open, that's why the prices are not loaded. But yeah, usually you see all the prices like bid, ask, volume, everything you see here. Now, in US, we have expiry every day, right? So this is the expiry Feb 21. This is the expiry March 21. This is the expiry April 17. Okay, so they have like monthly expiry also. I'll do one thing. I'll just refer from here. First, I will write SPY. I'll just remove everything, or I'll just write here symbol. Symbol is equal to SPY. SPY. Currency will remain the same. Exchange will change. This will be smart. Then I have to specify three more thing: expiry, strike, and this write. Okay, so I'll write last traded contract month. I can write tomorrow's date. Tomorrow is Friday, so I'll write 2025. This is 02 20. No, 21. Tomorrow will be 21, right? So 21. So this is the expiry. Then I have to write the write also. Write is equal to, it's a call, and strike also. So I'll write strike is equal to, I'll just take the ATM strike. Right now it is around 610. So I'll write 610. So this is how you create an option contract. So if I run the code, it should give me a list, and this is the option contract. How do I know this is right? By looking at the con ID. If I have the con ID, it means it's a right option contract. Now, how will you do the same by using the contract class? Let me just copy this. Like most of the stuff will remain the same. I'll just copy everything from here. Like see, all this argument remains the same for contract class and the option class. The only difference will be the sector type. So you'll write sector type is equal to, we have to write OPT. OPT for option. So if I run the code, I'll get the same contract. See, both of them are same. How do I know? You can look at the con ID. Both of them are same. If I change the strike, if I change this to 611, so the con ID will change. See, if I run the code, con ID will change. This is the con ID. So this is how you can create an option contract. Now let's create a future contract also. So I'll write a markdown. Okay, I'll do one more thing. I'll give you an Indian example also for option. So let me just copy this line. Copy, paste. First, let's create this for Bank Nifty. So I'll write Bank Nifty. Currency will be INR. Exchange will be NSE. Last traded contract month I have to know. I don't know. For Bank Nifty, what will be the expiry? I think it is Thursday, right? Let me just check on the terminal itself. Well, right here, Bank Nifty. You can see Bank Nifty is an index from NSE. I'll click on it. I'll do a right click and I'll click on option chain. This should show me the option chain with the expiry. I hope so. Yeah, it is showing me. So the nearest expiry is Feb 27. You can see Feb 27 is the nearest expiry. So I have to write Feb 27. So this everything will remain the same. This will be 27. And I can take the strike 49,200. 49,200. So this is how you create an option contract for a US option. Sorry, a Indian option contract. How do I know it's correct? By looking at the con ID. If you get a con ID, it means everything is working fine. Let's do for future also. So for future, again, we have a similar type of function called future, which is provided by IB InSync. I'll just copy this. I'll just paste it here. So instead of option, I'll write here future. So symbol will be there, currency will be there, exchange will be there. Last traded contract month will also be there, but I have to figure out the expiry. Right and strike will not be there because for a future contract, we don't need these two things. Now I need to know the expiry for SPY future. Now that is a difficult task. How can I know? Okay, I'll just write here SPY and I'll press enter. Let me just write here SPY and press enter. So you can see it is showing me smart option. Do we have future for SPY? That is a question. I don't know if I have futures or not. What about SPX? All right. SPX. Do I have future contract? I don't have any future contract. Okay, I'll just show you for Bank Nifty. Or you can just Google it. I'll write here. US liquid future contract. Like I just need to know the expiry. Stock. Or just let me just write SPY. Okay, I have to go for E-mini. If I go for E-mini, I can get the future contract. But where can I find the list of expiry? Don't know what will be the expiry. So this is March contract. E-mini. Okay, let me see what example I have in my here. Let's go to option future. Okay, so I do have an example of ES. I think ES is E-mini. I'm not sure. I think this is what this ES represents, and this is how you create a contract. Like everything remains the same. Now exchange will be CME. Okay. I just need to figure out the expiry actually. Everything, or let's do it on Interactive Broker itself. So I have to write ES. I have to search for ES here. I'll just write here ES and I'll press enter. You can see I'm getting future here. Can you see E-mini, S&P, CME, future? If I click on it, it will show me all the expiry. So there are 3 expiry, current expiry. The first one is March 21, 25. So this is what I needed, March 21, 25. So here I'll write March 21, 25. So this will be 25, 21, March will be 03. This is correct. Now I'll just change this to ES. ES is the name. Now smart, I don't know if this will work or not because I have to write CME, I think. Let's run the code and see. You can see it is not working. So when you are going for a future contract, if the symbol is ES, then you have to write exchange as CME. So exchange after write CME. Now this will work. So I'll tell you, this is what I find difficult. Okay, like when you go to a new market, getting this parameter is a tricky. If you're someone who don't know much about the market. If you know about the market, it's pretty easy, right? Getting the expiry will be a piece of cake for you if you are trading that market. But if you don't know much about it, you don't know the contract name, that these are all the contracts that exist, that is the difficult part. Because everything else is the same, right? The only thing that I'm changing is the argument. I have to figure out what to write in the exchange. I have to figure out what to write in symbol. Because see, the problem in the Forex was that I don't have to write symbol equal to. Like, okay, I was able to do it, but previously it was throwing some error. It was saying that you have to write pair. So these type of problem also you have to face sometime, like when you're dealing with different markets. Okay, I'll also show you one more example for Indian market. So I'll write code. Let me just copy this. I think for Bank Nifty, the expiry should be same, right? Future. So I'll write here future. Symbol will be same, currency will be same, NSE will be same. I just have to check with the expiry, and these two things I don't need. Let's run the code and see if 27th Feb is the expiry, it should work. So yeah, it is working. So the expiry is on 20. This is a future contract. Okay. Now you can also do the same by using, whenever you get the con ID, right? It's very easy. Once you have the con ID, you can easily use the contract class. If you don't have the con ID, then how to do it? So let me copy the contract class. Everything will remain the same. I'll just copy this parameter. Only the sector type will change. Everything remains the same. Like symbol remains the same, currency remains the same, exchange remains the same, last contract date month also remains the same. Sector type won't be OPT, it will be FUT, means future. So this will also give me the same output. You can see this con ID and this con ID is the same. If I change the expiry, if I go for June 20, it will be a different contract. If I click on March, see here also it is showing grayish. It means I don't have real time data for this contract. I do have the data, but this is delayed data. This is not real time data. Okay. So this is how you create a contract for different instrument of different markets. Play with it. And if you have any doubt, reach out to me. In our next session, we are going to discuss about how to get historical data. For whatever contract I have access for real-time historical data, I'll show you how to get the data for that. But before getting the data, you need to figure out the contract part first. Before doing anything, okay, you have to create a contract. Because if you want to do something, you have to tell the broker on what you want to do this, on which contract you want to do this, on which instrument you want to do this, right? So figuring out the contract part is the most difficult part, like the initial part. Then we can move to orders and history. So we have 3 more sessions. In one session, I'll talk about historical data, how to get like 10 years of data, that also I'll discuss. Then I'll talk about orders. What are the different types of orders supported in Interactive Broker? This is the only broker which supports so many orders that I haven't seen any broker supporting so many orders. Then lastly, we'll also look into socket, how to get real-time data. Okay. Once we cover all the 4 topics, then we will move to template and then we will design some strategies. So that's it for today. We'll meet again next week, same time. So welcome to Fessor Pro everyone. So this is the third session on Interactive Broker. Let me just quickly summarize what we have covered in our last session. So these are the 2 files that I've created. I've also created virtual environment. I've installed one package. The package name is IB Async. And in these 2 file. In the first file, I've shown you the basic code. So this is the code which you have to execute when you download Interactive Broker Trader Workstation and you have installed this IB Async library. Everything I've already discussed. Like if you run this code, you will get an output like this. Now, in order to create this account, I've explained all the steps in my previous video. So just go through it. Now, this is the US account. How do you know it's a US account? If you go to account and if you click on account window, you will see USD. If you see USD, it means it's a US account. If you see INR, it means it's a Indian account. Something I've already covered. So if I run this code, I'll get output like this, which is a historical data. Okay, I'm fetching historical data for Euro USD. Today, I'm going to discuss about the same. That is, how do you fetch historical data and what all functions do we have? In the this is something I've discussed in last to last session. In the last session, I've discussed about contract creation, where I've talked about how to create a contract, whether you want to create a stock contract or forex contract, crypto contract, option contract, future contract. So how to create any contract that is available on Interactive Broker is something I've discussed in the previous session. So let me just create a new file. I'm going to create two file. One is, okay, I'll do one more thing. Let me just rename this contract. I'll just click on rename and I'll name it as 1 underscore contract 1. And I'll create two file. One is 2 underscore hist.py and one is 2 underscore hist underscore ipynb. So one is a Jupyter file. Wait, let me rename it. .ipynb. So one is a Jupyter file and one is a historical file. Now, whenever you're doing any development, right? So always create two files. Why I'll tell you, because in one file we will actually run the code, and Jupyter file is more helpful for testing the code. Because see, now whatever API call we will be doing will take some time to receive the data, right? We will send the request, broker will get the request, and broker will give us the response in some second. And this time can be variable. You can get this data in few seconds, you can get this data in few minutes also, depending on what type of data you're fetching. When you run it in .py file, you have to wait for that time again and again. Okay, let's say you're fetching like 1 year of 1 minute data. So this will be taking a lot of time because it's a lot of data. And if you make some mistake after the code, you will have to wait for that minute again and again. I'll show you one example. So let's take the same code that I have written in my first session, which is basic1.py. I'll just copy this. I will paste it here. See, if I run this code, let's see how much time it takes. Now, there is a way in Python to figure out how much time it takes. There are multiple ways. Let's use the time library. So I'll write import time. And this is the code which is fetching the data. Like you can see, this is the code. I'll come to this in few minutes. But I just wanted to show you how much time it takes. So I'll write CT is equal to current time, which is equal to time dot time. This is the current time before we execute the code. And after we execute the code, I'll write CT1 again. Or I can just write time taken is equal to time dot time. So time dot time gives me the current time, and I'll just subtract the CT from the current time. I'll write minus CT. So this will give me, so here we will have the start time, and once we execute the code, we will have some end time, right? So I'm subtracting the current time with the previous time so that I can know how much time it has taken. I'll just write print time taken. Now in this code, I'm trying to fetch 30 days of 1 hour data. Okay, we are fetching 30 days of 1 hour data, and this is quite less data. It's not a lot of data, so it should not take a lot of time to fetch. But still, I'm going to check how much time it is taking. We can, okay, you can see it has taken 3 seconds to fetch this data. And how much data I have fetched? I have only fetched like 700 candles, right? Now, if I change the code a bit, instead of 30, let's change this to 100 days. Okay, now 100 days means how many candles we will get? You can say around 2000, or let's do 200 days. This will give me like a decent number of candles. So let's execute it again. So I'm fetching 200 days of 1 hour data. So this will definitely take more time. You can see it is taking 6 seconds. Okay. If I write 600 days of data, it will take more time. And always remember that this time is not linear. You cannot, okay, it is not giving me the data. It is saying historical data request for duration more than 365 days must be made in years. So there is some problem here. The maximum I can fetch for 1 hour. So like, I'll just tell you what to do. Here we have to write 1 year. Instead of writing, let me check. So duration string. So this is the duration string. So I'll just write, I'll just copy this. So this is how you have to specify years. I'll write here 2 years. So this will give me 2 years of 1 hour data. Let's run the code and see how much time it is taking. Yes, 2 years. So this is a good example to show you that why Jupyter file is helpful. Because imagine you have done some mistake here. Okay, like after fetching the data, you have done some mistake. So each time have to wait for this much amount of time, right? And this is quite a problem. Like when the code is big. So that's why I always create two file. One is Jupyter file and one is normal py file. You can see it has taken 26 seconds. How much data I have fetched? I have fetched 12,000 rows. It means 12,000 candles I have fetched. Okay. Yeah. So this is what I wanted to discuss. Now uh, let me just show you where you can get this code. So if you go to their GitHub page, this is the official IB Async GitHub page. And if you scroll down, you will find the documentation page. So let's go to the documentation page first. So this is the API documentation. I'll open it in a new tab. And here we have to go to notebook session. Okay, I'll just click on notebook. And here you will find different notebook that we can refer to. So right now this is about historical candle data. So I'll just click on this bar data. Now in Interactive Broker, there are different classes that they have created to make our life easier. And you will see that in most of the broker, you will see the similar type of format. Like from my experience, this is just like a guess thing, but I have noticed that a lot of broker have taken reference from Interactive Broker. That's what I think. I might be wrong. They might have taken reference from some other broker, but more or less the structure remains the same. Okay, they have a class for this type of data. They have a class for this type of data. So different data, they have created different classes. In our last session, we have discussed about one class, which is contract class. Now, contract class is something I find it only in Interactive Broker. Why? Because Interactive Broker is a global broker. So for different instrument, I have to specify the exchange and the currency and the ticker name. All the three things I have to specify. Only then I can create a contract. Most of the brokers, other brokers are local brokers, so they don't have to specify exchange and currency because it's by default the same for all the instrument. Okay, but other type of classes that I will be discussing from today's session onward is something which is common. So this is the second class that I am discussing, which is called bar class. Whenever you see bar class, or some people also call it candle class also. So bar means candle. Remember, bar and candle, they are the same thing. And we are talking about candle data, that is open, high, low, close data. So if you open the notebook, they have given us some sample code, and we will take this sample code as a reference, and we'll try to execute the code and try to understand how it works. Okay. So first step is we need to copy this, or I'll just try to do the same thing here. So here I'll just add a markdown. Just copy this, add hash and paste. We'll add a code and I'll copy this. I'll just quickly revise this code again. Let me run it once. So first we are importing IB Async. Now this is not a best way to import, but since we are only dealing with one broker, so it's fine. So we are importing IB Async import star. Import star means we are importing each and every class that is available in IB Async. Then this code is to run event loop in Jupyter file. Now what do I mean by this? This will discuss about when we talk about WebSocket. In WebSocket, what we do, we get real-time data from the server. Okay. And whenever you get real-time data, in that case, we might have to write asynchronous code. Now, what is asynchronous code? Again, something I'll discuss later. But, if I don't write this line, then asynchronous code will not work in Jupyter file. By default, Jupyter Notebook doesn't support asynchronous code. So you have to write this extra piece of code so that we can run even the asynchronous code here. Otherwise, if you look at the normal .py file, I don't have commented this line. This line is only needed for Jupyter file. This line is not needed for .py file. And then we are creating an IB class and we are making a connection. When you make a connection, three things you have to specify. First, you have to specify the IP address. Then you have to specify the socket code, and last is client ID. So this is this parameter remains the same for all the Interactive Broker software, that is Trader Workstation. This is the address. The second is the socket. So this number you have to change if you want to implement it in the live market or the paper trading environment. I'll just show you one more time. So if you go to file, click on global configuration and click on API, click on setting. So here you'll find this number 7497, and this is a paper trading account. In paper trading account, the socket port is 7497. So that's why I've written here 7497. Now in the live account, if the account was live, this number will be 7496. So when we migrate from paper trading environment to live environment, the only thing we have to change is this number. The entire code remains the same. One of the best thing about Interactive Broker, I just have to change a single number and everything else remains the same, right? And this last thing is client ID. So client ID is used to run multiple strategies. Let's say you have two strategies. One is on a future market and one is on stock market. And you don't want your code to read the orders which was placed by the other strategy, right? It might happen like your strategy is trying to fetch the orders placed by the other strategy. So in order to keep the separation, in Interactive Broker, we have this concept of client ID. So both the strategies, I'll give different client ID. So when this client ID strategy is running, it will not fetch the order placed by this client ID. So both of them remain independent. Okay. Something again, I found it in Interactive Broker. The such type of thing is not implemented in a lot of brokers. So this is the very basic code which I have already covered. So let's run this code. Now, if you go to here, the example Jupyter notebook provided by IB Insync, then the next thing they do is create a contract. Now, creating a contract we have already seen, right? So let's get the code from the contract file. So if you go to the contract file here, if I scroll down, I have created a basic code to create a stock contract. So I'll just copy this. Let's copy this, come here and just paste it here. So first step is creating a contract. Anything you want to do, whether you want to place an order, whether you want historical data, whether you want real-time data, for all the things you have to create a contract first, which we have discussed in our last session. So this is how we create a contract. Let's create a Tesla contract. So this is a stock function I'm calling. Symbol is Tesla, exchange is smart, currency is USD, and I'm qualifying the contract. So let's name it T, and I'll send this T, and let's send this in Tesla. I'll just name the variable as Tesla. So this is a Tesla contract. You can see how the Tesla contract looks like. So if I run the code, it should show me the Tesla contract. And this is how the Tesla contract looks like. Now, how do I know the contract is correct? By looking at the con ID. In future, whenever you create any contract, make sure that your contract has con ID. If you don't have a con ID, it means the contract is incorrect. See, even if I make a small mistake, like if I make it small a, this will throw an error. Okay, it is able to catch this, but if I write another a, this might throw an error. You can see it is saying unknown contract. So if you don't write the correct contract name, like when you create a future contract or an option contract, you might write the wrong expiry date or the strike number. So you don't want to create a wrong contract, right? So that's why we use this IB qualify contract. So let me just recorrect this. I'll write Tesla and I'll run the code. So first step is creating the contract. If you go to the basic code that we have, here also we are doing the same thing. First we are making the connection, then we are creating a contract. Now here I've created a future contract, but here I've created a stock contract. Okay. Now after creating a contract, what will you do? Now in Interactive Broker, we have one function which is called request historical data. So if I write IB dot, now what is this IB? If you scroll up, I've created an IB object, right? In this IB object, there are lots of functions created by IB Insync library, inside IB Insync library. So when I write dot, so it will give me list of all the functions. One of the function is historical. If you just write history, so see, there are so many historical functions. So there is request histogram data. I don't know what is this. I've never used it. Then there is same function with the word async in the end. We'll come to this later. But then there is request historical data. There is request historical news. There is request historical schedule. There is request historical tick. Then there is cancel historical data. Then there is request heads up. Like you don't have to go through all of them. Like you can explore it. But from my experience, like I haven't used most of them. I've only used few of them, which I'm going to discuss in the today's session. And that function is this request historical data. So this is the function you will be using whenever you want to fetch historical data. Okay, I'll repeat. Whenever you want to fetch historical candle data, okay, and candle data for any instrument, you will call ib.request historical data function. Now we need to know how do we use this function. So when you write round bracket, it will give you the doc string, and this doc string will help you to figure out how to use this function called request historical data. So you can see request historical bar data. This method is blocking. Now what is blocking? We'll discuss later. If you want to read more about it, they have given us a link. So if I just refer to this link, I'll come to know more about this function called request historical data. Now these are the argument it will take. See, args means argument. These are all the argument it will take. And if I scroll down, yeah, so these are all the arguments. So first argument is we have to specify the contract. Okay, since I want historical data, so I have to specify for which contract I want or which instrument I want. So I have to specify the contract. So I'll just write here Tesla. This is the first argument. Or it's better if I just write contract equal to Tesla. This is the first argument. Then what is the second argument? See, if I hover on it again, first was contract, then the second is end date time. Now, since we are fetching historical data, you have to specify the end date time. And if you read the documentation, right, comma, you will see that this is what end date time should be. Can be a set to empty string. So if you write it empty string, it will fetch the data till the current date. Okay. This end date time, if you write empty string, it will take it to the current time. That's what they have written. Can be set to empty string to indicate the current time. Or it can be set to a given date time dot date or date time dot date time object. Or it can be given in a string format. If no time zone is given, then TWS login time zone is used. Okay. So let me show you the different argument. So first they are saying that you can leave it empty. So I'll just write end date time is equal to empty string. Okay, I'll come to this argument again in few minutes. First, let me just write the other important parameters. Then what? Then what else I have to specify? Then I have to specify duration. Duration as in what should be the timestamp of the bar. Okay, like it look sorry. What should be the duration as in how much data you want? Do you want 30 days data? Do you want 13-week data? Do you want 6-month data? Do you want 10 years data? Let's say I want 30 days of data. So I will write 30D. I have to write the exact same string. So I'll write here duration str is equal to, I'll just copy this 30 day, or I can just type it 30 space capital D. Okay, this is the second argument. Then what is the third argument? It is bar size setting. So bar size setting is what should be the candle size. Do you want 5-second candle? Do you want 10-second candle? Do you want 1-minute candle? Which candle you want? So I want 1-minute candle. So I'll write 1 minute. I'll just copy this and I'll write here bar size setting, comma, bar size setting is equal to this, which is 1 minute. Then what else you have? If I scroll down, it is saying what to show. Now what to show is a tricky part. For now, let's just write midpoint. Okay, this I'll come to in again in few minutes, but for now I'm just writing midpoint. Midpoint means bid and ask. We have bid and ask for each for a price, right? So it will take the midpoint of bid and ask. That's what this midpoint represent. So I'll just write here what to show. What to show is equal to midpoint. Okay. Now if I scroll down, what I have use RTH. Now what is use RTH? You can read about it. If true, then only show the data from within the regular trading hour. If false, then show all the data. So for some stock, now they also store the data for after market hours. So if you write is true, it will only show the data for within the regular trading hours. So I'll write use RTH. I'll write use RTH equal to true. So I'll write comma use RTH is equal to true. Okay. Then the last is format date. So what it is saying? It is saying for an intraday request, it means intraday data. Setting to 2 will cause the return data field to be time zone aware with UTC time zone. So if I write 2, it will give me the data in UTC format instead of the local time zone as used by TWS. So I want it in UTC time zone. So I'll write here as 2. So I'll write comma format date is equal to 2. Okay. And the last is, sorry, there are 2 more. Okay, there are 3 more. There is keep up to date. If true, then a real-time subscription is started. Okay, this is something new which they have added. Last time I checked, this was not there. So I think I can leave it blank. Chart option also I can leave it blank, and timeout also I can leave it blank. We'll look at this later. So these are all the parameters I have specified. I'll just go through it again. First, I have specified the contract. Then I have specified the end date time. Then I have specified the duration, that is 30 days data. Then bar size setting is 1 minute. What to show is midpoint for now. Use RTH is true. It means it will give me data during the trading hours only. And format date equal to 2 means it will give me data in UTC time, not in the local time. So let's run this code, or let me do one thing. Let me fetch 10 days of data. I don't want lot of, or 3 days of data. I don't want lot of data. I just want 3 days. Okay, 3 days is also much. Let's fetch 2 days of data for 1 minute. And I wanted to see how the data looks like. Okay, I'll just store it in data equal to this, and let's just print the data. And let's run the code. Now the data that you will see will be in a raw format. You can see this is the type of data we are getting, and it's a list of bar object. Okay, you can see it's a bar data object. You can see bar data, bar data, bar data. So bar data object is an object created from bar data class. So there is a class in Interactive Broker called bar data, and bar data class represents the candle data. I'll repeat, in Interactive Broker we have different classes. One of the class is contract class, which is solely designed to create a contract of any instrument. Similarly, there is a bar data class which was created to store candle data. Okay, so this is that bar data object, and it's a list of bar data. You can see this is how the raw data looks like. So it's a list of bar data object. Now I can easily convert it into a data frame. How to convert it into a data frame? So in Interactive Broker itself, we have a function, we have a object class function or whatever it is. It is called util. Util dot. So there is a function called df. In this function, if you send this data, it will convert this data into a data frame. If I run this code, this entire raw data will be converted to a data frame. You can see I just converted this raw data into this data frame. So what is this? You can see that starting point is 2025 to 25, and the ending point is 2025 to 26. So this is last 2 days of data. Today is 27, so it is giving me last 2 days of data. And what all column I have? I have the date column. I have the open, high, low, close. I have the volume column. Right now the volume is nothing. Then there is this average and there is bar count. To be honest, I don't know what is this average and bar count. You can read about it. But I'm only concerned about the other 4 column or 5 column. Okay. And look at the time zone. You can see it is plus 00. Whenever you see plus 00, it means it is a UTC time zone. Okay. So this is how we fetch historical data. Now, the way I have called this, you can also call it in an easier way. What is the easier way? Like when you call this request historical data function, you don't have to specify the parameter like this. You can directly write Tesla, then you can write empty string. Okay, then you can write 2D as a string. Then you can write bar size setting also you can remove. You can also remove this what to show. You can also remove this use RTH. Okay, you can also remove this format date. You can also keep it simple in this way. Like just directly specify the argument. This is called positional argument, by the way. So this also will give me the same data, but let's just change this a bit. Instead of 2, I'll write here 10. Okay, so I'm fetching 10 days of data of 1 minute candle for Tesla stock. Okay, so if I run the code again, it will give me some raw data, and then that raw data I'll convert into a data frame. See, I'll just scroll here, and this code will convert that data to a data frame. And just notice how many rows we have here. We have 3899 rows, or you can say 3900 rows. Why? Because I'm fetching 1 minute data for 10 days. So that's why we have so many data here. That is open, high, low, close, everything is there. And this is 1 minute data. You can see this is 1430, 1431, 1432. Now I'll do one small change. I'll just change this last parameter, which is 2. What is this? This is format date. So as I told you that if I write format date equal to 2, it will give me the data, but in UTC format. Let's change it to some other parameter. Like what will happen if I change this to 0? I don't know what will happen. So let's run the code and see. I'll just run this. It is not giving me anything at all. What about 1? If I run change this to 1, I think it will still give me the data. Yeah, so it is still giving me the data. And let's look at the data again. Now you see the data is in some other format. What is the format? It is -5. What is -5? If you remember, -5 means this is Eastern time zone. For Indian time zone, it is plus 530. For US time zone, it is -5. So that's why it is showing me -5. Now, why it is showing -5? Because this contract that I have taken is a US contract. right? So that's why it is showing me the time zone of where this contract belongs to, which is uh, Eastern time. So this last parameter is responsible to change the time zone. If you write 1, you can take this, you can note it somewhere that if you write 1, it will give you the time zone of that contract itself, wherever it is located. See, if I take a Indian contract, it will give me Indian time zone. If I take a UK contract, it will give me UK time zone. But if I write 2, it will give me the data but in UTC format. Okay, so this is something you should remember. And you can look at the first candle. First candle is 9:30. In US, the market starts at 9:30, and the last candle is 15:59. It ends at 4. So this is how you fetch historical data. Now, still I'm not seeing any volume, right? Why I'm not seeing any volume? This is because I have taken midpoint. Now there are others argument to see. If I scroll on, if I hover on the request historical data function, and if I scroll down, you can see there are other what to show. So each what to show represents something. So usually most of the time I either use trade or I use midpoint. So midpoint is like mid of between bid and ask, and trade is so what is the difference? When you write bid, okay, it will calculate that candle data by looking at the bid of that 1 minute. When you take midpoint, it will look at the midpoint of bid and ask and it will calculate the candle data. When you click on trade, it will look at the trade data and calculate the data. And there is slight difference in the candle data depending on how you're calculating it. Because at the end of the day, you're getting tick data. What is tick data? Tick data is for one timestamp, I have one price. That timestamp can be as low as possible. It can be 1 second, it can be microsecond, can be millisecond. But for a single timestamp, I have a single price. Okay. And this way I'll have for in an entire minute, we have 60 seconds. So 60 seconds will have 60 different prices. Now, when you have the 60 prices, by using that 60 price of each second, I'm going to calculate the candle data. So that price is what? How that price is calculated is something Interactive Broker knows. So that way of calculation is what this represent. If I write midpoint, so that price of 1 second will be taken as a midpoint. If I use bid, it will take the bid as that price of that timestamp. I hope I'm making sense. If no, let me know. I'll just explain it in more detail if it's not clear. And when I write trade, it will look at the trades happened in that 1 minute at that instance, and it will take a price. I don't know how they are calculated. They might take the average because for a single second we have so many trades, right? So the next question will be how will you come up with a price by looking at so many trade at that second, right? So they do some calculation. Like I'm not concerned with that, but this is what it represents. So they have given some other what to show also, like there is adjusted last, there is historical volatility, there is option implied volatility. If you want, you can read more about this. Where you can read, if you scroll down, they have given this link. If you click on this link, let me just open this link. So they have specified everything in detail. Like this, what does this represent? What does this represent? See, first is ticker ID, then there is contract, there is end date time, the request end time, okay, something, the amount of time, then bar sizes, the data granularity, what to show. So you can read this if you click on historical data type. So they have given a chart. So when you say trade, so historical data time, all different kind of historical data returned in the form of candlestick, and as such the value returns represent the state of the market during the period converted covered by the candlestick. So these are the different things you can read about it. I'm not going in that detail because it's not that important. Like there is bid, starting bid, highest bid, trade. How is trade calculated? It will take the first trade, highest trade price, lowest trade price. Like this page will give you the answer of whatever I've explained. Okay. Now let's run the code again and see the difference. Instead of midpoint, I'm going to write here trades. Now when I take the trade, you will see I'll also see the volume. So let's run this code. I'll get some historical data. And from this historical data, I'll convert this into data frame. And you can see now the columns have changed. Now here I even have volume, I have average, I have bar count also. I think bar count, I'm not sure, but I think bar count represent how much data sample it has taken to calculate this. I'm not sure. You can research about it. Average, maybe like it has averaged all the four columns. Still I don't know because these two column I have never used, and I've never encountered a situation where I want to use this, so I don't know. but you can research about it. Volume, here we see the volume, but in midpoint, there was no volume. Okay, so remember that when you write trade, you will get the volume. When you write midpoint, you will not get the volume. See, if I write here midpoint, and if I run it again, everything will be like -1, -1, -1. And the historical data will be slightly different. Slightly different. You can see all three of them are -1. So in future, when you're fetching historical data for some contract and you don't see any volume, there are two possibilities. One is you have to change this parameter, or other is that instrument don't have volume at all, like index. When you fetch historical data for index, you'll not see volume because index don't have, index cannot be traded. So you'll not find any volume for that contract. Okay. So this is what this parameter is. Most of the time, if you ask me from my experience, I have only used two what to show. Either I go for trade or I go for midpoint. Like the other I hardly use. But if you want, you can use it. You can research about it. If you want to read more about it, they have given the link. If you just go through the entire page, you'll get a lot of information like what are all the different things. See, this link also they have only provided. Like when I hover on this, they have provided me the link. I just click on the link and it will take me to that page. Okay, then we have this candle size, 1 minute. I can change this. Let's say I want 10 minute. You can see right now it is 1 minute, 9:30, 9:31. If I change this to 5 minute, it will give me 5 minute data. Let's run this code. Okay, I think I've made some mistake. Okay, now when you write 1 minute, then this works. But when I write 5 minute, it will not work. Let me just keep this to 2 days. When I write 1 minute is working, but when I write 5 minute, it is not working. See, if I run the code, it is not working. This problem even I faced. So I again go through the documentation. So if you scroll down, you will see that when you want for 1 minute, you have to write this. See, you have to write 1 minute. But when you want 2 minute or anything more than 1 minute, you have to write an extra S. Right? So you can see there is 2 minutes, MINS. So this is what I was missing. So I have to write here S. If I run the same code, it will give me 5 minute data. Now this 5 minute candle is again calculated from 1 minute candle only. This is called resampling. So behind the scene, like what Interactive Broker would be doing, they will be having 1 minute candle. And when you try to fetch 5 minute, they'll resample it, convert into 5 minute, and they give me the same 5 minute candle data. Okay, so if I just run this code, you can see this is 5 minute, 9:30, 9:35, 9:40. So this is how we fetch the 5 minute data. Now it is not showing me any volume because I have written here midpoint. If I change this to trades, this should give me data with volume. You can see 5 minute data with volume and average count and bar count also. This is 5 minute data. Let's say you want 15 minute data. So what you will do, you'll just change this to 15 minute. If I run this, it will give me 15 minute data. You can see this is 15 minute data now. 9:30, 9:45. And look at the number of candles. It is so less. Now, only 51 candles I'm getting. Okay. So this is how you change this parameter. So let me just fetch for like 30 days. 30 days of 15 minute is not much. So this will also be fetched easily. So this is 30 days of data. You can see the first date is 2025 114 and the last date is 2025 226. Now, even though I've written 30, you can see that the difference, if you subtract 226 with 114, it will not be 30. Why? Because this function is giving me data. It is only counting the trading days. That is the only reason. Otherwise, if I write 30 days, the first day should also be 126. It is not taking calendar as a reference. It is taking trading days as a reference. So it is giving you the like last 30 trading days data. Again, something to think about. Okay. Then we have this another parameter which is called end date time. Remember? So if I hover on it, this is end date time. And in end date time, it is saying I can specify 3 type of parameter. Either you send date time data, either you send date data, either you send a string. So right now it is empty string. So it is working. Or what I can do, I can change the end date time like this. Let's say I want 30 days of data, but the last date should be 30th of Jan. So how I'll write? I'll write 2025 dash 01 dash 30. Now, this is the standard time format. Globally, this is the standard time format accepted. Like either I don't have to write any dashes or there will be some dash. Now I have to check if I hover on it. Let's scroll down and see the format supported. So this is the supported format. So I don't have to write dash and all. I have to write YYYY DD without any dash and all. So let's run the code. So again, it is throwing some error. Did I make some mistake? I don't know. Maybe I should try a dash also. Let's run it again. Hmm. I don't know what mistake I've done. Everything looks correct to me. Okay. I think I also have to specify the time also. So let's write 00 colon 00 colon 00. So this is date part and this is time part. Now, for those of you who want to like learn more about this, like what is this date and time I'm talking about, I'll just show you from where you can learn this. If you go to the dashboard, just go to time series analysis. So there is this section, date time analysis. So here I have a video date time analysis. So in this, I've explained this in quite detail. It's like 1 hour 16-minute video. This everything, this stuff of date time and all I've explained. So if you're someone who's confused, just go through this video. Everything will be clear. Let's run it again. Now it is giving me the data. Now what was the problem? If I hover on it again, so it is saying that you have to specify the date, the end date time, but you have to specify in this format. You also have to specify hour, minute, and second. And previously, when I called the function, I didn't specify the hour, minute, second. That's why it was not working. Now it is working fine. So let's convert this and see. So the last date is 25/1/27, probably because this is 28. That's why 27 is the last date. And the first date is 12/11. It is giving me 30 days, but it is 13 trading days, not the calendar days. Okay. So this is how you use this function. We can try to change the contract also. So let me just make a contract here itself. I'll write stock and let's fetch for MSFT. Okay, so I just changed the contract name MSFT. I think I have to specify smart also. Exchange is smart and this is USD. So if I run this code, this will give me Microsoft data till this date. So if I run this is Microsoft data starting from 9:30. This is 15-minute data. Yeah, this is 15-minute data. And I also have volume and bar count. Okay, you just have to change the contract name and it will work. Now for some contract, if you don't get the historical data, what it means that you don't have access to that historical data. So the account that I have, if I try to fetch Indian stock historical data, it will not work. I can show you. If I change this to maybe Reliance, this to NSE and this to INR. And if I run the code, it will not work. I don't know. I don't think it will work, but let's see. Oh, it worked. Like fortunately it worked. So it's a good thing. So yeah, this is Reliance historical data. Let's see if I can get the latest data or not. So I'll just leave this empty string. Okay, this is empty string. I'm fetching, let's fetch 1 minute data. Okay, 1 minute and not 30 days. Let's fetch for 10 days. Let's run this code and see if I can still get the data or not. I'm still getting the data. That's a good thing. So this is how the historical data looks like for Reliance. Let's try for index also. So I'll write here index. This I'll change this to Nifty 50. This I'll change, both the thing will remain the same. Let's run the code. Will I get the data? Yes, I'm even getting data for Nifty 50. This is the last closing price, that is today's closing price of Nifty 50, which is 22510. And you can see there is no volume for obvious reasons because it's an index contract. We can try SPX also. So I'll write SPX. This will be smart. This will be USD. Let's run this and run this also. Oh, there is no data because this is stock, not index. Still not working. Let me try SPY. Mostly because I'm not making a right contract. That is the reason it is not working. Yeah, for SPY it is giving me the data. Okay, so this is how you can fetch the historical data. Now as a homework, try to fetch for all the instrument, like whatever instrument I have, like whatever contract we have created in our last session, I want you to try fetching historical data for all. I'll just show you a few more example, like one for option, one for crypto, one for future. I'll just show you one. And then I want you to try it on your own. Now, if you don't have market data access, you'll not get the data. So keep that in mind. Let's do one thing. Let me show you for first for crypto and okay, let's go edit the code here. So this is forex. This is forex contract, and for forex, if I write trades, if I write trade for forex, I don't think I'll get any data. This I want you to research. Why? You can see it is saying no market data for this available. But if I change this to midpoint, it will give me the data. See, the code is exactly the same. I have not changed anything. It is also printing how much time it is taking. The same code I've just explained you, request historical data, one of the most important function which I use a lot. So this is 1 hour, 2 year of data. A lot of data we are fetching. It's better if I change this. Let's change this to 30 days. Like 2 year is too much. I can even fetch daily data. I'll show you an example for that also. Maybe like 10 days should be very fast. So let's write 10 days. This is 10 days of data. If I change this to trades, this will not work. I can change it to bid and ask also. If you want, you can change this to maybe like bid or bid ask. Anything you can change. Bid. If I run the code, again, I'll get the output. All I have to do is change the contract. Okay. Let's say I want for GBP USD. So I'll write here GBP USD. This will give me historical data for GBP USD. And this is bid. It is giving me bid. If I want, I can write here midpoint. So I want you guys to be comfortable with this function called request historical data, because in all the strategy, if it's an indicator based strategy, we need candle data, and this is how we fetch it. Okay. Now let's try crypto also. So I'll just change this to crypto. Let's fetch data for ETH. So I'll write here ETH. I'll write, this is, I think it is Paxos. So the exchange is Paxos and this is USD. I think this should give me data. So here I've written midpoint. I don't know midpoint will work or not. I might have to change this to trade. Yeah. So this is Ethereum historical data, 10 days of data. If I change this to trades, I will also see volume also. It is throwing an error. It is saying, okay. So for crypto, it is saying what to show is I have to write this AGG trades. So that's what the error is. So I'll do the same. I'll just change this to AGG trade. I don't know what is AGG trade. The error is telling me to do this. So yeah, now I've got volume, average count, and bar count also. So two parameters you should be wary of. One is this what to show, and yeah, what to show depending on the contract. Because for all the contract, what to show will not work. Like all the what to show will not work. Like I think they have given a table here too. Like for which market, which will work. Yeah, see, they have given a table. Like if you take a trades, for stock it is yes, for commodity it is no. For option it is yes, for forex it is yes. If I look at crypto, crypto also it is yes. For trade it will work. Midpoint, everything is yes. Indices midpoint will not work. Yeah, so for forex, trade will not work. So yeah, this table you can refer if you are planning to use anything else. Now, what are all these things? Just read about it here. Few more information they have given, like trade data is adjusted for splits, but not dividend. Something you should know about. Adjusted last data is adjusted for splits and dividend, but it requires this version of TWS. Schedule I've never used. AGG trade data should only be used with crypto contract. So for crypto contract, I have to write AGG trade. See this AGG trade, everything is no except for crypto. Oh, yes. So this table should help you to figure out this thing. Okay. What else? I've shown you for Forex, I've shown you for crypto. Let's take one option contract also. But we have to take for the US market. I'll show you for the Indian market also. But since this is a USD account and I've opened this account in for US market, paper trading account. So I won't be getting option historical data for option. Like I won't be getting option historical data. And one more thing, if the contract is expired, okay, like option or future, Interactive Broker will not give you data for that. So Interactive Broker doesn't give expired option historical data. That is not available. If the contract is active and it's being trading for like few weeks or few months, that historical data you can fetch. But for expired, you cannot. So let's try a future contract. So in our last session, I've created one future contract if I remember. So let me just copy this thing. Copy and paste. Square bracket 0. I'll just print the contract to see if the contract is correct. So this is E-mini. USD exchange is SME. This is the expiry 0321. I think it should work. Let's see if I see the contract. If I see the contract, I should get the historical data. And I'm only fetching 10 days of data. Okay, see, it is throwing an error. It is saying expected what to show as trade. So I have to write here trades. AGG trade will not work. I have to change this to trade. Let's run the code again. I'll just repeat again. Depending on the contract you're creating, what to show you have to change. I've shown you like few example in Forex that will not work. So you just have to refer to that table. So you can see I'm getting historical data for future. Let's fetch for stock option also. So I'll copy one option contract. This is one option contract that I have. Copy and paste it here. This is 0 to 21. Okay, now I'm not 21 is expired. Maybe if I write 27, 27 should work, I think. Let's see. I think it should work. I also have to write square bracket 0. Let's run this code. Again, I'm fetching only 10 days of data, so it should work. You see, this is option historical data for 10 days. Now I cannot go far in the past. Like I cannot write 1 year because I don't know if this contract was even active for 1 year because it's an option contract. Something you should be aware of. Now I'll show you one example for Indian stock. So this is Bank Nifty. I'll copy this. I'll change this line. This I don't think will work because this is option Indian market. Expiry, this is 227, right? Okay, I think this expiry shouldn't be the problem. Okay, this is interesting. I even got like Bank Nifty historical data from this account. That's a good thing. But real-time data, I don't think I'll get. Okay, we will try for the real-time data in our next session. So there we can discuss. But fortunately, you can see the time. It is plus 530. In the previous, it is minus 5. So when you write this use RTH, not use RTH, the last argument, which was this one. What do we call this? We call this format date. So format date 2 will give you in UTC. Format date 1 will give you in the time zone of that instrument, wherever that instrument is located. I think I've given you all the example. You can see like this contract is almost 0. It started from 1000 rupees. Now it is 0, like 1.5. I think I've explained everything. What else is remaining? Future option, I've explained everything, right? Yeah. So yeah, this is how you fetch candle data by using Interactive Broker. Yeah. One more thing. Take this as a homework. We'll discuss this in our next session. That is, can you fetch 5 years of 1 minute data for a contract? Because 5 years, 1 minute data will take too much time. So we have to write a for loop, right? We have to write a loop which will fetch little data at a time. Like let's say you want 5 years of data. So I cannot fetch like the entire 5 year of data in one API call. It will take a lot of time. So I'll fetch maybe 3 months at a time. First 3 month, next 3 month, next 3 month, next 3 month. And we will keep on going till we fetch all the 5 years of data. So I wanted to write a code which so you it write a function basically which will take how many years of data you want and the candle size like 1 minute 5 minute, and accordingly that function should return me the entire data frame. This function will be helpful for the backtesting, if because in backtesting we first need to figure out the data. Once you have the data ready, and then we can think about backtesting. We cannot make this API call again and again when we are backtesting, right? So it's better that you use the broker, fetch the historical data, 5 year, 10 year of data, save it in a CSV file. CSV file should be good enough, and then use that CSV file to backtest the strategy. So this is what the game plan looks like. This is what I do. So I want you to write a function for this. So this function, I'll share it with you in our next session, but try to do it by yourself. Yeah, so that's it for the bar data. If you have any doubt, you can ask me right now. Anyone? Somela Jula, say Sajal, Gopi, Arend. Okay. So that's it for today.
Yeah,
We'll meet again
Sunil, I
next
have
week, same
a
time.
small
Yeah.
note.
Yeah.
I joined a bit late. Where can I get this piece of code? I will.
Yes. So the recordings and coding, everything, if you go to the dashboard, you will
Hmm?
find a section called Interactive Broker 2025. Here you will find all the recordings and code also you'll find. See here, I have provided a GitHub page, like not
Understood.
here.
Yeah.
Here
Thank
you'll
you,
find
sir.
it. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Bye everyone. Hi everyone. Hope you guys can hear me properly. Let's start with today's session. In our last session, we were discussing about historical data. So these are the two files that I've created. One is hist, IPYNB, one is .py. In IPYNB, I have shown you how to fetch historical data. First, we have to import the library. After importing the library, we have to create a contract. After creating a contract, we have to call request historical data function. Now, whenever you call request historical data function, it gives you bar type of data. Now, there are different types of classes that Interactive Broker has created. Whenever you fetch historical data, whenever we are talking about candle data, we are talking about bar data class. So you can see this is an object of bar data class. Now we can easily convert this bar data into a data frame. We just have to use util.df function. So util is again a class given by IB async itself. If you send your bar data inside this, it will convert it into a data frame, and this is how the data frame looks like. The only important thing to remember is the contract, right? If you make the correct contract, you can fetch the historical data for that contract. And I've shown you example for all the contract that we have seen in our first session. Okay, so here you can see I have different example. Now, when I ended the session, I asked you guys to solve one problem. The problem was to fetch, let's say, 5 years of data or 10 years of data. Okay, how do we do that? So I've created a file here called largehistory.py. Okay, what I have done, I've created a function called fetch historical data. This function will take the contract, it will take the start date, it will take the end date, and it will take the month per batch. Now, what is month per batch? Now, as you know, if I try to fetch, let's say, 5 years of 1 hour data, now this is a lot of data to request for in a single API call. So it will take a lot of time. So it's better that instead of calling for 5 year, we call 2 month at a time. Okay. So what I'll do, if I want 10 years of data, I'll fetch the data 2 month at a time. So first 2 month, then next 2 month, then next 2 month, then I'll add all of them. Okay. This is how you can fetch like 5 year, 10 years of data. This is true for any interval of data. You can fetch 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, whatever you want. Okay. So that is the reason why I have the third argument called month per batch. So right now I've kept it 2. It means it will fetch 2 months of data. Then I've created a list called historical data. Then we have the current date. So whatever the end date is will be the current end date time. Then I've written a while loop that is run this loop as long as my start date is less than the end date. Okay, as long as my start date is less than the end date, we'll keep running the loop. And at the end of the loop, I'll subtract the end date with 30 days, or you can say 2 month, whatever the batch month per batch is. So if month per batch is 2, we are going to subtract 60 days from the current end date. Okay, so this is how we are going to fetch historical data. I'll repeat again. I've written a while loop that as long as my start date is less than the end date, we are going to keep running the loop. What will be my start date? I'll show you. Here I have called a function. So first I create a contract, then I create a start date. What is the start date? Whatever the current time is, minus I'm subtracting 3 years from it. You can see time delta is equal to days into 3 into 365. It means this is 3 years, because I'm going to fetch for 3 years of data. So I'm subtracting 3 years from the current date, and end date is the today's date. Okay, then I call this fetch historical data. I'm sending the start date and end date as an argument. And the third argument I'm not sending because the default argument is 2 months. So it will fetch 2 months at a time. Now, you know that the start date is 3 year prior and the end date is today's date. So we have a while loop that as long as my start date is less than the end date, we will keep running the loop. And my end date, I'm going to subtract it by 2 months. So let's say this is 2021, this is 2025. So right now end is 2025. I subtract 2 months from it. So I get like this October or November 2025. Then subtract 2 more months, then subtract 2 more months. We'll keep subtracting 2 months till we reach the start date, right? So this is how I'm going to fetch the data. What else I'm doing? I'm converting it into a data frame. I'm not using it. I'm just adding into this historical data function list. Now, whatever data I return, this will be the bar data. This will be list of bar data. I'm converting this bar data into a data frame and I'm printing it. Now, if you want, you can also save the data to a CSV file. Now, why do we need this data? Why should we save this? Because if you want to backtest the strategy, we need the data, and this is one of the best source from where you can get consistent data. Okay, so that's why you save the data. Let's run the code and see. So first, the contract is Tesla. Okay, and I'm going to fetch 3 years of data. And right now, what is the time frame? Bar size is 1 hour. So I'm going to fetch 1 hour data for 3 years. Okay, and what to show is trade. So you can either keep it trade or you can keep it midpoint, whatever you want, we can get. So let's run the code and see. Once I run the code, it will start fetching the data 2 months at a time. You can see first it is fetching from 2025 113 to 2025 312. Then it is fetching for 1112, 2024 1112 to 2024 2025 110. So 2 months we are fetching. Okay, in each data we have like 307 rows. And eventually you will see that we will reach to 2021 and we'll have like an entire 1 year of 3 years of data. So just to make it faster, what I'll do, so this is an example of hourly data. I'll change this to 1 year. I also wanted to show you like how does it look like when you fetch 1 minute of data. So instead of 3 into 365, I'll write here 200. Or okay, let's fetch 200 data, and I want to fetch 1 minute data. Okay, so here I'll write instead of 1 hour, we have to write 1 minute. So here I'll write 1 minute. You can see I've fetched the data. Starting date is 2025 113, ending date is 2022 328. So total 3 years of data I've fetched, and this is 1 hour data. Okay, now I'm going to fetch 1 minute of data, but this will be for 1 year. Okay, I've changed the days equal to 200, not 1 year, for 200 days I'm going to fetch the data for. Let's see how much time it takes. It will take some time. Let's see how much it takes. 200 days means how many loops? We are fetching 2 months at a time. So total 10 loops will be there. Let me just close and run it again. It will take some time because in 2 months, we are fetching 2 months, 1 minute data. That's a lot of data. So this will take time. Let it run. So yeah, this is what we have discussed in our last session. So what I'll do, I'll just add this code into the same history.py file, and I'm going to delete this file. Okay, I'll do this later. I'll also delete this data.csv. This is how the data looks like. You can see I have a date column, I have open, high, low, close, volume, average count, bar count. Now this average and bar count is not that important. You can just focus on open, high, low, close. So what are we discussing today? In our today's session, we are going to discuss about orders. I'm going to place different types of order and show you how the order looks like. The sad part is the market is not open, so I cannot show you the order being filled. But let's see if I find any instrument which is active right now. I'll show you how it looks like when the order gets filled. Right now, Indian market is closed. US market will open in 2 hours. So if you want, you can test the code when the US. Okay, there is some error. It is saying cancel. Okay, for some reason the historical data was cancelled. I'll do one thing. I'll fetch 1 month at a time. Maybe 2 months is too much for 1 minute data. So I have kept month per batch is equal to 1. So we'll fetch one month at a time. Okay. So let's run the code again. And let's do one thing. Let's not fetch for 200 days. Let's fetch for 100 days. 100 days of 1 minute data. This will be much faster. Okay, let it run. So let's create a new file. I'll make a file 3 underscore orders dot ipynb. Now, what all orders we will be discussing? There are 6 to 7 types of order I want to discuss. We'll start with market order, then we'll talk about limit order, then we'll talk about stop order, then we'll talk about stop limit order. Then we'll talk about a trailing order. So in Interactive Broker, they support trailing order. Then there is a order called bracket order, and there is a order called cover order. So these are the 7 types of order I want to talk about, because this is what I see in most of the broker. Other than these 7 type of order, I hardly use any other orders. But in Interactive Broker, there is a huge pool of orders. If you read the documentation, you'll see so many different types of order that you have never seen. Also, you can see I've got the data. This is the first month of data. Total 8,000 rows are there in a single month. So 8,000 into, like, we are fetching for 1 month, right? And I want to fetch for 100 days. So total 3 loops will be there. So total 3 into 8,000. That will be around 25,000 rows of data I'm going to fetch. You can fetch a lot of data too. Like you can fetch like 1 lakh rows also, like 1 lakh candle data. Even that is possible. I've tried it. You can try it by yourself. And in case if you see any error while fetching huge amount of data, you can try to figure out by yourself what is going wrong. I've not tested this code for like 10 years of data, but because it's taking too much time, but definitely like you can explore and let me know if it's working or not. Okay, so you can see we have got the first month and we have also got the second month. Now see, the first month start from 211. It goes till 312. 312 is yesterday. This is 1 month before that. And if you go to the next loop, the last is 210. So here last is 210, here the first is 211, right? And the first element is 113. So we are almost there. One more loop and we will see the entire data. Okay, so let's start with the order part. Okay, let's start with the first order, that is market order. Let me just explain you what market order is for those of you who are not.
Sunil,
Yeah.
one question there.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you are fetching the bar data, right?
Yes.
Can you also get the tick data for this one, or we don't have that level of detail?
Yeah, so we do have tick level of data also, but I have not fetched it. There is a function which you can use to fetch, and that gives a lot of data. Okay.
Okay.
Like they also have a limit. I don't remember, maybe 10,000 or 1,000 per API call. So even for 5 minutes, if you fetch, it will give you tick level data also. That will be a lot of data, and they have a limitation of only, like, I don't remember the limit, maybe 1,000 or 10,000 rows max. Yeah, that is also possible. Maybe I can show you after we cover the order part how to do that. So just like I'll just show
Okay.
you right now. So the way we have request historical data, we have another function called ib dot request. See, request tick by tick data.
Yeah.
Oh no, there is one more function called request historical tick. So this is the function you can use to fetch historical data. You can say request historical tick. The time resolution for the tick is 1 second. The method is blocking. We have start date, end date. We have number of tick. So this is the max limit. So 1,000 is the limit. You see, number of tick to request 1,000 max. The actual result can obtain a bit more to the accommodate to all tick in the latest second. What to show, you have to either write bid, ask, midpoint or trade. Only 3 are supported. And the other parameter remains the same.
Okay. So in
Maybe I
when
can
you're
show you
placing,
one.
trying to place,
Yeah.
sorry. So when you place an order, do you use any kind of strategy, or you just placing a plain order with some
Right now,
minimum
right now I'm
detail?
just going to place order.
Yeah.
Later when we design the strategy, then I'll show you how you can use this orders to uh, use it when you have an entire strategy.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, you can see we have already fetched 3. So this is the first loop, this is the second loop, this is the third loop. We are fetching 100 days, right? So I think this will be the last loop. and we should have enough data for now. Okay, so till then, maybe I can show you one tick example also. Let me make a new file. Let's call it tick history.py. So everything remains the same. I'll just copy the code from my history.py and I'll just paste it here. So this remains the same. Let's create a contract. Now I'm not sure if you can get data for the market that you're not subscribed to. Maybe I'll make a contract. Let's make a contract first. I can try fetching. Okay, let me make contract reservoir. Let's fetch Tesla data. Okay, so this is Tesla contract. Now I'm not sure if I can get the tick level data or not for Tesla, but we can try. So this is the current time. This is the request historical data function. I'm converting into a data frame and I'm printing how much time it takes. And what else? Okay, now we are going to change this function. We'll write request historical tick. And when you hover on it, first we send the contract, then we send the end date time. So end date time, let's fetch 1 day of data. Even that will be a lot. What can I do? Okay, so end date time is like a current time. That's fine. So we also have start date time here. Okay. So I'll do one thing maybe. Okay, let's do 1 day of data. Okay. Number of ticks, I'll not specify anything. What to show? We don't need this bar size setting. See, there is no bar size setting here. If you hover on it, there is no bar size setting. So I can remove this bar size setting. What to show? Do we have trades? I think we can. Okay, I can have trade. We might have to change trade, midpoint, bid ask to see which one gives me the output. Let's add start date time also. So this is start date time. So I'll write comma. Start date time is equal to whatever the current time is, I'll subtract 1 day from it. This is current time minus dt dot time delta day equal to 1. So this is like my start date is 1 day prior. This is my end date. Duration, do I have duration? Let's see, duration. I don't have any duration as such. So maybe I can remove this duration. Remove this. Then what to show is there. Use RTH also, we can have it as true. I think this is enough. This function is still running. How much time it will take? Let it run. I think it should be done in few more minutes. I'll change this client ID to 15 maybe. And let's add a new terminal. I don't want to break this, so I'll just add a new terminal. So both the terminals are running. This is here and this is here. And I'm going to fetch 1 day tick level data for Tesla. And I'm not sure if I can get the data or not, but let's see. Let's save this file and write python 3 space tick history.py. Let's see how much data we get. It is saying an error. It is saying got an unexpected argument use RTH. So we don't need use RTH also. Let's remove this. Let's save this. Let's run it again. I think it will only give me like 1000 tick of data because that's the limitation. And I wanted to look at the time, like the time column. It is saying missing 2 argument, number of tick and use RTH. Oh, okay. Number of tick. Number of tick request 1000 max. Okay, let me write 1000 only. So I'll write number of tick is equal to 1000. Maybe I'll just try running it again. It is asking me use RTH also I have to write, comma, use RTH is equal to true. Let's save this. Let's run it again. Okay, you can see I did get some data. It is not visible properly. So I'll do one thing. I'll save it to a CSV file. So I'll write dot to CSV data underscore tick dot CSV. Save it. You can see I'm getting like 1 to 75 rows. And look at the time column. See, this is 30, this is 30, this is 30. So this is what it is. Let's run it again. Now we will save it into a file. It will be more easier to understand. Let's look at our first file. Okay, this is still running. Let's wait for that. Okay, so I have a file called tick.csv, and this is the type of data that we get. So there is a time column, there is a tick attribute. Now see, in our request historical bar data, we were getting the data as a bar object. Remember the bar object. So bar object is created from a bar class. Now here we are getting a object called tick attribute last. This is from a tick attribute. You can call it tick class. So there is a bar class, there is a tick class. Okay. Now what all we have? We have like the time. First we have the time column, and then we have the object. Inside this object also we might have a lot of data. Then there is a price, there is a size, there is a exchange. Now in US there are multiple exchanges, so you can see we are getting data from other multiple exchanges. There is Island, there is Bats, multiple exchanges we have. And there is one more thing called special. What is this? Okay, I did a click on it again. Did something. Let's delete it. Let's run it again. This is still running. How much data it's going to fetch? Okay, this is done. It took me like 6 seconds to execute this. Tick history. Okay, I'll just. Oh, something weird happened. The entire window got closed. I don't know why. Maybe because of that historical data. Let's open it again. Oh, it's still running. The previous code is still running. Okay, the new code is here. So this is the data that we have. So there is one more column called, I don't know what is this column. It's called special condition. Now, if you want to know what is this, you have to read the documentation. Where to read that also I'll show you. So I'll go to interactive. So this is a documentation page. So there are two pages. One is this. They also have a new page. Like most of the stuff are same. So here go to streaming, no, historical market data. Here you'll see bar data, historical data limitation. You can read about it. What is the limitation and all. Historical bar data is here. There should be historical tick data somewhere. Historical time and series data. Okay, this is the one. Historical halted and unhalted. You can see request historical tick. This is the one. If I scroll down, like somewhere here you will find, I'm not able to see it here, but you know, like all this thing, what are these? You'll find it somewhere in the documentation. I'm not going into much detail because it's out of this course to explore this, but if someone is interested, you can definitely explore. I wanted to focus on the time column. See, the time is same. This is 30, 30, 30, 30, 30. If I scroll down, I'll, after a lot of rows, I'll see 31. We are still on the 30-second. Oh, we are just on, this is like only 1 minute data. This is just a 1 minute data. Not even 1 minute. Only 1 second. I don't know what it is. I'll just copy this object and let's take a look at this tick attribute object also. Oh, there is nothing here. So yeah, this is how you get the tick data. So we have a time and we have a price. So this was the price at this time, and they have also specified the exchange. From this exchange, this is the price. This exchange, this is the price. This is what you can get from Interactive Broker for tick level data. You can explore it more. You have to read the documentation. The other code is still running. I don't know how much time it will take. Okay, so let's move ahead now. Let's talk about the order type. So let's add a code. First, we'll create a connection. Okay, this code remains the same. So I'll run this. Let's select the interpreter. This will connect to our Interactive Broker. Now the first order is market order. Now what is market order? For those of you who don't know, all you have to remember is whenever I say market order, it means we need to get fill fast. Okay, when I talk about market order, fill means what? Fill means when you place an order, first broker is going to confirm if the order is correct or not. Once the broker finds that the order is correct, it will send it to the exchange. Once the exchange finds the appropriate price for your order, it will convert your order to fill. Okay, once the order gets filled, it means you have bought the stock or bought the instrument, and it will go from order book to position, or you can say portfolio. Okay, this is how the life cycle looks like. I'll also show you different status of the order, like how the status changes in few minutes. But yeah, for now, let's focus on the market order. So whenever you want to get the fill fast, you place a market order. You don't care about the price. You want, if I'm placing an order, I want to get the instrument right now in my portfolio. So you're going to place a market order. Okay. Then the second type of order is limit order. So limit order is placed to get the best price, to get best price. Now let's say a stock is the current price of a stock is 100 and you want to buy the stock at 99. So you'll place a limit order at 99. Now your order will not get filled instantly. It will take some time. The moment the market reaches to 99, at that moment you will get the fill. Okay. So here you want the get price. Time is secondary. Okay. Here price is secondary. Okay. Here price is secondary and time is primary. Here price is primary. Like the major two type of order you'll see in all the broker. Okay, so this is what I'll show you now how to place this type of order. So first we have to create a contract. So let's create a contract. First I have made a connection. Now I'll create a contract. So I'll copy this. I'll paste it here. So I want to place order on Tesla. The exchange will be smart. Currency will be USD. Now in Interactive Broker, we have multiple accounts also sometime. In lot of, like, if you want to manage your own fund and you want to hire traders and all, Interactive Broker provides a admin type of account also. So in a single account, you can have multiple accounts. So right now, if I select here, if I click here, it is not showing me multiple accounts. But if you get a admin account, in that case, here you will see multiple accounts. Now, when you have a multiple account, you might have a requirement that you want to place order in a particular account. Let's say you have 3 accounts. Okay, right now I'm not facing that problem because I have a single account. But if you have multiple account, you want the order to be placed in the second account. So you have to specify the account number also. Something which you'll only encounter if you have a admin type of account. So for that situation, you have to also write the account number. So what is the account number here? It is DUH. So I think, okay, I've written the same account number, DUH 316001. So this is the current account number. Okay, so I have the symbol name, I have the exchange, I have the currency, everything is here. So let's run this code. Then now we will create a contract out of this. So two things you have to create. One is a order object and one is a contract object. So this is the contract object that I'm creating. I'm sending the symbol, I'm sending the exchange, I'm sending the currency. And this is the market order object I'm creating. So market order object exists in IB async. So in that I'm calling the market order object. So my action will be buy, my quantity will be 1, and I am also specifying the account number, which is optional. Even if you don't specify the account number, it's fine. If you have a single account, it will place the order in the single account. But if you have multiple account, in that case, you have to specify the account number. Okay. So this is how I create two objects. One is the contract object and one is the order object. Okay. So we have to call the market order class. What is this? Is a class or method? This is okay. This is a class. So I'm creating an object of market order class. What all parameter you have to specify? You have to specify the action, that is you want to buy or sell, and you have to specify the quantity. Once you do this, let's run this code. Then in Interactive Broker, we have a function called ib.placeOrder. Okay. So ib.placeOrder will take two arguments. One is the contract and one is the order. So here I have created MOD1 market order object and CONT1 contract object. So I'm sending contract one and market order object here inside the place order function. This is all you have to do to place an order. You have to create an order object, you have to create a contract object and send both of them in the place order function. So now if I run the code, it is going to place a market order. Right now, if I go to my order book, so here you can see there is an order book. There is no order here. But if I run this code, it will place an order. So let's run this. It is done and nothing happened. Let me click all. Okay, I think.
Order filled.
Oh, it got filled. You can see Tesla, there is an order and the order even got filled. And if I look at my portfolio, I'll have one Tesla quantity. You can see there's like already some other stocks too, but Tesla one more quantity got added. Clear? So this is how you place a market order. So the good thing about market order is the moment you place it, it will get filled instantly. If you want to look at your order, you can see here you have an order. Tesla order buy market quantity 1 fill PX. Fill PX means what? At this price you got a fill. That is 246.40. This is how you place a market order. Now, if you remember when I talked about the contract object, I told you that there is one class provided by Interactive Broker and there are some other classes created by IB Async, like stock class, there is option class, there is future class. So these all classes were created by IB Async and contract class was created by Interactive Broker. The same is true for the order also. So Interactive Broker has only provided one class which is called order class. And by using this order class, IB Async has created multiple classes like market order, limit order, and stop order. Okay, I'll just revise it again. Okay, so what I told you in our last session, when it comes to contract, so there is one IB Async and one is Interactive Broker official. So Interactive Broker officially only provides one class, which is contract class. Okay, IB Async, whereas they provide multiple classes, like there is a stock class, there is option class, there is future class, there is crypto class, and so on. Something we have discussed. Now the same is true for orders also. In orders, Interactive Broker only provide one class, which is order class. And by using the order class, they have created their own subclasses. Like there is a market order, there is a limit order, and there is a stop order, and so on. There are different types of order that they've created. Now, what I have shown you is this market order, which is quite easy to use. But when you use a order class, it is not that easy. So let me show you how I can place a market order, but by using a order class. Okay, I hope the concept is clear. Let's create an order class now. So here I was using a market order class. Now I'm going to use the order class. So I will just copy this and I will paste it here. You can see I'm calling a order class object. I'm specifying the order type. Order type is market. Quantity is 1. Now I want to sell. Okay, let's place a sell order. Then account number is whatever the account number is. And I'm also specifying the client ID. So here we have the client ID. Remember, I've made a client ID as 89. I'll tell you more about the client ID in few minutes, why it's important when it comes to order. And there is one more argument called order ID. Okay, now before I explain you these two, I want to show you how the order looks like. So first I'll run this. So we have created an order object. Now I'll go to this place order function. I'll just change this MOD1 to MOD2. Okay, previously I was using an object created by market order class. Now I'm feeding an object created by order class. Like both of them are same, but the way I'm creating it is different. So now if I run the code, again it will place a market order, but now I have used the order class to place an object. So let's run this.
Order filled.
And it got filled and it was a sell order. You can see it was a sell order. And previously it was 102 if you remember, now it is 101. So there was one buy order, there was one sell order. So buy, I have bought it at 46.20. I have sold it at 246.20. So I have made loss. Okay, now let's talk about this order object a bit more. When you use the market order class, you don't have to specify order ID. Now what is order ID? Whenever you place any order from Python, that order should have one unique ID, and that number can be anything. You can give any random number, but you have to make sure that whatever number you're using, you don't use that number again. Okay, think, in order to understand this, think of yourself as a broker. Okay, if you're writing a Python code to place an order, so you need some way to uniquely identify an order. So you say that, if you're placing an order, because you will be placing a lot of orders, just give a unique ID to your order. And do not use the same order ID to place another order. If you're placing 5 order, give any number to all the, give a unique ID to all this order, and make sure you don't use that same order ID for the other order. It should be unique. This is what you have to understand. So when I'm creating this order object, so I have to specify the order ID. And this order ID, you can give any number. Okay, either you give it manually, or in IB InSync, we have a function called get request ID. So what this function will do, it will always give you a unique number. See, if I run this, whenever I run this, it will give me a unique number. If I run this, now it is giving me 5. If I run this again, it will give me 6, then 7. So the benefit of using this function is get request ID. It will always give me a unique number. Okay, instead of you writing by yourself, because what will happen if you write it by yourself? If you manually give a random number, and let's say you again gave the same number for some other order, then that order will never get filled. That order will be cancelled by the broker. Broker will say, "Alright, I have already seen this order ID. So why are you giving me the new order with the same order ID?" Okay, this is what the problem is, and this is how we solve the problem. That is, we use a function called get request ID, which gives me a unique number each time. So when you're using an order class, you have to specify the order ID. So to specify the order ID, we are using ib.client.getRequestID. Okay, then the other thing remains the same. The order type will be market, quantity is 1, action is sell, account number is also the same. Now the last is client ID. Now client ID is also important. Now where does client ID comes into play? Let's say you have multiple strategies. One strategy is on, let's say, tech stock. One strategy is on, let's say, bank stock. Okay, and any order placed by the tech stock should not be, known to the strategy strategy which is running on the bank stock. So orders placed by this strategy should be, shouldn't be shared with this strategy. Right? It should be closed. Whenever you have this type of requirement, the client ID comes into play. So in the beginning, we have to give a client ID, right? So any type of order placed by this client ID will not be visible to another strategy with a different client ID. Okay, so when I will fetch an order book now, since I have this client ID as 89, with client ID 89, it will only give me order book which is placed by this order. It will not give me orders placed by some other client ID. I'll try to repeat again. what happens when you run multiple strategy, you don't want to share the orders placed by one strategy with the other strategy. And how do you do this? You do this by specifying the client ID. So you have two strategy, give this strategy one client ID, give this strategy one client ID. So any order placed by this client ID will not be known to the other strategy. So when I will fetch order book, so if I look at here, I will see a lot of orders. Now, how will I know which order is placed by which order, which strategy, right? So this difference will be known to the strategy, will be known to the Python file by looking at the client ID. Okay, I hope you have understood this. This is something you have to remember if you are working with Interactive Broker API. Otherwise, you'll end up wasting a lot of your time. Okay, that's why I'm specifying the client ID. So when we will fetch the order book, if my client ID is 89, it will only give me orders placed by this client ID object, not any other client ID object. Like this is also an optional parameter. Even if you don't specify it, it's fine. The important parameter is like action and quantity. If you want to place an order, you need to tell me what you want to do, buy or sell, and you have to tell me the quantity. Only these two things are important. Other things are not that important. Yeah, Gopi, you want to ask something?
Yeah, Sunil, that client ID is that is something unique in Interactive Brokers. Does it have similar concept in Indian brokers, Sunil?
No. Unique for
Okay.
Interactive Broker.
Okay.
I haven't
because
seen
that's why
it
if you
in
are
India.
deploying multiple strategy in Indian broker, I think we will get stuck, right? Which
Yes.
strategy is placing which.
Yeah. So that problem exists in a normal broker.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So each strategy, the client ID will get differ, and we can identify using the client ID.
Yes, that's right. Okay. So this is how you place a market order. Now let's try to place a limit order. So here I will write, let's add a markdown, market order. Now let's place a limit order. So what we need first, we need two things we need. Okay, so let me just copy both the things. So one is I need a order object, one is I need a contract object. So here I'm calling a limit order class, which is provided by whom? This limit order is provided by IB async. So I have to specify the action, which is by quantity. Now when you place a limit order, you also have to specify the limit price. See, when I hover on this class, it tells me that you need to send three arguments. One is action, one is total quantity, one is price. So limit price also have to specify. Now right now, I'm working on which instrument? Let's change the instrument. Let's go to Amazon. Okay. Now I need to know what is the current price of Amazon in order to place the limit order, right? So let's take a look. So if I go to favorite, Amazon right now is 197. Now if I'm placing a buy order on Amazon, my limit price should be less than 197. Okay. So I'll show you what happens when I place a limit order at 196 and what happens when I place a limit order at 200. We'll see what happens. So I'll go with 196 first. Okay, so my limit price is 196 and symbol. Okay, I need to run this also. Let's run this one more time. So my symbol name is Amazon and I'm placing a limit order at 196. So I've created both the object. After creating both the object, again, you have to do the same thing. That is, you have to call the place order function. Okay, so this is CO1, this is LO1. Like you can directly write it here. Just for better explanation, I'm breaking down the code. So if I run this code, you will see a limit order. You can see Amazon limit order 196 is there in the order book. Now this order will not get filled until and unless my Amazon comes to 196. This order will remain here as it is. Now in lot of broker, they have an expiry to the order. Order will not remain forever in the order book. For the type of order that you're placing, the expiry changes. Like if it's a day order, then the order will be cancelled by the end of the day. If it is what do we call that, GTC, good till cancel order, so that will remain for maybe 1 or 2 months depending on the broker. Each broker keeps the order for some duration. I don't know the exact duration for Interactive Broker. You have to look into documentation. Maybe like at least for 1 month they'll keep it. After 1 month they'll automatically cancel the order. So when you're designing the strategy, you have to think about this also. Okay, if you're placing an order, am I planning to cancel it by the end of the day? Or am I planning to carry forward it for the next day? If I'm planning to carry forward it for the next day, then what should I do if the order gets cancelled? So, you have to think about that situation too, if when you're designing the strategy. So this is how you place a normal market order, limit order at a price less than the market price. Now, what will happen if I change this to, let's say, 200? Okay, I'm going to place the same order, but at the price 200. So if I run this, now I'll run this. Now there's
Order
another
filled.
order, and you see the order get filled. So this is where you need to think what happened just now. When I placed a limit order below the market price, the order never got filled. When I placed a limit order above the market price, it got filled instantly. Why is this the case? Because when you're placing a limit order, you want the best price. Okay, so if the market is trading at 100, so you want less than market price, right? So you have to write a price less than the market price. Market price is 198. So if I place at 196, when the market will reach to 196, then I will get a fill. But if you place the order anywhere above the market price, that is 198, 190, anything above 198, so current market price is the best price for you. So it will give you the fill instantly. And look at the fill price. Fill price is 198.30, which is the current market price. Okay, this you need to understand why this happened and what is the logic behind this. Because this will change when we talk about stop order. Like this is the logic for limit order. Like when I'm placing a limit order, you have to place, if it's a buy order, I have to place less than the market price. Okay, now I'll talk about limit order. It's exactly opposite. I'll show you an example for that too. Okay, any doubt in the limit order? I'll show you the sell also. So if I want to sell, now the logic changes. If I sell at less than the market price, so if I sell at 196 again or 195, okay, wait. What will happen if I try to sell at 195? Okay, let's run this.
Order filled.
Again, I got a fill instantly. It was a sell. So when you are selling, you want to sell at the best price, which should be above the market price. If you give a price below the market price, it will get fill instantly. But if I give 200, now this will remain in the order book. 200 will remain in the order book. It will not get filled until and unless the market reaches 200. Okay, so this is how the limit order works. Now I'll show you how to place the same order by using the order object. So I've created an order object. Now, what all changes we have to do? Order ID will remain the same. We have to use ib.client.getRequestID to get a unique order ID. Then order type will be limit. Here the order type was market. Here the order type is limit. I want to place a limit order. Quantity will be 1. Action will be sell. Then you have to specify the limit price also. So let's specify the limit price as again 200. So it is, now see, it's a sell 200. Okay, let's keep it buy. Now I'm buying at 200 for the same stock, that is Amazon. So it will get fill instantly. And I've specified the account number and the client ID. Again, these two parameters are optional. Even if I remove this, nothing will change. These two things comes into play when you have multiple accounts, when you are running multiple strategies. Till then, you don't have to worry about these parameters. Okay, so I'll run this. Now all I have to do is, instead of, so my in place order, I have to first specify the contract. Contract remains the same. I have to change this. So I'll write here LO2. Now what will happen? The order will be placed and the order will get filled instantly.
Order filled.
Order got filled instantly. You can see it is showing a message. It is saying warning, your order was repriced so as not to cross the related resting order. Okay, some error is there. You can research about it. I'll just click on OK. I hope the concept of limit order is clear. Anyone has any order in the limit order part? Okay, so I'll move forward with the stop order. Now stop order is slightly tricky. Okay, so first let me explain you the stop order concept. Why stop order exists in the first place. Now I know why market order exists. I know why limit order exists, but why stop order exists? Now stop order exists. Now there are two types of stop order, by the way. One is one is called stop market order and one is called stop limit order. Let's talk about stop order in general. Then we'll go into stop market order and stop limit order. So the main reason behind stop order existence is risk. What do I mean by this? Let's say you have already bought something. I already have Tesla stock in my portfolio. You can see if I go to portfolio, I have Tesla at 101 quantity, which is long. I'm already long on Tesla. So I don't want to, make a lot of losses. So I want to limit my losses to some extent. Okay. So whenever I want to limit the losses, I'll place an order which will limit my losses. So that is where the stop order comes into play. Let's say I already have a position at $100. Okay. And the maximum loss that I can incur is $5. So if the market reaches to 95, this is long by the way. Okay. This is long. If the market reaches 95, I want to close the order. So I'll place a stop order. I'll place a stop order at 95. Now see, stop order is less than the market price and this is stop buy order. Oh, sorry, this is stop sell order. My bad. This is stop sell order. See, when I say stop order can be stop buy order. It can be stop sell order. Okay. When I'm placing a stop buy order, it should be less than the market price. Or you can say it should be less than the price at which you have taken the position. So if I've taken the position at 100, if I'm placing a stop sell order, it should be less than the market price. That is, let's say 95. Now, if you place a stop sell order at greater than the market price, what will happen? Let's take a look what happens. So I already have a position of Tesla. So I'm going to place an order for Tesla and I'm long. You can see position is positive. It means it is long. What is the current price? Current price, last price. You can see there is a last price and it is, if I talk about Tesla, it is 249. So I will place, or let's take Amazon. Amazon also I'm long. So I'll place a stop order at first, I'll place it at 195 and then I'll place it at 200. It will be a stop sell order and we'll see how the code changes, how the code reacts with the interactive broker. So I'm calling a stop order function. So I want to sell. Okay. Sell how much quantity? One quantity. What should be the price? So as I told you, if you're placing a stop order, if it's a sell order, so this is a sell order, it should be less than the market price. So what is the market price right now? It is 198. So I'll have it as 195. So this is 195. Okay. Then I'm creating a stock object. So let's have it Amazon. We have to create Amazon object, right? So I'll write here Amazon. This will be not NSE. This will be smart. And this will be USD. So first I've created a stop order object. Then I created a contract object. Once I have created both of them, now I have to call the place order function. So I'll write ib.place order. And I have to send first, I have to send the contract. So ST1 and then CT1. Sorry, first I have to send CT1, which is contract. And then I have to send ST1, which is an order. See, CT1 is the contract and ST1 is the order object, right? So right now the price is 198. So let's run the code. So when I run the code, you can see there is a new order here, which is called stop order. It's a sell order and it is at 195. Okay. Now what will happen if I place a stop order at 200? Now this is greater than the market price. Do you think this will get filled instantly? Let's see. So if I run this code, let's run this code also. And you can see there is a stop order, which is at 200. Now this is not getting filled instantly. This is where stop order is different from the limit order. If I do this mistake in limit order, it gets filled instantly. But if I do this mistake in stop order, it never gets filled instantly. Why? Okay. If you think about why, then you'll come to one answer. That is this: stop market order and stop limit order. Okay. So welcome everyone to our Thursday session. So let me just quickly summarize what we have covered in our last 4 sessions. So we have started with interactive broker. If you go to your dashboard, you will find these 4 videos. In the first video, I've explained you the basics of Interactive Broker. In the second video, I've explained you about contract creation, how to create a contract. In the third video, we have discussed about historical data. Remember that when I say historical data, I'm talking about bar data. Bar data means candle data. So there is a class called bar class in Interactive Broker. So whenever it wants to give us any candle data, it gives us in a bar object format, right? And we also discussed about orders. Few of the orders we have discussed. There are few more orders we have to discuss today. So this is what I'm going to do. If we have time, we will start with the socket also. Otherwise, we'll discuss about socket in our next session. So let me just quickly revise the order topic. Okay, so this was the file that we have created. So we have already discussed about a market order. So let me just execute the code. So Interactive Broker is open. I am getting some data from Forex also. So we can try something like, if I show you the socket part, I can show you real-time data for the Forex instrument itself. Okay, so we have made the connection. Now, how to place an order? We know that we have to create 2 type of object. One is a order object and one is a contract object. Now, for order object in Interactive Broker, we have multiple classes. Like there is a market order, there is a limit order, there is a stop order, there is a trailing order. And if you want, you can also use official class provided by Interactive Broker, which is a order object. For those of you who don't remember, let me just show you again. Okay, so when it comes to order, there is one provided by IB InSync and one provided by official Interactive Broker. So Interactive Broker is only providing one class, which is order class. Okay, whereas in IB InSync, they have abstracted all the complex part and they are giving us a very simple classes to create an object from. Like there is a market order, there is a limit order, there is a stop order. So either we can use this or we can use this. Now, whenever you're using the order class, there are few parameters you have to send. Like first is order type. Okay, you have to specify what type of order we are placing, like is it a market order, limit order. And the next important is order ID. Right. And I told you that when it comes to order ID, it should be unique. Like let's say you have placed an order. And now when you're placing the next order should not have the same order ID as the previous orders that you have placed. So this is something you have to take care of when you're using the order class. But when you're using these classes, in that case, we don't have to worry about that because these classes do it for us. Like inside the class, IB InSync is already dealing with these problems on its own. Okay, so I'll just show you. So here I'm creating an order object. To create an order object, I need the symbol, I need the exchange, I need the currency, I need the account number. Now, account number is an optional parameter. Now, when is account number needed? Now, in Interactive Broker, we have something called administrative account. So in administrative account, what happens here? When you click here, you will see multiple sub accounts. So there is one admin account and there are multiple sub accounts. Like if you own a proprietary trading desk, so what you do, you open an administrative account, you deploy the capital in sub account, and each account you give it to some trader. Okay, so this account number is only important when it's a administrative account. Right now, since it's a normal account, so I only have a single account ID. But if it's an administrative account, I'll have multiple account ID here. Okay, so account number becomes important when you are on a different type of Interactive Broker account. Keep that in mind. So right now, even if I don't specify it, it's fine, but I'm still specifying it to make it more generalized. So let's place an order on Amazon. So these are the values that I want. Then I'm creating 2 objects. One is the market order object and one is a contract object. So if I run this code, nothing will happen because we have just created an object. Now, if you want to place an order, you have to call place order function. Okay, so here the 2 objects that I've created is mod1 and cont1. Okay, so I'll just change here. Here we have cont1 and here let's change this to mod1. Okay, so I'm sending both the object into place order function. Now, the moment I run this code, it will place a market order on Amazon. Because here we have written Amazon, so it will place a market order on Amazon. Right now, I don't have any orders. If you look at portfolio, I think I do have some stocks in the portfolio. Like I have Amazon here. Maybe I can try it for NVDA. Let's place a market order on NVDA. So I'll just change this to NVDA. Everything else remains the same. So I'll run this. I will run this. And then finally, I will run this. So now you will see it is going to place a market order on NVDA. You should see an order here. It is done.
Order filled.
The order got filled and you can see there is an NVIDIA order. For some reason, the computer is a bit slow. Maybe it's because of the trading interactive broker trader workstation itself. But yeah, so you see it instantly got a fill, and inside my portfolio, I can see NVIDIA. This is how you place a market order. If you remember, I told you that when we talk about market order, the speed is of the most important, because you don't care about the price. All you care about is you want the fill as soon as possible. Okay, now I will also discuss about the different stages of order. So there is like when you place an order, multiple things happens. So that also I'll discuss in few minutes. But yeah, this is what a market order looks like. Now you can place a market order by using the order object also, by order class provided by official API. Two things you have to remember, that when you're creating the order object, you have to specify the client ID, like order ID, and the order type. These two parameters you will not see in market order object. Why? Because these things are already handled by the IBInsync library. Rest all the things remain the same. Okay, so I've already shown you this. I'll not run it again, or maybe I can run it. So I'll just run. This is already executed. I'll execute this. Now I just need to change this mod 1 to mod 2. That is market order 2. So if I run this code, it will sell
Order filled.
one NVDA stock, and it got filled. So my overall portfolio is 0. Now one more thing, this varies from broker to broker. Like in some broker, when you place an order, so the instrument will go to your portfolio, and when you close the order, some broker will remove it from the portfolio. Okay, and some broker will keep it in the portfolio with position as 0. Okay, so this is something you should check before you do something, because this might be a problem. Okay, we'll discuss about the problem later, but remember that some broker will remove the NVDA completely from your portfolio. Some broker will keep it for the entire day. Now when the next trading day will start, they will remove this all the position with 0 quantity, 0 position. Okay, so I have placed 2 market order. So this was about market order. So if I have to summarize what things you should remember about market order, when I talk about market order, speed is the priority. Okay, price is not. You're not concerned about the price, you're concerned about the time, or you can say time or speed, whatever. Now when I talk about limit order, so here speed doesn't matter, here price matters. Price is of priority, and time can be anything. Time doesn't matter. What do I mean by this? Like when you place an order, let's say you have placed a market limit order at 100 and the current market price is 102. So your order will not get filled. So what you have to do? Either you have to edit your current limit order to the current market price, or you have to wait till the market price reaches the limit price. These are the only possibilities. Okay. So later, when you design some strategy, we understand the requirement. Like, should we wait till the market reaches our current price, or should we move our limit order to the market price? So this is called order chasing. Okay, I'll show you how to do this when we design the template. But these are the two possibilities that we usually come across. One is we place the market order. We hope that the market will come to the price and we'll get a fill. Other is we cannot wait, so we'll move the limit order toward the market price so that we can get the fill as soon as possible. Okay, I'll show you one example. Now, different things happens when you buy or sell a limit order. Something I've already explained this in our last session. Let's take an example of a stock. Let's take NVIDIA itself. Now, what is the current price of NVIDIA? If you see, the current price is 112. If I want to buy this, I want to buy it at a less price. Okay, but if I try to buy it at a higher price, what will happen? The order will get filled instantly. Okay, so I'll show you both the example. Let's keep the instrument same. So I'll just run this. So first I'm creating a limit order object. Okay, let's do this to buy. I want to buy this. Quantity is this. Now let me change the limit price. Now I'll keep the limit price as right now it is 111. I'll keep it 115. So I'll change this to 115. Now what will happen? This order will not get filled instantly. No, this will get instantly filled. Why? Because we are requesting to buy at a higher price. So market is always happy to give you at a higher price, right? So let's run this first. We have created the limit order object, the contract order object. Now I'll call the place order function. So we will see, okay, it is showing an error. It is saying LO2. Okay, I need to change this to LO1. Let's run this again. So you will see
Order filled.
it got filled instantly. Why? Because I placed a limit order at a higher price. So what broker will do? Broker will see, okay, we have the price that you need, and it will directly, either it will convert it into a market order or it will send the limit order as it is to the exchange. Okay. Now what will happen if I place the limit price at a lower price? Like instead of 115, I'll change this to 110. 110. Right now it is 111. Okay, let's place at 105. Okay, so this will not get filled instantly. It will remain in our order book till the market reaches our current price. So let's run this again. You will see that I have a limit order. Okay, so this is how the limit order works. The moment the market reaches 105, only then your order will get filled. So this is there on the exchange. Exchange is waiting till the market price reaches, then it will give you the fill. Okay, the same is true for sell also, right? Something I've already discussed, so I'll not discuss it in more detail. Now the third order is something that we have not completed, so let me focus on that. Now we have noticed, we have understood that if I buy, if I want to buy and if I place a limit order at a higher price, the order gets filled instantly. But what if I do the same in stop order? Stop order behaves differently. Okay. Now in order to understand this, you need to know how stop order works. So let me explain you stop order first, then I'll show you the example. Okay. So there are two types of stop order. One is called stop market order and one is called stop limit order. So I'll talk about stop limit order later. Let's talk about stop market order first. So this is what? This is stop market order. Now in order to understand this, you need to know that when you place an order, there are two parties involved here. One is the broker and one is the exchange. Okay. Now if the broker is sure that your order is correct, only then it will send it to the exchange. Okay. And lot of exchange, they only accept market order and limit order. I'll repeat, lot of exchanges, they don't accept stop order. So they don't know like as an exchange don't know the concept of stop order. Okay. So it's the broker duty to handle the stop order. So keep that in mind that in a lot of situations, like this is not true for all the exchanges, but majority of the exchanges don't support stop order. You have to check with the exchange if they support it. If they support it, then they will accept the stop order also. So what happens in that case? Let's say you have already taken the position at 100. Okay, at $100, you have taken the position and you don't want to lose more than $5. So you have decided to place a stop order at 95. This is what? This is stop order. Stop what? This is stop sell order. So when I write SS means what? This is stop sell order. Now this is what? This is below the market price. If I place a stop order below the market price, what will happen? Broker will accept it, but it will not send it to the exchange. Okay, this is what is going to happen. Broker will accept your order if everything is correct. It will accept it and it will not send it to the exchange, and it will wait till this current price. Let's say the current price is 101, reaches to 95. So what will happen when the current price moves from 101 to 95? Your stop order, this is important, your stop order will be converted to a market order. And when your order is converted to a market order, you can get the fill at any price. You can get the fill at 94, you can get the fill at 95, you can get the fill at 96. At any price you can get the fill. Okay. Now when the market was at 101, the broker didn't send the order to the exchange. Broker kept it. So broker is keeping track of the price. If the price reaches to the stop level, then it will send it to the exchange as a market order. And it will send the exchange as a market order. Exchange will see whatever the best price is, it will give it to you. Okay. So this is what? This is stop sell order. Stop sell order is also called stop loss order. Remember, when I say stop sell, it should be below the bought price. Right? If I have bought this instrument at 100, I will place a stop loss at 95, not at 105. What will happen if I place at 105? Will the broker reject the order? Will it give me the fill instantly? What will happen? The answer is nothing will happen. It will take the order and it will place at 105. 105. And it will wait. If the market moves from 101 to 105, then it will convert your stop order to market order again. This is what will happen. Now, this is different for limit order. I just showed you what happens in limit order. If you try to buy at a higher price, the market will give you the fill instantly. But this is not the case for stop order. Why? Because stop order was never accepted by the exchange. It is still at the broker level. I hope this makes sense. So let me show you one example. So here I have created a stop order object. So I want to, I already have a position for Amazon, right? So let's see, or maybe we can take another stock. Let's take Google. Okay. So what is the current price of Google? Let's take Meta. Meta is 607, right? So I'll just copy the name. Let's copy everything. So I want to place Meta. I'll do one thing. Let's place a market order. Let's get a position first before I place a stop order, because stop order is for risk purpose. Okay, it is not concerned with the time or the price. It is more about the risk. You don't want to lose more than this amount. For that is the reason why we place a stop order. So for that we need to have a position, right? So let's get a position first. I'll place a market order so that we instantly get a position for Meta. See, if I run this code, okay, I need to run this, and I need to run this. This is what happened. It is saying, or I'll do one thing. Let me copy this. I'll just paste it here. Or I'll show you one more thing. This will be better. I'll show you in one line. How do you place an order in one line? So we just write ib.placeOrder. Okay, first we need what? First we need the contract object. So I'll write stock, symbol, exchange currency, and I am placing a market order. So I'll write market order. I want to buy, quantity is 1, and you don't have to specify limit price for market order. So this is the one liner. So this one liner will directly place the order for me. So I'll run this and then I'll run this. So order is
Order
gone
filled.
and I instantly got a fill. So if I click on portfolio, you should see one Meta stock. It's still loading. Like the trader workstation is slightly slow right now. So you can see I've got one position. Okay. Now let's place a stop order. Now at what price I've taken the position? You can see there is average PX. Right. So there are three things here. Okay, two things are important here. One is average PX and one is last. What is average PX? Average PX means average fill price. Now when you place a single quantity, so you have a single fill price. But when you place a huge quantity, so you don't have a single fill price. So they have to average out the fill. Right? One quantity might get a fill at one price, one quantity might get a fill at another price. So this is average and they give you one single price which is average. So that's why they say average fill price. Otherwise they would have called it fill price. Right? So that is the reason why we have average here. And what is the last? Last is the current price. So for Meta, I got a fill at 608, which is not good because right now the market is at 607. I'm already making a loss. Okay. Now I don't want to lose more than $8 on this. So I'll place a stop order at 600. So I'll place a stop order at both. I'll place a stop order at 600 also, and I'll place a stop order at 615 also to show you how does the stop order works. So I have created a stop order object. Let's have this as 600. We will change this to this. Copy this, paste it here. So this is sell, this is stop order 1, and price is 600. Stop price. So this is called stop price. Now when you place a limit order, it's called limit price. And if you hover on it, you can see this is called stop price. Stop price is the level. When the price reaches that level, your stop order will be converted to a market order. Okay. So let's run this. And then let's run this. So if I look at the order book, you can see there is one order called sell, and this is STP. So LMT means limit, MKT means market, STP means stop order, and the stop price is 600. Nothing will happen. Why nothing will happen? Because the market has not reached 600 and 600. Now what will happen if I place a stop order at 615? It will accept, broker will accept. See, I'll show you. So let's have this at 615. So I'll run this and I'll again run this. So I have another stop order here. See, another stop order at 615. So broker is not rejecting this. But when you do the same for limit order, it sends to the exchange. Exchange will give you the fill, and you have got the position into your portfolio. Okay, but you're not supposed to do this, because stop order main purpose is to stop your losses. If you're placing at 615, you're not stopping your losses, you're stopping your profit. Okay, so this is how you place the stop order, and this is how the stop market order works. If I can edit this, can I edit it from here? Let's try to edit it here. I think I can edit here. So let's change this to 600 and see, right now the price is 606. Let me change it to 606 and let me show you what happens. So I'll just write here 606 and I'll click on update. Now this is, I'm doing manual update. Okay. When you will, I think, yeah, this I'm doing manual update. There is a way to modify the order by using code also, which I'll show you in few minutes. There is a function called modify. Which you can use to modify the order the way I've modified it here. It's still not getting filled. Let's change it to 607. I'll change this to 607. Click on update. Nothing is happening. Should I change it to 606.99? 606.99. Update. Has accepted the order. Like usually it works. I don't know why it is not working, but if you update it, so what should happen? I'll just explain you. So if the limit, the stop price and the current price is same, your stop order will be converted to a market order and you'll instantly get a fill. This is what is going to happen. Clear? Okay. Now the same is true for the buy also. I'll just explain you the stop buy also. How does that work? So this was for sell. Now what will happen if you buy? What about stop buy order? So usually you'll see most of the people only deal with stop losses because they are usually long. But when you go short, okay, let's say you have sold, I'll write minus 100. It means I've taken the position at $100. Now, if the market moves down, I'll make profit. If the market moves up, I'll make loss. So my stop order should be above the market price. So I'll place a stop buy order. Now, stop sell order is called stop loss. I don't know if we have any word for stop buy. I'm not aware of it. So I'll place a stop buy at 105. So what will happen? If the market moves from minus like 100 to 105, this order stop buy will be converted to a market buy. Okay, and you'll get the fill at whatever the fill is available. You can still place a stop order at 95, stop buy order, but this doesn't make sense. Broker will accept it, but it doesn't make sense because the main purpose of this order is to limit the losses. Okay. So if I have to place a stop buy order, that also I'll show you. So I just need to change this to stop buy. And let's have it at, let's have all the order 606. Okay, so this is 606. But see, okay, let's see what happens. So I'll just run this and then I'll run this. We'll look at the exchange. So I do have a stop buy order at 606 and nothing is happening. It has moved to 606.99. Let me have another at 607. Change this to 607. I'll place the same buy order, place it again, run it, and then run it again. So you'll see another buy order, stop buy will be visible. Okay, you see what is happening here? Our order book is getting accumulated with multiple orders which are not getting filled. So this is also a problem. Imagine you have taken the position and you wanted to place a stop order. You have placed the stop order, you're not getting a fill, and you kept placing the order again and again. So your entire order book will get filled with a lot of orders. And when the market will reach the price, suddenly you'll open a lot of positions. Again, something you need to be aware of. So if you have a single position, you should have a single stop order. We need to write a code for this. We need to check that whatever the current position is 1. So I'll only have a one stop order, either buy or sell. If this is buy, if here we are long, here it should be a sell, and only one should be there. If I want to change it, I'll change that one single stop order. Okay. Now this was about stop market order. So do I have stop? Let me check if I have any stop limit order. So I do have stop limit order also. See, there is stop order, there is stop limit order. In most of the cases, in most of the broker, like this might vary. Most of the broker, when they say stop order, they mean to say stop market order, and they specifically have stop limit order. Or in some broker, they create different classes. Like one is stop market order, one is stop limit order. Now, how is stop limit order different from stop market order? Let's discuss that. So this is fourth type of order, which is stop market order. I'll just repeat again that when you place a stop order is not sent to the exchange. In some exchanges it might happen, but in most of the exchanges, the broker keeps it to himself. When the market reaches, then it will change the order to either market order or limit order, which is accepted by the exchange. Okay. So what is stop limit? This is stop limit order. So what happens? Everything remains the same. Let's say you have taken the position at 100. You want to limit the losses up to $5. So you have placed a stop order at 95, but this is stop limit order. So when you place a stop limit order, if the market reaches to 95, your stop limit order will be converted to a limit order. Now, when you convert it to a limit order, what happens? So there is still no guarantee that you'll get a fill. Okay, sometimes what happens? The market moves quite violently. It's like suddenly from 93, it just jumped to 98. The price never, like the broker never detected the price 95. This can also happen, right? So when this happens, either your stop order is not converted to a limit order, or the stop order remains as it is. This is called stop skip or something. I don't remember the name. There is a term for this. Okay. Again, this is something we have to handle. What if this if our instrument is going through this type of situation? That is for a separate session. But now what you have to understand here is stop limit order. So when you convert your stop limit order to a limit order, what will happen? You will not get the fill instantly. The market should remain at the limit price for some seconds. Okay, then it will send this limit order to the exchange. Once the exchange receives it, if the market comes to your limit price, you'll get a fill. Like the only difference between stop market and stop limit order is that stop market order will give you the instant fill if the stop level is breached. Stop limit order will give you the fill, but if the market remains at that price for a few seconds or few microseconds, whatever. Basically, in stop market, stop order is converted to a market order. In stop order is converted to a limit order. And you should know what are the good thing and the bad thing about the market order and limit order to understand the stop market and stop limit order. I hope it makes sense. You can read about it. It's like very common, like most of the traders know about this. So you can just research about it. Okay, let me place a stop limit order also. Now, there will be one difference between this stop order and stop limit order. Let me show you. So let me just add a markdown. This is stop limit order. So I'll write here SL1. Let's call it SL1 is equal to stop limit order. Now, when you call a stop limit order, you have to specify 4 parameter. In case of stop order, there were 2 parameter, like 3 parameter. One was the side action, buy sell. One was the quantity and one was the stop price. Here we have buy sell, we have quantity, we have limit price and stop price both. Because when you're converting a stop price to a limit price, you should tell me what should be the limit price. It can be same or it can be different, right? So that is how the stop limit order works. You also have to specify a limit price. So when I'm placing the order, so let's say my stop price is 607. What does this mean? This means if the market reaches 607, it will place a limit order at what? At 608. This is what it means. Okay. Then we'll create a contract object, which is stock symbol exchange currency, and I'll call the place order function, which will take the contract and the which will first take the contract object and then the stop order, like the order object. So let's run this code and let's see what happens. Oh, the market has reached to 604. I don't know why it never got a fill. I don't know. We have to check. So what happened? So you can see here we have stop limit, and like there is not much information here, but there should be a limit price also somewhere. I don't know why it's not here. Maybe I have to change some setting and all. But yeah, there is a stop price. There will be a limit price also. I don't know why it's not here. Should be some way to add it. I don't know. You can check the setting. Like you can add another column. There should be a setting somewhere. Right now it's too slow, so I'm not doing it. Okay, so this was about stop limit order. Any doubt in stop order and stop limit order, you can ask me right now. We'll move ahead to the other types of order. Thomas, Kamachi, Uday, Maruti. Any doubt?
No doubt. No doubt.
Okay.
No.
All right. So the same thing is true for the cell also. I'm not showing it. You can try it by yourself. Now the next very interesting order is called cover order. Okay. So what is cover order? Cover order. So in cover order, we place 2 orders at the same time and both the orders are connected. Okay, in cover order, this is this is fifth type of order. This is cover order. In cover order, what we do, we have 2 order. One is order 1, let's call it order 2. So order 1 can be limit order or market order. Let's say this is market order. So order 1 will take the position. Okay, and order 2 will be the stop order. And this stop order can be stop limit or stop market. So let me just write it stop. Let's say this is stop market order, this is market order. So 2 orders will be placed instantly. First, this order will go. When this order is filled, then the next order will automatically be placed on the broker side. So basically, when you're placing the order, you're placing both the order at the same time. This is called cover order. And the good thing is, if this order is not getting filled, then this order will not come into picture since both of them are connected. Since both of them are connected, until and unless this order is getting filled, this order will not exist because they are connected. Placing 2 orders individually is different. Placing a cover order is different. How they are different? When you place 2 orders separately, they are not connected with each other. If one gets the fill, if one gets cancelled, the other is not concerned with that. But when you place a cover order, they are both connected. So if one gets cancelled, the other will also get cancelled. Okay. So this should be supported by the broker. A lot of brokers don't support it because, as I told you, whenever the stop order comes into play, we want the broker to support this, not the exchange. Exchange will not look into this. Broker should have the support for cover order. If the broker doesn't have the support for cover order, you cannot place it. You have to place 2 orders and then you have to write a code to make them connected somehow. That is also possible. So how do you place a cover order? Let's see. So this is the code for cover order. Let me copy this And let me paste it here. Slightly different from the previous orders. So first, let's take a price. Okay, let's take another instrument now. Let's take Apple. Okay, I'll take Apple as an instrument. Let's copy this. Let's add it here. So I want Apple, and current price is 221. I'll write 221. So this is, let's make this variable as current price. Current price. So first we will qualify the contract, like this is not needed, but this is not needed, or let it be. Okay, so this will be symbol. Then I need exchange, and I need currency. Okay, this will give us the contract. Then now we need to create a order object. So when you create an order object, now here I'm not using, okay, let me check if they have the cover order now, because last time I checked in IB InSync, we don't have the inbuilt cover order functionality, but I can check now. Do they have cover order? Let's see. I don't think they have cover order. They do have limit order. No, they don't. So we have to use the order object. Now, when you're using the order object, two things you have to specify. First is the order ID. So I'm specifying the order ID. This will make sure that we always have a unique ID. Then this is a buy. And now I'm keeping it a limit price, or we can keep it market also. So if I keep this market, my first order will be a market order. Total quantity will be 1. If it's a market order, you don't have to specify the limit price. Okay. And order type is market. Yeah. And then another argument I am specifying, this is which is transmit is equal to false. I'll tell you about this in few minutes. Then I'm creating another object, order object. Okay. So I'm creating an order object again. This is a parent object. This is like a parent order. This is like a child order. So I'm creating an order object. Then I'm updating the client ID. Now this client ID, I'm getting it by using ib.client.get request client ID function, which will give me a unique order ID. Now, what will be the action? If this is buy, this should be sell. So I've written a simple if else condition that if my parent.action is equal to buy, sell, otherwise keep it buy. Okay. Then I'm having the order type. Order type is stop. Now, when you say order type stop, it means it's a stop market order. Okay. And then you also have to specify aux price. Now, what is aux price? Aux price means you can say the stop price. And then the quantity will be whatever the parent quantity is. Parent quantity is 1. So this also should be 1. And we also need to specify the parent order ID. So whatever this order ID is, I'm getting the same order ID here. And then here I'm saying transmit equal to true. Okay. Here transmit is equal to false. Here transmit is equal to true. And then I'm creating a list of orders. So I've created a list of orders, square bracket, parent, square bracket, stop. And then I'm going through the orders and I'm calling the place order function. Okay. I'm placing both the orders. But both the orders will be connected. Why? Because here transmit is equal to false, here transmit is equal to true. What does this transmit means? Like when I place a stop order, I don't want the order to go until this order is also detected by the broker. So when this order is detected by the broker, then it will send the first order, but it will make sure that both the orders are connected. Okay, that's why we have parent ID here. If something happens with the parent ID, this order will also be cancelled. Now, the only thing I have to specify is the price. So if my current price is 221, let's have the auxiliary price, means the stop price will be, let's have it as $5 lower. Okay. So if right now the Apple price is 221, it will place an order. We can get the fill at any price. We can get the fill at 221, 220. Mostly we will get a fill at 222. And then it will place a stop price at 216. Okay, this is what is going to happen. Let me show you how it looks. So let's run the code. And I should see another order here.
Order filled.
See, I've got 2 orders. Market order got a fill instantly. And now I only have the stop order. You see, both the orders were connected. You can see this small thing here. It means both the orders are connected. And what is the price? Here the aux price is 216. Aux price means the stop price. Okay, here we have 216. And the first order got fill instantly. But if my first order was limit order, it will not get fill instantly. So I'll place the same order again. Now I'll change this to limit. So this will change to limit, and I'll have a limit price also. So I'll write comma. Limit price is equal to whatever the current price is. Simple. Now let's place the same cover order again. Now this should not get fill instantly. Right now the Apple has moved to 221. See, here we have 221, here we have 216. Both the orders exist and both of them are connected. That's why you see 2 and 2.1. This is a part of this order only. If something happens, then this order will go away. Now what if you manually close the position? Do you think this will go away? Like here I have taken the position on Meta. Wait, why is this Meta? I placed an order for, oh, I forgot to run this. Okay, let's run this again. I've placed an order for Meta actually. Let's run this. Now it will place an order for Apple. So you can see Apple buy limit order at 221. Right now the price is also around 221. If the market comes to 221, it should get a fill, or it might get a fill when the market is open. I don't know. And I have a stop loss at 216. I'll show you one magic. If I cancel the first order, see, if I'm going to click on the cancel button, the other order will be cancelled automatically. See, if I click on cancel,
Order cancelled.
this order will also be cancelled. This is what makes cover order. Otherwise, I would have placed two orders at the same time, right? They are connected. That's why we call it cover order. This was the fifth type of order. Now we'll move to the next type of order, which is similar to cover order, which is called bracket order. So the first three types of orders are very standard. Every broker support them. Now the other order that I'm showing is not supported by a lot of brokers. So what is bracket order? In this, what we do, we have three connected orders. One is, let's call it position order. One is take profit and one is stop loss. Okay, let's say you have taken the position at 100. You want a profit at $5. So you place a take profit at 105. You want a stop loss, so you'll place a stop loss at 95. Now all the three orders can be limit or market. Let's say this is limit order. Okay, now this will be what? This will be what? This will be stop order. So this is stop order. And what about this? This will be a limit order. Usually this is the case. Okay, this will be a limit order. This will be a limit order. Like this can be market also. And this is a stop order. Like it will reverse if it's a sell. If I short $100, then it will switch. So let's do this. I want to know bracket order. So I'll add a code. So this is example of bracket order. Let's copy this. Let's do it for Apple itself. Okay. So I will copy these three line of code here. So current price is this. We have the contract. Now first we are creating the parent order object. Then we are creating a take profit order object. Then we are creating a stop loss object. Okay. So what will be my parent order? Right now I'm keeping the parent order as limit order. So I want to buy. Order type will be limit. Quantity will be 1. Limit price will be whatever the current price is. Let's say 221. Okay, let me remove this. So this is my parent order, and transmit is equal to false. Because I'm writing a loop here, yeah, right? If I don't write a loop, if I keep the transmit as true, it will go to the exchange and there will be no connection between the next order that I'm placing and the current order. If I want the connection, this transmit should be false. So I'll take this as the current price. Then we have a take profit order object. I'm creating an order object. First, I need to specify the order ID. Then I have to specify the action. This will be sell if this is buy. This will be buy if this is sell. Okay. Okay. One more thing. You also have to write a condition here also, like limit price. Like if it is buy, it should be less than the market price. If it is sell, it other way around. Okay. That is also you have to keep in mind. So here I'm not writing the code, but this needs to be changed. If you're planning to apply this in a paper trading environment or even in the live environment, here also you have to write an extra condition, the way I've written the condition here. Okay, so maybe I can show you how it will look. Let me just show you how it will look. So I'll just copy this. So this is take profit. If I am buying, take profit will be above the market price, right? So if it is buy, this will be what? It will be above the market price. So I'll write current price plus $5. And if it is below the, if it is sell, then what I should do? It should be minus $5. So I'll write current price minus $5. This is how the condition should look like. If this is buy, my take profit should be above the market price. If this is sell, my take profit should be below the market price. And I'm specifying the parent order ID and transmit is equal to false. Similarly, we are creating a stop loss object. See here, the order type is limit. Here, the order type is stop. So this will be sell and buy according to the parent. What about the auxiliary price? So we can copy the same thing here. Now, if the parent is buy, so this will be sell. If it is sell, then it should be less than the market price. So here it will be -5 and here it will be +5. Okay. And then we are making a list and I'm just placing the order for all. I'm just placing all the orders. Simple. So let's run the code and see the bracket order in action now. See, this is how the bracket order looks like. So first I have a limit order. Then there is a profit taker. There is a stop loss. All three of them are connected. Two of them are limit. One is stop. This is how you place a market order. The other way around is also true. You can also see it on the chart. You see there is a limit order, there is a sell limit, there is a stop loss also on the chart. Also you can see. Okay. So this was about the bracket order. Now let's talk about the last order, which is called trailing order. Now, have not seen any broker other than Interactive Brokers supporting the trailing order. Okay. Like there are few more broker, but I don't recall them. So this type of order is quite rare. Okay. If you find it, you are lucky. This is what? This is 7th type of order, which is called trailing order. Now, what happens in trailing order? Let's say you have taken the position at 100 and you have a stop order at 95. So what you want, if the market moves by, let's talk about points now. For now, let's talk about points. So if the market moves by, let's say 2 points. So if it moves to 102, you want your stop price to move move by 2 points. So this will be what? This will be 97. If this moves to 104, this should move to 99 and so on. This is called stop trailing order. This is inbuilt supported by the Interactive Broker. You don't have to manually code this. Now here I said that let's talk about point. This is points. We can also talk about percentage also. Okay, we can either say in terms of points or we can talk about percentage also. Now when I say percentage, let's say you have taken the position at 500. Okay, and you have placed the stop order 1%. So 1% of 500 will be what? $5, right? So this will be $4.95. Okay, and at every 1% movement, you want to trail the stop loss. So if the market moves to 503, nothing will happen. If the market moves to 506, which is greater than 1%, so it will move by 1%. So this will move to what? This will move to 500. But when the price moves, like when this will increase, that 1% will also increase, right? Initially it will be $5, but if it reaches to 550, 1% will change. It won't be $5, it will be $5.5 maybe. So there are two ways to place a trailing order. One is either you specify a constant point, okay, like you specify a point, or you specify a percentage. Now, one more thing you have to check is how your broker is trailing, because there are two types of trailing. See, there are two types of trailing. In one, what happens? Let's say you have taken the position at 100 and you have a stop loss at 95. In one trailing, it will always maintain this. It will always maintain the difference. So if it moves to 101, it will move to 96. If it moves to 100, if it moves to 102, it will move to 97. So this difference is always maintained. So this is point. So this there should always be 5-point difference. This is one type of trailing. In other, what they do, that if there is certain price movement, only then we will trail. Like if this 100 moves to 101, I'll not change this 95. I want a minimum of 2-point movement. So if this moves to 102, only then I'll move to I'll change this 95 to 97. Okay. So in one type of stop order, in one type of trailing, this difference always remains the constant. In one type of trailing order, this difference sometime may vary, but if the market moves by certain point, the difference is maintained. Okay, so you have to check how your broker is behaving. So this, you might have to spend some time understanding how the trailing order is working. So let's see how it works. So I'll write another order which is called trailing order. Let's copy this code and let's paste it. So what we do first, we have to create a contract. So maybe I'll just copy it from here. Let's do it on Apple, or let's change the order. Let's keep it on Apple only. Okay. So Apple price is this. We have created a contract. Now I'm creating an order object, but my order type is trail now. See, there are different types of order type we have seen. We have seen MKT, market order. There is LMT, limit order. There is STP, stop order. There is stop limit order. And this is the fifth one, which is trail order. So here you have to specify the trailing order type as trail. Quantity will be 1. Then aux price is 5. Okay. And this is sell. And we have a trail stop price. Okay. And we have aux price. Aux price means what? When I write 5, it will, I don't remember actually. Aux price is the stop price, right? So if the current price is 100, if you write aux price is equal to 5, it will subtract 5 from the current price, so which will be 95. So in this case, if the current price is 221, so it will be at 196. So the stop price will be 196, and then there is a trail stop percentage price. Okay, there is trail stop price. So here I am saying trail stop price should be whatever the price is. Let's copy this. Whatever the price is into 0.98. It means 2%. Okay, so it will always maintain the gap of 2%. Here you have to write like a proper points, but I'm using the current price to calculate that point. Okay, so let's place this order and you should see a trailing order now. See, this is called trail order. Right now the trailing is 5. Wait. I think I made a mistake. I think the aux price not should be like this. It should be current price. Into 0.98. So I'm placing a 2% stop loss. This is what? This is 2% stop loss. Maybe I should place it again. I should get a new trail order. Okay, I have this. I'll just cancel this. Okay.
Order cancelled.
So this is the aux price. Do I have a position? Let me see if I have a position. This is sell. I don't have any Apple. I don't have any Apple order. Let's take NVDA. Okay, I'll place a trailing order NVDA. That should be a better idea. So I'll just copy this. NVDA, what is the current price? NVDA fill price is 111. Let's take 111. This is 111. This will NVDA. Exchange will be same. This will be same. So let's have 1% stop loss. So this will be 0.99. This will be 0.99. Should I have 2%? 1% will be too less, right? Let's have 2%. At least I should be able to see something. So this is 2% trailing stop loss. Let's run this and let's see what happens. So this is NVDA 108, 2%. You see current price is 111, so it is 108. Now, if the price moves up, it should change. We are long, right? If this moves to at least 113, I should see this change to from 108 to 110, maybe. Okay, so we have to wait and see if this is working or not. Yeah. So these are the different types of orders that you should know. Other than this, there are other orders too. If you go to Interactive Broker documentation, they have a lot of different types of orders. These orders even I have not used. So if you go to orders, so they have available order. Okay, click on available order. So they have basic order, advanced order. So in advanced orders, they have a lot of things. Even I have not used them. So each order has their own good thing and bad thing. Like if I go to basic order, they have market if touched, market on close, peg to market, peg to primary. There is box stop. I don't know. Like most of them, I don't know, to be honest. Market to limit. Trailing stop, it is important, so I've discussed. Now in trailing stop, we can also have a trailing stop limit. When I say trailing stop, it means the stop order will be converted to the market order. In trail stop limit, stop order will be converted to a limit order. That is how it is different. There is combo market, so you can explore it. Okay, like I don't think you'll ever require these many orders, but whatever I have discussed, they are the most important one. Okay, if you come across a certain very niche type of situation, in that case you might have to explore this page, but otherwise 95% of the time whatever I've discussed in this session is more than enough. You will not need any other orders. Okay, so that's it for today. In our next session we will be talking about sockets. That is, how do we get real-time data from the broker. I have shown you how to get historical data. Historical data is also giving you real-time data, but after a minute. But what if you want real-time data every second, or you want real-time data after every 5 seconds? And how can you get real-time data and get historical data at the same time? This is also a problem, right? Because if I start a socket, I won't, okay, what is socket is something I have to discuss first. So let's discuss about this in our next session. Okay, so that's it for today. See you again next week, same time. All right, so welcome everyone. In our last session, we have completed the topic of orders. So in orders.ipynb file, I have discussed about how to place different types of order, like how to place a market order, how to place a limit order, how to place a stop order, how to place a stop limit order, how to place a bracket order, how to place a cover order, how to place a trailing order. So these are all the things we have discussed. In today's session, we are going to discuss about WebSockets. So let's start. So let me create a new file. Let me call it 4_sockets.ipynb. Now, when I say socket, what do I mean? Okay, so if you go to IB Async official documentation, and if you click on notebooks, you'll find multiple notebooks. Like there's this thing called tick data. So let's open this tick data, and let's open this bar data also. Okay, so bar data is something we have already discussed. This is tick data. This is bar data. If you scroll down, we have function to fetch historical bar data. And if you scroll down, we have historical real-time bar data. Okay, so this real-time is what we will be discussing about today. Okay, now let me explain you socket, and let me explain you why sockets are needed. Now, if you want a historical, if you want the current price of any instrument, what you will do? You'll call a function, and that function will give you the current price. Now in IB Async, we have a function. So let me show you first how to fetch the latest price of a ticker. Okay, so I'll just make a new section. Let's call it latest quote. You can either call it quote or price, whatever you can call it. How do you fetch this? So first we need to have the basic code. I'll just copy the basic code that we have written in all of our Jupyter notebook. I'll copy this. I'll paste it here. This will create a connection. Let's run the code. Let's select the interpreter. Let's run this. Now, after selecting interpreter, we are going to call a function, and the function name is request ticker. Let me just confirm. So the function name is request ticker. Request ticker function is used to fetch the latest ticker object in Interactive Broker. Now see, till now what all objects or classes we have seen? We have seen bar class. Remember, we have seen the bar class, which is used to fetch bar data. Then we have seen the order class, and then we have seen the contract class. 3 classes we have seen, right? So today I'm going to introduce a new class called ticker class. So ticker class gives you a snapshot data of any instrument. Let me just check, something went wrong. I'll just restart this. Let me just quickly revise what all classes we have seen and what is the importance of all the classes. Then I'll move to the ticker class. So first class that we have seen is contract class, which is used to create a contract object. Second we have seen is bar class. Bar means what? OHLC data. So to represent OHLC data, Interactive Broker has created a class called bar class. And then we have seen the order class. Order class is to create orders. Right. Now the fourth very important class is called ticker class. So ticker class is used to get a snapshot of data. Now when I say snapshot, I mean to say the latest snapshot data. It will not give you any historical. Whatever the latest price of that instrument is, it is going to give you that snapshot data. Now we have 2 options. One is we keep sending the request for the latest ticker object, or we can start a socket. Now when I say socket, we can either go for ticker socket or we can go for bar socket. When you go for ticker socket, you get real-time ticker object from the Interactive Broker. When you go for a bar socket, you get real-time bar data from the Interactive Broker. So whichever is your requirement, accordingly we go for the desired class. Okay, now I'm going to show you how to get a latest snapshot of any instrument. So you just have to create a contract and you have to call a function called ib.requestTicker, and it will give you latest ticker snapshot of a given instrument. Okay, so let it load, then I can show you the code. Let's run this again. Restart kernel. First, we'll create a contract object. So let me write cont1 is equal to. So you can create any contract. Let's try for stock first. Okay, so I'll write stock. I'll specify, let's go for Tesla. Exchange is smart and currency is USD. Okay, so I've created a contract. Let me run this again. It's still loading. API connection failed. I think it is still loading. That's why. Now it is connected. Okay, so I've connected. Now I'll create a contract object. This is how we can use the qualify contract also. So I'll write contract1 is equal to ib dot qualify contract. This will help us to figure out if the given contract is correct or not. It will give you a list. So we'll take the first element of the list and we'll just simply print the contract. This is how we create a contract object, something we have already discussed in the contract.ip in our contract session. So you can see this is the contract. We have a con ID. Whenever you see a con ID, it means the contract is correct. Okay. Now I'll call a function called ib.request ticker. Okay. So this is a class. This is a function which we have to call, and you have to send a contract object into this. So I'll just send this cont1. Now when I run this code, you will see it will give me some output. Now what is this output? It's a list of an object, and this object is ticker object. Okay, so I'll do one thing. I'll just save it in a variable. Let's call it t is equal to this, and since it's a list, so I'll write square bracket 0, and I'll just print this ticker object to show you how this ticker object looks like. So I've called it again, and this is the ticker object. So what all things we have? So in a ticker object, first there is a contract object. So inside the ticker object itself, we have a contract object. If you scroll right, then there is minimum tick. Now the problem is, I think this contract is not active right now, so that's why it is not giving me much data. Or just to check, what we can do is we can add a sleep. So a lot of time what happens when you call this request ticker object, it requests for the data, but to receive the data it takes some time. Okay, so it's better to add a sleep of 1 second to see how the data looks like. So I'll just call this. I'll write ib.sleep for 2 seconds. Let's have a 2 second, and then I'll write t is equal to let's save it in t equal to this, and I'll write t square bracket 0, then we'll print t square bracket 0, and I'll write t. Let's run this again, and let's see if we get any data in the ticker object. So if I scroll right, I'm still not getting any data. It is only giving me the contract object and nothing else. Why? Mostly because the market is closed right now. So that's why it is not giving me the latest snapshot. So I have to go for an instrument which is active right now. Forex is active. So let's create a Forex contract. So I'll just write here Forex. I'll write Euro USD. So this will create a Forex contract. It is created. Now I'll run the same code again, and you will see along with the contract object, I'll have some more data. So see, first inside, this is a ticker object. You can see it's a ticker object. The first parameter is the contract, which represents the contract. Then there is a time. Now what is this time? You have to figure out there are two types of time. One is the time at which you have received, and one is the time at which it was generated by the exchange. Okay, so we'll look into that later. But we have a time attribute. If you go to the right, we have minimum tick, we have bid, we have bid size, we have ask size, we have high, we have low, we have close. So these are all the things that we get from a Forex contract. Now it varies from contract to contract. Like if you go for a option contract, then you can also receive option Greek information. If you go for a stock contract, whatever important snapshot information is available, it will be given to you. So these are the data that you get for Forex contract. Now I'll show you how it looks like for a crypto also in few minutes. Okay, so if you want any of the data point, you can just write t dot, you can write ask. So this will give you the ask price. So ask price for Euro USD at this instance is this 1.11086. Let's say I want bid. So I'll write t dot bid. It will give me the bid price. Okay, like anything you want, you can fetch. Like this is ask size. If I want ask size, I can fetch for ask size. Low is also there, close is also there. Okay, and we also have time. So I can also show you time, how it looks like. So I just have to write dot time. So if I write dot time, it will show me the time. So I think this time represents the time at which it was generated on the exchange. So this is date time dot date time. This is UTC time. You can see time zone is UTC, and this is 4618. No, 1246 is the time. Okay, we might have to change it to IST to figure out what is the right time, like what is the exact time. But yeah, this is how the ticker object works. I'll repeat again. I have told you that till now we have seen three classes. One is contract class, one is order class, and one is bar class. This is a fourth type of class that we are discussing, which is ticker class. Ticker class object, whenever you get, it means you're going to receive a snapshot data. Okay, like bid, ask, you can see whatever data is available. These are all the data points that you get. And it gives you the latest data, not the historical data. Whatever is available at that instance, it will give you that data itself. Now this was a Forex contract, right? I'll create a crypto contract. So I'll write cont1 is equal to, I'll write crypto because crypto is open. So that's why I can show you for crypto. I'll write BTC, exchange is Paxos, and This is USD. So I will create a contract object. Contract object is created. I have a con ID. Now I'll call this request ticker object. It will give me ticker information. Like it is going to give me the ticker object. It's taking too much time. So I've received the data. So this is a ticker object. Now what all things we have? First is we have a contract. So if I write contract, it will give me the contract object of this ticker, which is a Bitcoin. Okay, now if you go right, then we have a time attribute. So you can just write t dot time. It will tell you that this price was generated at what time. This time was generated at this time. This is UTC time. Okay, and if I go right, it is giving me minimum tick. It is giving me bid size, ask size, last size, volume. Now in the previous contract, it was not giving me volume. Then there is high, there is low, there is close. High, low, close is also given. Okay, now high, low, close is of which candle size that you have to figure out. It can be a 5-second candle, it can be of 15 second, it can be of 1 minute. You never know. Like I'm not sure what is this high and low represent. I think it should be 1 minute, but you have to check. Okay, so latest price of Bitcoin is what? If I want the latest price, I can either go for close, and usually there is also last. You can either, so there are multiple attribute you can use. Either you can go for last. If I write t dot last, it will tell me the last price of Bitcoin, or I can go for close. Okay, if you take the close, it will give you the candle close. So this is a candle close, which is slightly different. Or what you can do, you can use bid and ask. Okay, so I'll take a bid. Okay, I'll print bid and ask both. So I'll write t dot ask. So this is my bid and this is my ask at that instance. So this is my bid 633 and ask is again 633, just like a dollar difference is there since it's Bitcoin. So I can just divide it with 2. I'll get a good price compared to the closing price. So there are multiple ways to calculate a price of an instrument at any instance. Either you can just take bid ask divided by 2, or you can take the last price, or you can take the close price. Like there will be minor differences, but depending on your logic, you can use anyone. Okay, so this is how you get a snapshot data of any instrument. I could have shown you for stock also, but I think stock is not active right now. That's why it's not giving me. I'll just give it a try one more time. Let's try for Meta. Okay, so I'll just write here cont1 is equal to Meta. Sorry, I'll write stock Meta. I'll write smart. I'll write USD. Okay, this will create a meta object, and I'll call this request ticker function, which will give me the ticker object. Remember that it will give you a ticker object, but it will give you in a list. So you have to take that first element of that list. So if I scroll right, still nothing. Okay, this function will give you data, but when the market is open. It will not give you any data if the market is closed. So that's something you have to remember. If you try to run the same code when the market is closed, this code will not work. Okay, so whatever example I'm going to show you, I would be able to show you for Forex and crypto, but you can run the same code for stock, options, futures also once the market is open. Okay, now let's say I want real-time data every second. Okay, so there are two approaches. One is I keep making the API call, or one is I use a WebSocket. So first I'll show you how can I use an API call to fetch real-time data of a instrument. Let's try to do that first. Okay, so let me add a comment. Get data every second using API call. Okay, so here I'm not going to use WebSocket. Then I'll show you how WebSocket is different from API call. So what I'm doing, I'm first creating a contract. I'm creating a Forex contract. Then I've written a while loop. We can add a sleep also. So I'll write import time, and I'll just sleep. I'll just write time dot sleep of for 1 second. Now what all things I'll print? Let me print the time and the last price. So for USD JPY, every second it's going to print the time and the last price. Let's run this code. See, this is the time 12:53. And right now it is showing me 9. Why it is showing me 9? Because in Forex, we don't get the last price. In Forex, we get the bid and ask. So it's better if I print bid And similarly, I'll print ask. So I'll copy. This is ask. So let's run the code again. So it will show me the first time. So this is 5410. This was the bit. This was the ask. This is 5411. This was the bit. This was the ask. Now it will change every second because I'm requesting for the data every second. So every second it will give me whatever the current bid and ask for the given contract is. Okay. Now this code is not efficient. Why? Because in a lot of brokers, you will see you cannot make this API call every second. Like you can do it, but let's say you have multiple instrument, like you have 150 instrument and you want to fetch real-time data for all the instrument. And if you keep making an API call, then broker will stop you from making more API calls. Why? Because each broker have some limit that you cannot make more than 10 API calls in a second. You cannot make more than 100 API calls in a minute. So every broker has its own limit. So that's why to fetch the real-time data, we don't use a API call. Instead, we use WebSockets. Okay. Now, before I move to WebSocket, let me just quickly revise again what I have covered. So first, I told you different classes we have discussed. So this is a new class that I want to explain you, which is the ticker class. So ticker class gives you the snapshot data. Now, when I say snapshot data, for each instrument type, it is different. So for when you fetch ticker object for Forex, it will give you bid, ask, bid volume, ask volume. I don't know if they give you volume, but bid ask it will give you. If you fetch for a normal stock, it will give you volume, it will give you a last price, it will give you high, it will give you close. So you have to check. So like see, if I run the same code for this code will also work for crypto also. So if I just change this to crypto, let me copy this. Instead of Forex, I'll create a crypto object and I'll run the code. Now it will give me Bitcoin every second price. But you know, if the instrument is not that liquid, if there is no major change in the instrument, then the frequency at which you'll get the data will be quite low. See here, even though I am running the code every second, but still the price that I'm getting is quite slow. So this is 55, 60, 56. Now after 12, 13 second, it will give me the next price. So this is 56, 38. And there is no major change. See here it has changed from, oh no, here we have a major change. So this is 626, 627. This is 648, this is 648. This is bid and ask. I can also fetch for last also. Okay, so this is how we can use the request ticker function to fetch real-time data of a instrument. Okay, now as I explained you the problem, so what is the solution? Solution is a WebSocket. So let me explain you WebSocket again. What do we do in WebSocket? In WebSocket, we create a connection between our Python file and the server. Server, you can take it as a broker or you can take it as any online broker. But once we make a connection, we don't have to make the API call again and again. Once the connection is created, the broker will continuously send you the real-time price of that instrument. This is called WebSocket. See, what is the difference between API call and WebSocket? I'll explain it again. When I say API call, you have to send a request. Broker will receive the request. Then it will send you the response. You will get the response. So you have to send a request, receive a response. Send a request, receive a response. And this is not a best solution because you have to do a lot of requests. Right? So instead of that, what we do, we use WebSocket. In WebSocket, what happens? You send a request and you create a WebSocket connection. Think of WebSocket connection as a pipe between you and the server. Now, you don't have to make an API call again and again. Broker will continuously send the real-time price to you without making much API calls. Like you don't have to do any API calls. It will continuously send you the real-time data. So this is how we get real-time data into our code. Two approaches. One is API call and one is WebSocket. WebSocket is preferred. Why? Because in WebSocket, I don't have to make API calls again and again. But there is one disadvantage of WebSocket. What is the disadvantage? Like once you start a WebSocket connection, once you are receiving real-time data from the server, then you won't be able to do anything else. Okay, your program will be busy just to receive that data. Right? Now, when we design a strategy, if your strategy requires second level data, then you have no other option but to go for WebSocket. But if your strategy require every minute it requires the latest price, then you can still use the request ticker function. No need to use WebSocket. WebSocket you're only supposed to use if you want data every second. If you don't want data every second, do not use WebSocket because using WebSocket complicates the code. Okay, it's slightly complicated compared to the normal API call. You'll understand once I show you the code, but just remember that if you want to get the data every minute, every 30 second, or every even 15 second, go for a normal API call like request ticker. But if you want real-time data of an instrument every second, then you have to go for WebSockets. Okay, now when I say WebSocket, there are three important WebSockets that you should do. One is called ticker socket, okay, where we get ticker object from the server. One is bar socket. In bar socket, we create a connection and the server will continuously send you bar type of data. And the last is order socket. Now we'll talk about order socket later. First, let me show you bar socket. So in bar socket, what will happen? We'll create a connection between our computer and the broker, and the broker will continuously send us bar data every few seconds. Now, when I say bar data, now there is a difference between bar data and ticker data. Let me explain you the difference. See, when I say bar data, what do I mean? I mean to say candle data. When I say ticker data, it means it's a snapshot data. You can say second level data. Okay. Now, when you say candle, you need to tell me the candle size. And the minimum, the lowest candle size in Interactive Broker is 5 seconds. Okay, in Interactive Broker, they don't give you candle less than 5 seconds. So the candle size is 5 seconds. So what we will do, we'll write a code which will receive data after every 5 seconds. Why after every 5 seconds? Because the candle size is 5 seconds. So after 5 seconds, a new candle will form. Once a new candle has formed, the broker will send you that candle. And you'll see it will not only send the current candle, it will also send the previous candle also. I'll show you how that looks. Okay, so let's look at this first. So we'll start a WebSocket connection. Once the connection is connected, every 5 seconds we'll receive a new candle data from the server. That's what I'm going to show you. So let's add, let's clear all output. Get every second using wait. This, let's add it here. Okay. Now I'll add a new markdown. Let's write bar socket. First, I'll show you bar socket, then I'll show you ticker socket. Both of them are almost same, like the code remains the same, just the function name changes. We will do this for Forex, because in crypto, I'm not receiving data that frequently. In Forex, I'm receiving the data quite fast. So let's write Forex. Let's do it for Euro USD. Euro USD. Once you create a contract, then you have to call a function called request real time bar. Remember this function, request real time bar. What this function will do, this function will start the connection. This function will start a bar socket connection between your file and the web and the broker. So what all parameter you have to specify? First, you have to specify the contract, and this 5 represents 5 seconds, and this represents the calculation of the bar. Remember when I talked about request historical data? I'll just show you again. When I talked about request historical data, we discussed about this function called request historical data. And in this, we have a parameter called what to show. Remember this what to show? What to show tells us how the candle is calculated. So there are different what to show if you scroll down. So you can write trade, you can write midpoint, you can write bid, ask, whatever you want. So how the candle is calculated is determined by this what to show. If you write trade, it will take the trade data to calculate midpoint, calculate the candle size, candle data. If you write midpoint, it will use the midpoint data to calculate the candle. So accordingly, it calculates the candle, whatever you specify. So I'm going to write trades. So here I have specified trade, and this last is false. I don't remember what is this false. Let's see. So first is contract, second is bar size, third is what to show, and use RTH. What is use RTH? If true, then only show the data with, okay. So when you write use RTH equal to true, it will give you only the data in the regular trading hours. If false, then show all the data. Simple. So this is how you start the socket, and then you call a function. Then you create a function called onBarUpdate. So this function name you can give whatever you want. I have named it onBarUpdate. This function will take the bar object and has new bar parameter, and I'm just printing this bar. That's it. Okay. After printing the bar, I have to write this code, that is bar.update event plus equal to onBarUpdate. What is this onBarUpdate? This is the name of the function. So I'm going to sleep for 30 seconds, and then I'm going to stop the connection. Okay, so there are multiple ways to stop this. ib.cancel request bar. Okay, I think this should also work. Or I can write this. I'll write minus. Let me check it. This should work. So what will happen? First, it will create this line. This line is going to create a socket connection. This line will start the connection. Okay, this line request real time bar will create the connection, and we have determined that we are going to receive real time data for this contract. Okay, this line will start the socket. We are sleeping for 30 seconds because I want to keep the socket running for 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, this line will stop the socket. Okay, so instead of 30 seconds, let's do 10 seconds. So what will happen? No, not 10 seconds. I have to do 30 seconds because this is bar data, and bar data you'll only receive after every 5 seconds. So that's why I need to sleep for at least 30 seconds. So let's run this code and see how the data you will get. So after every 5 seconds, you'll receive a data. I think I've made a mistake. I have to write USD. I have to stop it and start it again. Let's start it again. I'm not receiving any data for some reason. We'll see why. I think I have to start it again. Let's restart everything. Restart. Let's change this to 91. We'll change the client ID. Okay, we have made the connection. Let's start this code again. Sometime in Jupyter Notebook, it doesn't work properly. If it doesn't work, I'll show you in a .py file. In .py file, it always works. Okay, I think I have to show you in .py file. So let's make a file called 4_socket.py. I'll just copy the same code. Let's copy this. Paste it here. And let's get that beginning wala code. Copy this and paste it here. This line is not needed. Let's run the code again. I think I should change this to 93. USD JPY, I am getting the data, so it should be fine. It is showing some error. I don't know why. Let's run it again. It is saying invalid, no historical market data, contract for. Okay, for this we don't have any historical data. Okay, so I'll do one thing. Let's try for crypto. I'll write crypto. I'll write, let's go for ETH. I'll write Paxos. And I'll write USD. Like even for Forex, it should work. Maybe I'll try it again. Let me try for crypto first. You can see I'm getting the data. So this is the first object. This is the first data that I got. In 5 seconds, I got this data. In 5 seconds, again, I got this data. Now, this is not visible. So what I'll do, I'll convert this to a data frame. Then it will be much more visible to you. So what I'll do, I'll write here util.df. Okay, let's close it. Now, whatever data we are getting, I'm converting to a data frame and then I'm printing it. This will be much more easy to understand for us. That how we are receiving the data from the broker. See, this was the first data frame. Look at the time. So here time was 13:08:20. Then after 5 seconds, I received this data. Now in this data, there were 2 rows. The first row is 8:20. The second row is 8:25. After 5 seconds, I received 3 rows. 20, 25, 30. After 5 seconds, I receive 4 rows. 20, 25, 30, 35. After 5 seconds again till 40. After 30 seconds, it stopped. Why it stopped? Because I have added a sleep of 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, I wanted to stop this. If you want, you can keep it running forever also. So if you want to keep it running forever, just comment this and just write ib.run. When you write ib.run, now your WebSocket will never stop. The only way to stop your WebSocket is to close the terminal. Let's run the code again. It will keep receiving the data from the server after every 5 seconds. And your data frame will keep becoming larger and larger. Because after every 5 seconds, you're receiving a new candle data. And remember that this candle is 5-second candle. Okay. And what all data we have? We have open, we have high, we have low, we have close, volume, VWAP, and the count. Okay, see, now we are on 935. After 5 seconds, we'll get 940 also. See, now we have 940. After 5 seconds, we'll get 945 also. Now this is UTC. Plus 00 means UTC. Remember that. Plus 00 means UTC. So this is UTC data. So now what is the advantage of WebSocket? The advantage is I don't have to make API call again and again. The broker will continuously send me the data as the new data is generated. But this is what? This is bar data. This is bar socket. I'll just show you one. I'll just explain you one more time for more clarification. Yeah, I've already written. So there are two types of socket. One is bar socket, one is ticker socket. So in bar socket, we receive every 5 seconds, we receive the data. And the good thing about bar socket is it will not only give you the latest bar data, it will also give you the previous bar data also from the time you have started. So if you start this at, let's say, 10:1. So in the first second, it will give you 10:1 candle. In the next second, it will give you 10. This is 10:1 second. So then it will be 10:1, and there will be one more candle called 10:6. Then after 1 second, after 5 seconds, you will receive another data frame with 3 data point. This will be 10:1. This will be 10:6. This will be 10:11. So this is how you are getting the data from the server directly. You don't have to make API call again and again. You can see now so many data I'm getting. There are total of 21 rows I've got, and each of them are 5-second candle. Now, if you want, you can resample it. Like, let's say in your strategy, you want 1 minute data. So you take this, resample it to 1 minute. It's pretty easy to resample, and then you can use it in your strategy. But again, doing this is not a good approach. Why? If your strategy requires data every minute, every 5 minutes, then why to use WebSocket? Directly make an API call to fetch historical data. So if your strategy requires historical data every 5 minutes, after 5 minutes, just make one single API call and it will give you all the data that the broker has at that instance. So that will be better compared to WebSocket, compared to bar socket. So that is the reason that this bar socket I hardly use. Bar socket I rarely use. Why? Because if I am dealing with candle, I will only use the candle once the candle has formed. And to form a candle, I have enough time. I don't have to worry about API calls in that case. If I am dealing with 1 minute candle, after I'll wait for 1 minute and then I'll make a request historical data API call and I'll receive the entire historical data instead of using the WebSocket. Okay. So this was about bar socket. Now let's look at ticker socket, or you can say, yeah, ticker socket. So let me just comment this. Let me comment the entire code. Now you'll see that the code for ticker socket and bar socket is exactly the same. The only thing that will change is the function name. Like not this function name will change. So let me copy the code. So what we are doing, first we are creating a contract object. Now I'm creating a contract object for Forex. Previously it was crypto, now it is Forex. I created a function called pending tick. See, here also we created a function called on bar update, and I was just printing the bars. Here also in pending tick function, we are going to receive a ticker object. I just told you, right? We will receive a ticker object in a list. So I'm converting to a list, and then I'm getting the first object of that list. And from that object, I'm getting the name, I'm getting the time, I'm getting the bid. If you want, I can also print ask. T.ask. Now I want you to notice the speed. Even though I say every second, but in reality, we receive data every 250 millisecond. That's the speed of WebSocket. Okay, I'll show you. So first, let me explain you the code. So this, you create a function called pending tick. So inside this function, you write a code to on how to handle the data. So this function will receive the ticker object. Now, what do you do with that ticker object is what you will write inside this function. So what I'm doing right now, I'm simply printing the name, I'm printing the time, I'm printing the bid and ask. That's all I'm doing. Then we call the request market data function. In bar socket, we call request real time bar. In bar socket code, we call the function request real time bar. Here we call a function request market data. And this request market data takes the contract and rest all the parameter remains the same. Okay. Then we start. So this is what this will create a WebSocket connection. This will start the WebSocket. We'll start the WebSocket for 20 seconds. Then we'll stop the WebSocket. Okay. So let's run the code and let's see how fast we receive the data now. See, this is how fast you receive. As I told you, we are receiving data every 250 millisecond. See, this is 1456.3. This is 1456.4. This is 1456.43. This is 1456.62. So in a single second, I'm receiving data 4 times. Again, in a single second, I'm receiving data 4 to 5 times. Okay. So the frequency is very fast. But this frequency will reduce if the number of tickers increases. Like right now, I'm only fetching real-time data for a single instrument. But if I fetch for 10 instruments, the frequency will definitely reduce. Okay, so this is how fast you receive the data. So we got the data. So we started at 1456, and by the time we reached 1515, our WebSocket ended. Why? Because I've added a sleep of 20 seconds. Now, what all things I'm receiving? First, I'm receiving the name. Name of this contract is USD. Then I'm receiving the time. Then it is printing the bid. Then it is printing the ask. You can do the same for option contract. You can do it for stock contract. Any contract you want, the code remains the same. The only thing you have to change is the contract object. Nothing else you have to change. Just change the contract object, run the code, and it will give you real-time data for that instrument. Okay. And if you want to run this forever, what you will do, just comment this code and just write ib.run. ib.run function will run the socket forever. Now, no matter what you do, you cannot stop the socket. The only way to stop the code or stop the socket is killing the program. Okay. Now let's run it again. And you will see that every 250 millisecond, I'm going to receive real-time data. See, that's how fast I'm receiving the data. Now, if you want, you can also add another instrument. Right now, I'm only doing it for single instrument. Let's add another instrument. So how you'll add? So here I'll write contract 2. So this was USD JPY. I also want for GBP USD. So here I'll write GBP USD and just copy this code, paste it again. Now so I told you that this will create the connection. This code will create a connection for contract 1. This code should create a connection for contract 2. So I'll write contract 2. Once I've created a connection, then I'll start the connection. This line 36 will start the connection. Once the connection is started, I have not added a code to stop the connection. So this will run forever. Now, what all things it will print? It will print the time, it will print the name, it will print the time, it will print the bid and ask. Let's run the code. Now you'll see I'm going to receive real-time data for 2 instruments. See, it is giving me for USD, it is giving me for GBP, again USD, again GBP, and look at the frequency of the data. The frequency is quite high. Like I'm receiving data every 250 milliseconds. So they claim it to be 250 milliseconds, but consider it 1 second because sometimes they might not give you the data every 250 milliseconds. But for every second, they'll definitely give you the data if everything is working fine. If there is some server issue or something, then you might not receive the data this fast. And you can also increase the instrument. Like when we will design the strategy which requires real-time data, we'll have like 10-15 instrument. We'll start the WebSocket for 10-15 instrument and we'll save it in a data frame. And whenever we require the price, we'll read it from that data frame. Okay, so this is how the ticker socket works. See how fast we are receiving the data. In few seconds, you'll see the output will go. The output will be too much and we won't be able to scroll up. And remember that we are getting real-time data for both the instrument, not a single instrument. Okay, let me revise again. First, I told you about WebSocket. I told you there are 2 types of WebSocket which we usually use. Like only one I use, the bar socket I don't use. So there is a bar socket WebSocket, there is a bar socket, there is a ticker socket. In bar socket, we receive real-time bar update from the broker. The good thing is that we receive it every 5 seconds, and we not only receive the latest bar, we also receive the previous bar also. That is a good thing about bar socket. In case of Interactive Broker, of course, this might not be the case for other broker, but for Interactive Broker, it gives me the current bar data also, and the previous bar data that we have fetched is also given to us. But when you start a ticker socket, okay, where you receive real-time ticker object from the broker, in that case, you only receive the latest snapshot. It will not give you the previous snapshot because the data is too much. If it starts giving the previous snapshot also, then the data will be too much to send. That's why it will only give you the latest snapshot of the data, right? So they claim, like Interactive Broker claim, that they send every 250 millisecond, they are going to send you the data. Okay. Now, if the market is not that liquid, if the market is not that active, you will not receive data every 250 millisecond. You might receive the data every 2 seconds or every 3 seconds. Like, think about it, right? If the price itself is not changing every second, then how will the broker give you the price? The price should change. The frequency of the change should be very high. Like if I show you for, I'll show you what happens if I run the same code for a crypto contract. So here I'll write crypto. I'll just copy it from here. Copy, paste. So one is crypto and one is Forex. Let's see how this will work. Let's run the code. Now I want you to notice the frequency of crypto and the frequency of currency. See, this is crypto. I got ETH. Then I'm getting GBP. Then I'm getting ETH. The frequency of ETH is not that high. See, then I'm getting ETH. Like it is good, but I'm just saying that even though they claim to send data every 250 millisecond, you're not supposed to be dependent on that. Okay, you should think that you will receive data once in every second. If you keep that in mind, then the life will be easy. Okay, you can see I'm getting ETH also and GBP also. See, this is ETH data. ETH is bid is this, ask is this. For GBP, this is bid, this is ask. And we are receiving this for every second. And time is also mentioned here. This is 10 second. Then we are going to 11 second, then 12 second, 13 second, and so on. It will keep on giving me the data as long as the terminal is open. If I want to stop the terminal, I have to kill the terminal. Okay, so this code is for bar socket. This code is for ticker socket. And in bar socket, we receive bar data. In ticker socket, we receive ticker type of object. And if you want to add more instrument, just make more instrument, or you can create a list of instrument and just call this request market data. This request market data will make a connection. This line, this I plus equal to pending tick will start the connection, and whatever data we will get from that connection will be sent into this pending tick function. Now this function name you can give whatever you want. I can also name it ABC. So if you are naming this ABC, make sure you write here ABC. What this means that whatever data you will get after starting the connection, that data will be sent to this ABC function. And inside the function, what I'm doing, I'm simply printing the name of the contract, the time at what time the data was generated, and bid and ask. Okay. Yeah. So this was about socket. Let me see if there is anything else to discuss in socket. Okay, so now there is something called order socket. Now I cannot show you an example for order socket, but I can still try. So this is the code for order socket. Now let's understand why do we need order socket and why order socket exists. You understand the intuition behind ticker socket. You understand the intuition behind bar socket, that we want real-time data from a server and we cannot make an API call again and again. Now what is order socket? Now when you place an order, okay, order goes through different states. Okay, so the status of the order changes. Now what are the different status? Let's take a look. So if you go to the documentation, if you go to placing order, these are the different possible states of an order. Like when you place an order, first it is in pending state. Okay, pending state means what? That indicates the order was sent to TWS, but confirmation has not been received that it has been received by the destination. So pending submit means it is on the broker side. Okay, after pending submit, it will go to either pending cancel or pending submitted. Either the broker will cancel it or it will submit the order. So first state is pending submit. The second state is pre-submitted. Pre-submitted means what? Pre-submitted means indicates that a simulated order type has been accepted by the IB system. So now IB broker has accepted it. Then broker will submit the order. Submit what? Submitted means, submit means indicates that your order has been accepted at the order destination and is working. So it has sent the order to the exchange. Okay. Then there is a filled. What is filled? Filled means the exchange has received the order and it has filled the order. It means it has got the other side of the order. Your order has filled. Now your order will be converted to a portfolio, or you can say it will, like, your instrument will be visible in your portfolio. Okay, I'll just try to explain it again. So there are different states of the order. First state you can say is pending. Okay, second state is pre-submitted, or we can take submitted also. Okay, let's take submitted. To keep it simple, I'm taking submitted. Okay, then there is filled. Okay, then there is also cancel. Fourth is cancel. Now when you place an order, now if it's a limit order, your limit order will not get a fill instantly. It will take some time. It will wait till the market reaches your limit price. Once the market gets the desired opposite trade, then your order will be filled. Now when you place an order, how will you know when did your order get filled? Right, because you have placed the order. Now how will you know as a program? Think of yourself as a Python code and think that how will the Python code know that the order got filled? This is not in the Python code hand, right? This getting the order fill or anything, like whenever the status changes, like when the pending, when you place an order, first it will be pending state, then it will move to submitted state, then it will move to fill state. If not fill, it will move to the cancel state. How will your Python code know that what is the status of your order? So this is where the WebSocket order socket comes into play. So what we do, we create a socket connection for orders. So if any changes happens to any order placed by your Python code, then your order socket will catch that change. I'll repeat again. I'll first explain you the problem. What the problem is that when you place an order, the order goes into different states. Like it can be in any state. It can be in a pending state. It can be in a submitted state. It can be in a cancel state. It can be in a filled state. And this can take any amount of time. It can happen in few seconds. It can happen in few minutes. It can never happen also. Anything can happen to your order status because it depends on the market, right? If you place a limit order which is far away from the market, your order will never get filled. It will always be in a submitted state. If you write something wrong while placing an order, it will be in the cancel state, right? So you don't know how much time it will take for the order to change its state, right? So how do you catch this information that the order status has changed? This is possible by using order socket. So we create a connection between our Python code and our broker, and the broker, once the connection is created, if any status change happens to the order, it will update you through this socket. Okay, so this is the benefit of using order socket. Now this order socket is not given by a lot of brokers. If the broker gives, it's a good thing. Some broker don't give it, some broker give it. Okay, so let me show you one example of how this works. Again, the code looks the same. So first I'm going to place an order. To show you how it works, I'm going to place an order. So I'm going to place an order on Tesla. It's a market order, and I'm not printing anything. I'm just printing placed order. Then I've created a function called pending handler or order handler. So this function will be executed whenever any status change of any order. Whenever any order changes its status, this function will be called. And then I'm just creating a connection. Okay, so if there is a new order, this function will be called. If the status of the order change, this function will be called. If the order gets cancelled, this function will be called. And I'm calling ib.run. Okay, so you'll see that when I run the code, first it will place a market order on Tesla. Okay, after placing a market order, I'll also receive the status change of that order inside this function. I'm also printing the time, at what time what is happening. So let's run this code. First, it will place a market order. I want you to look at the output. Just notice here. So it has placed the order. Now it has started the connection, and this is the different status of the order. So at this time, this happened, and
Order
at this time,
filled.
this happened. Okay, I want you to notice what happened. So we place the order, and then at 18:59:01 second, at 18:59:01 second, look at the status. What is the order status? Order status is pre-submitted. Here the order status is pre-submitted. After few seconds, like few milliseconds, here it was 59:01. Now it is 59:01, but look at the microsecond. This is 31 microsecond. This is 79 microsecond. Now the status has changed. Previously it was pre-submitted. Now it is filled. Status has changed from pre-submitted to filled. And all this information is sent to me via this WebSocket. Now, when it gets filled, you want to know at what price it got filled. That information is also available in this trade object. Okay, one more thing. Like when you place an order, initially it's an order object. Once you place an order, initially it's an order object. But when the exchange accepts your order and when the order gets filled, it gets converted to a trade object. First it's an order, then it's a trade. Once the order gets filled, it's a trade. So the data that we receive here is a trade object. Now this is fifth type of object, fifth type of class that we are discussing. Remember here I told you about different type of classes. There was a contract class, there was a bar class, there was an order class, there was a ticker class. This is fifth type of class, which is called trade class. So when you will receive a trade object, you will receive a trade object when the order gets filled. So whenever you start a order socket, you'll always receive a order, you'll always receive a trade type of object. So this was the initial trade type of object where we didn't have any fill price. But once the order get filled, you'll also get the fill price. See, I want you to notice what all things we have in the trade object. In trade object, first you have the contract name. Okay. Then this was the order that you have placed. Then this is the order status. So status is filled. Now, if you go to the right, you'll see the fill price. So the fill price of this order was 262. Okay. Now, if you are placing an order with multiple quantity, like you have placed like 13, 15 quantity, so it will take some time to get all the order getting filled. So you'll receive this information multiple times. If your quantity is too large, not all the quantity will get filled instantly, right? Few quantity will get filled. After few seconds, the next quantity will get filled. Right? So this is how this order socket works. And if I go to the broker, you will see that Tesla order got filled. Let me place one more order to show you how the socket works. So let's place an order for Amazon. Everything else remains the same. This is a market order. Or should I place a limit order? Let's place a limit order. Since the market is open now, we can place a limit order. So this is what? This is Amazon, right? So price of Amazon is 185. I'll place an order at, let's change this to limit order. Now, when you place a limit order, you also have to specify the price. Now, this is a buy order. So we can go for, let's write 185. So I'll write 185. Okay. So it's going to place a limit order at 185. Now we both know, all of us know that limit order will not get filled instantly. So this WebSocket will not give you anything for a few seconds. Once the order gets filled, you'll get the data, you'll get the update inside this order socket. Let's run the code again. See, first it will say order placed. See, order placed. Now it is, see, look, right now it is in submitted state. It has submitted, but it is not getting filled. You can see it is still there here. The moment it gets filled, I don't know when, you'll receive the information here. I have to wait when the order will get filled. Even if something happens to the order, that information will also be updated here on the socket. I don't know when it will get filled. If the market comes down, it should get filled. Okay, so this is how it works. Maybe I can place another order at 40. Let's place another order at 0.40, 185.40. This should get filled instantly. It will place a limit order, placed order. it is in submitted state. The moment it goes to the fill state, that information will be updated here. And I don't know when that will happen. Now the market has moved down. Okay, so this is how the order socket works. Now, since the market is open, I can show you the WebSocket code for the ticker. I can show you the ticker WebSocket for US stock, but I don't know if I have the data. I can try. Let's see if it works or not. So I'll just copy. Okay, we'll do one thing. We'll keep it running as it is. I'll copy this entire code and I'll try to run it here. Socket.py. Paste it here. And I don't want to run this. I want to run this code. We'll only do it for a single contract. Let's do it for Tesla. Okay, I want real-time data for Tesla. So I'll just change this to, okay, let me write here contract 1 is equal to stock Tesla smart and USD. So it will start the socket and it will keep it running forever. Okay, I also have to change this client ID 55. Let's run the code. Now I don't know if I will receive the real-time data for Tesla or not. So see, look at the error. It is saying request market data request additional subscription. So if you want real-time data for any US stock, you need to pay extra. So there is some subscription fee. Once I pay that fee only, then I'll receive this. Okay, I get real-time data free for crypto and Forex, but for stock, US stock, if you want real-time data, you need to pay some price. I don't know what is the price. You can check on their dashboard. But once you pay the subscription fee, then you can receive the real-time data for US stock also. Like for Indian stock, if you want real-time data, you don't have to pay anything. You just have to fund your account with 10,000 rupees. If you fund your account with 10,000 rupees, you will receive real-time data for all the instrument which are listed on NSE, not on BSE. BSE is not supported in Interactive Broker. As of now, which is April 2025, NSE is supported. Okay, so this is the concept of WebSocket. Any doubt in this, you can ask me right now. All right, so that's it for today. We'll meet again in our next session and we are going to discuss about how to use all the concept that we have learned till now to design a strategy. Okay, so all the basic fundamental is clear. Now, no matter which broker you take, these are the 4 to 5 things which remains constant. First is contract creation. Second is getting historical data. Third is placing the order. Fourth is sockets. Now, socket is not mandatory to create a strategy. If your strategy requires real-time data, then socket becomes important. Otherwise, socket is not that important. Okay. Now, by using all this concept, we are going to design one strategy in our next session. Okay. So that's it for today. Bye everyone.